Hello and welcome to the Freedom Extravaganza, where you get to dip into the fascinating conversation on your freedom. We've been really looking forward to it. I'm Pete Bissonnette from Learning Strategies, and we are thrilled that you join us today. And we are going to be welcoming some of the world's most beloved transformational leaders to share with you their thoughts on what it takes to live lives of freedom.
And I'm Marcy Scheimoff, and I am delighted to be here together with all of you today. I'm the author of the New York Times bestsellers, Happy for No Reason and Love for No Reason, and Chicken Soup for the Woman's Soul. And I'm a featured teacher in The Secret and founder of Your Year of Miracles. And there are thousands of like-spirited people who are here today for this Freedom Extravaganza, truly from all over the world. And we want to congratulate you. We want to congratulate you because you are taking the time to be here. You have a commitment to your freedom, whether it's freedom from patterns of thoughts or patterns of behavior or grudges or pain or unfulfilled expectations or any kind of emotional suffering. It's freedom that we're all here for, and we're wanting the freedom to know and be who we truly are. And I know that this is going to be an extraordinary transformational experience. I know that this will open all of our hearts and allow us to live life with more freedom, knowing that we are really truly worthy of this, not in the future, but now. And Pete and I feel very honored to get to be here as your MCs today for this wonderful Freedom Extravaganza with our extraordinary Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati. So welcome, Sadhvi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marcy and Pete, for bringing this together today. I am Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati, originally from California in the United States, but I've been living in Rishikesh, India, in the lap of the Himalayas for the last 25 years. And I'm so, so excited to share with all of you today freedom, because freedom is what I have found, what I have been so blessed to find. Freedom from all of the ways that I was so stuck. And that freedom to become unstuck and to be able to move through the world every minute and every moment, truly in joy, in peace, and allowing that flow of the universe to flow through me and to live in full alignment with that divine flow. So I'm so happy to be here, and such gratitude to Marcy and Pete and the entire Learning Strategies team.
Thanks, Sadhvi. I'm just thrilled to be here too. Now, maybe you've all seen people living with freedom and you think it's great that their lives work, but mine is kind of a struggle right now. Maybe I have money problems, relationships are a challenge, my health isn't great, I don't love what I'm doing, and I don't really know what I should be doing. Well, know that a lot of people are having a tough time right now. And that's one of the reasons that we created this Freedom Extravaganza, because we've all been there. Our guests have been there, and there's a way to turn it all around.
Yeah, there really is. And today you're going to hear from very powerful thought leaders who did not always experience freedom in their lives. They were people who felt stuck or trapped. They're going to share their failures and their moments of despair. And they made the choices and took the action so that now they're living lives of pure freedom and joy. And so our guests include the fantastic Dr. Sue Morter of the Energy Codes, the extraordinary Marianne Williamson of A Return to Love, the brilliant Dr. Bruce Lipton of The Biology of Belief, the wonderful Lynn McTaggart of The Intention Experiment, the incomparable Jack Canfield of Chicken Soup for the Soul and the Success Principles, the fantastic Deborah Poneman of Yes to Success, the love-filled Reverend Michael Beckwith of Agape International Spiritual Center, the trailblazing John Robbins of the Food Revolution Network, and the fabulous Janet Atwood of The Passion Test.
Now, they're all going to be sharing stories about the biggest mistakes that they made, and your mind will be blessed by what they have to say to you, because they've turned their lives around, and they're going to be showing you and telling you how you can turn your lives around. We know you can be inspired by their stories and realize that freedom just isn't for famous people or for lucky people. Freedom is for everyone, and especially freedom is for you. And Sadhviji, can you talk a little bit about maybe what is going to be happening as you're talking with the guests today?
Sure, Pete. It's such an honor and such a joy and such a blessing to be able to share these leaders with you. As Marcy and Pete have already mentioned and given their names, these leaders are truly the leaders in this beautiful world, sharing teachings on freedom, teachings on truly being able to step up to that plate of our life and accept fully the invitation that this universe has given all of us to live every minute and every moment in the freedom of joy and the freedom of peace. And what I love so much about these leaders you're going to hear from today, especially, is they've all struggled. They're not going to be stories of, oh yes, I came out of the womb free and awake. They're stories of being stuck and finding freedom. And to me, that's so critical. And I'm so looking forward to sharing all of them with you, because so many of us tragically feel like freedom isn't for us, that we are somehow disqualified, whether because of something that's happened to us, something we've done, something we think we should have done, but we haven't done. We disqualify ourselves and we think we're not worthy. And we then live our lives and lose our lives in so many ways because we haven't found freedom. And I want to just share a very quick story that I love about this, which is a story of a beggar who lived his whole life under a tree. And every day people would come by and they would give him some breadcrumbs, something to eat. And that was just how he eked out his existence. When the beggar died, they decided to bury him under the tree that he had lived under because he loved the tree. Why not? So the villagers started digging in the ground beneath the tree to bury him. And as they started to dig, they found just about 6 inches beneath the surface a treasure chest of diamonds and gold and rubies, emeralds, 6 inches beneath the surface. This beggar had spent his entire life begging for a stale breadcrumb when he was literally sitting on a treasure chest. And this is the story of our lives. Within each of us is a treasure chest of light, of joy, of peace, of freedom. We just have to dig a little bit. It's not an excavation, just a little bit. We dive deep and we find it. So I'm very, very very much looking forward to sharing all of these brilliant speakers with you today.
It's going to be a beautiful day. And, you know, it's all part of the celebration of Sadhviji's new memoir, which I have right here, Hollywood to the Himalayas, A Journey of Healing and Transformation. And it's a wonderful book. When you get it, you'll love it. I get all sorts of pages that are marked my favorite passages. And so do rush out and get the book sometime. We'll talk a little bit more about the book in the extravaganza today. Now, Before we're joined in a little bit by our first guest, we want to connect with you. This is an interactive extravaganza, so we're going to be answering questions and connecting with you. And we want to start by just knowing where you're from. So type in the chat box what city or state or province or country you're from. We're live on Zoom, multiple YouTube channels, multiple Facebook pages, and on Twitter accounts. So leave messages everywhere.
Wow.
So,
look at all these coming in. Now, some you may want to pick panelists and all attendees, and then everybody will be able to see. Wow, Spain, Connecticut, Miami, Canada, Minneapolis, Virginia, Italy, ciao, Romania.
Bloomington, Minnesota, Austria, San Antonio, Texas, England, Slovenia, throughout Canada. There's a couple from Canada here, a couple from Slovenia, actually.
Belgium, but in Italy on holiday, great place to be on holiday. New Mexico, Illinois, Denmark, the UK, wow, India, Netherlands, Texas, Colombia.
Sweden, a senior of 76 years old who has studied lifestyle coaching for years. More from London, Canada, California, Oregon, Slovenia again, Bend, Oregon, another Oregon, Washington, Switzerland, Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, the Caribbean, Nigeria, New Zealand, and it's 4 a.m. in New Zealand.
Wow.
So you know a little bit about that, Marcy, because you're in Hawaii now. It's awfully early for you.
I am in Hawaii. You all are going to get to be with the sunrise with me here. And Pete, where are you from?
Minnesota, in my home in Shakopee, Minnesota.
And Sadhvi?
Well, usually I'm in Rishikesh, India. At the moment, I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, wonderful.
In the hills of Topanga, actually, at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to just ask one other question, and then we'll introduce our first guest. And that's what's one area in your life where you'd like to experience more freedom? What's one area where, you know, if I had more freedom there, it could be emotionally, it could be in relationship, it could be with money, or it could be with your beliefs. Let's just get a couple ideas where you feel maybe a little more stuck in your life right now. And type those into the chat. And again, pick panelists and all attendees so we can all see it.
Career was the first one.
Okay, emotionally and financially, your body, money and health, limiting beliefs, health, personal relationships.
Yeah, career and finance again, lots of career and finance, purpose, life purpose, healthy relationships, abundance of money, being able to give back. That's good. And emotional freedom, that's one of the biggest things that will come is emotional freedom. You do the work with Sadhvi here, and it's just going to lighten everything.
And that's really what we're here for today. It's freedom in whatever area of your life that you are looking for greater expansion, greater freedom. And so let's get to it. Yes, I know that our first guest is here and ready. So let's get this freedom extravaganza flying and welcome our dear friend, Dr. Sue Morter. Dr. Sue, you want to turn on your camera so we can get to see you? Hey, there she is.
Great
and
to see you.
Dr.
Great
Sue
to see you.
So great to be with you always.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Let me introduce to you, I'll read to you a little bit of Dr. Sue's bio. Dr. Sue Morter is the author of The Energy Codes. She's one of my miracle partners in your Year of Miracles, co-leading your Year of Miracles with me. And Dr. Sue's visionary models and her techniques have ignited truly an entirely new approach to accessing creative genius and living from personal freedom, which is why she is with us today. Let me tell you, this woman lives from freedom. And she brings together the ancient wisdom traditions with cutting-edge quantum science to guide her students to unprecedented levels of creativity and health and healing by helping people build neurocircuitry to raise their cellular vibrational frequency. And I know that's a lot to say, but what that means is she helps people be free. And she often shares the stage with some of our amazing guests, Dr. Michael Beckwith, and she shares the stage with Greg Braden and Joe Dispenza and Elizabeth Gilbert and Dr. Bruce Lipton, who will also be with us today, and Marianne Williamson, who will be with us. So Sue, it's always a delight to get to be with you and so enlightening for everybody. So welcome.
It is my great pleasure to be here. I can't think of a better topic for an extravaganza than to really approach freedom and liberation and live the life that we are meant to be living. So I look forward to where we get to go today.
Yes. And so Pete and I are going to be with you. We're going to take off our cameras because Sadhvi is going to take it away so that we can hear all your great wisdom, and then
Sure.
We'll be back after you're done. So enjoy.
Fabulous.
Everybody enjoyed the amazing Dr. Sue and Sadhvi.
Okay.
Have fun.
Oh, Sue, it's such a joy to have you with us today. I remember so vividly the first time that we met at the Transformational Leadership Council meeting. On that first day, it was my very first meeting, and just how deeply connected to you in heart, in love, in energy I felt from that moment. And yes. We then had that great joy of being together in Rishikesh, India, when you came with a beautiful group, and we celebrated and sang and danced on the banks of the Ganga River in Rishikesh. And it was such a joy. And I want to just thank you and give you such gratitude and let everyone know what wonderful work you are doing, leading people to truly find that deepest, highest, freest energy within themselves, to exude that, to embody that, to live as that. So thank you so much for all you're doing in the world. And here today, as Marcy and Pete explained so beautifully, we are talking about freedom. And I know for you that this hasn't always been how you are. And if you could share with us a time in your life when you didn't feel free, when you felt stuck, what that was like and how you activated the energy and found freedom.
Absolutely. Wow. Yes, definitely didn't start out my life the way my life has turned out. And I'm eternally grateful for that. Just to give everyone an example, I slept on the floor of my closet when I was growing up because I was so intimidated about life. I was so convinced that I was not safe and that things were not okay and that there was something wrong, et cetera. And while I was spending all my time trying to figure out what that was, at night, I just wanted to crawl under something and basically hide. I only had to look one direction out of my closet in order to feel safe because I could see anything coming. And through school, I was very intimidated and quiet and became a real student, a real very studious person that was trying to just do it right. And I became perfectionistic in an effort to manage my life. If I could have everything go just as I could plan it, then I would feel this sense of safety. But of course, that generates a real sense of misery because it's as far from freedom as one can get when you're trying to control your entire external environment, which isn't the way life can actually unfold. And so even in the midst of my perfectionism and my efforts, I went to school and became a doctor and came out of school and set up my clinic and always, again, trying to follow all the rules so that I could be a good person and always trying to be a good citizen and be a good doctor and be a good daughter and a good sister and a good friend and a good partner and all that stuff that's just completely exhausting to us if we continue to live in this externalized version of who we are. And as a result of all of that efforting, I began to get migraine headaches to the degree that I was missing work. I was missing my clinical hours with patients. And when I wasn't having migraine headaches, I could go to work and I could help other people with their migraines, but I couldn't tap my own because I was externalized with my orientation, with my my come from. What I thought we had to do to be okay in this world was to fit in, was to connect. And if I could make my environment work, then I felt like it could work for me. And so in an attempt to serve my headaches and my stress levels that I was creating for myself, I sought out meditation. And in the middle of meditation practices, I instantly started having these transcendental, transformational experiences that changed my reality, changed who I thought we were and what was happening here. And I lit up, I woke up. And so in the midst of that, I devoted the next 10 years of my life to figuring out how to recreate that and how to reproduce it, and so that I could return to these high exalted states of consciousness on command. The problem was there was a great freedom in that, but I still hadn't adapted to how I worked in the outer world. So now I was stuck in this additional strain and effort of, now I knew something on the inside, and my professional colleagues were not walking this path at all. So now I was going to have to make another decision for myself, which was ultimately a decision that liberated me beyond any scope of freedom that I had ever imagined, which was to allow myself to pursue this deep awakening that I had encountered, rather than continue to try to please the parameters of my profession, which was, how I made my living. It was a very big risk. It was very intimidating. But ultimately, in the effort to do so, I found how to embody what I was awakening to. I discovered how to let that be true for me and to allow that to be my guide. So to translate that for everyone who's watching, it would be as if you were really reaching deeply inside yourself and finding what is in your heart of hearts that you are so intimidated to follow or to give a voice to or to engage in, and just having enough wherewithal in an instant's notice to trust it and to go with it, and to literally allow it to guide you, and to allow this flow to move through your life that is trying to break through and give you the path that you're here to live. So all of that came together for me over a period of years as these awakenings were happening and this integration was occurring. And so I also, in the process of that, had to, in addition to that, break away from a family business that also wasn't getting the depth of this truth and wasn't agreeing with it and supporting it. And I realized I could spend my life trying to convince the outer world about a deep truth that I knew to be a reality. Or I could just turn and go and reveal it and just share it with anyone and everyone who was interested in this information. And so a byproduct of this is, having to make decisions about leaving family businesses, having to make decisions about changing my professional career, making major shifts in my life that were releasing relationships that were not supportive to where I was headed. And to find the gumption to do that is what I know you are all about as well, Sadhvi. And this is why I love it that you've finally put a book together and that you are bringing this out for humanity, because that liberation is our purpose. It's our point for being here. And freedom is how we're supposed to be living. It isn't something that is out there and unattainable and for someone else. It is for every single one of us. Every single one of us is made of this gateway energy that is designed to open as soon as we learn how to give it permission. And so thank you, Sadhvi, for being one who is here as a way shower to offer up such permission and guidance for people about exactly how to do what we're here to do.
Thank you, Sue, for so much wisdom in such a beautiful capsule. And this idea of permission, requires trust. It requires us being able to trust our own energies, trust ourselves, trust our place in the universe. And you spoke about the very common places where that's so hard, our careers, our families, our relationships. And I know that people watching today, everybody who's watching is watching this because they want ultimate freedom. Yeah. And so if you had to give one special tool or one special teaching or one special technique of finding that trust to allow ourselves to give ourselves permission to really be able to navigate that space with family and career and all of that that is supporting in some cases that which isn't free in us, what would that tool or technique or teaching be?
So many. Okay. So I'm going to just share this basic bottom line that we all have to do. And that is to come back onto ourselves. I kind of describe it like when we land here, we sort of splat and our body goes one way, our mind goes another, the breath is out here and the spirit is just kind of hanging out, waiting to see if it's ever actually going to feel safe to come on into this life and do this thing called being human. And in that splat, we experience ourselves as very dispersed. And we are definitely having a tendency to direct our attention to the outer world for acceptance and approval and connectivity and a sense of belonging. And so what I like for people to do, and this is what I do myself all the time, if I'm ever up leveling and in new territory, I always drop back to the basics. And that is how I sustain this sense of self that allows for this trust to come more easily. What I used to call courage is now just a state of come from. It is something that I experience all the time. So I don't ever have to be courageous. I just do what I'm about to share with everyone. Okay. So imagine that you landed and you just splatted and all your energy just went in every direction. And so we have to gather it back. So I'd like for everyone in this moment, while you're here watching and participating, to imagine that someone just walked through the door that pushes your buttons or triggers you in some way. Or if it's not a person, maybe you're in a situation that you just don't like to be in and it just intimidates you and you feel like you're in shackles that's coming down the road and it's coming up and you're going to have to deal with it. If you could either think of that person or that situation in this moment and notice if this person comes through the door, how your energy just goes over there to them. Or notice if you're thinking about something that's coming down the road that you're going to have to do that you don't want to do, how your energy just goes off into the future. It just splats and disperses. And notice how you feel in your body as if it's happening right now. The person's walking in the room. You're right now in that situation. Your energy is dispersing. Notice how you feel in your body. There is a deep sensation of emptiness, maybe a flutter, maybe a wobble in your energy field. All sorts of things are happening. And now I'm just going to have you to stealthily, secretly, just call your energy back onto you. Just draw it back home, claim it back for you, and take a big belly breath as you do. Just call it in. And the moment that you set your mind with the intention, you're generating a shift of photons, which I work a lot with quantum science and teaching people how thoughts are affecting us on every levels. And I know we're going to have a lot of experience with that today. But we're creating a photon density deep in the core of your being. Draw it back to you. Come on to the self. Claim it back. Notice how that feels in your body as you take a deep breath in. Squeeze your shoulder blades together and drop them down as you take a big belly breath. Just a big belly breath. Let yourself settle back again. Now, bring your attention back onto the person in the doorway. Let's just repeat this pattern for a moment and throw all your energy onto them. Notice how it feels in your body. The moment you vacate the premises, the moment you disempower, you're disconnecting from the central channel core presence that you really are as a stream of consciousness. Notice the emptiness, the wobble, the feebleness, the weakness. Now claim it back. Draw it back onto you. Take a deep belly breath. Just claim it back in. You will feel the energy follow your thought right into the core of your body. Take a big belly breath. Now, I'd like to invite you to breathe up from the earth into the belly. Squeeze your shoulder blades together, roll your eyes upward, and exhale from your belly up through your chest, up through your throat, right up through the center of your brain, right behind your eyes where the tension is, and just shoot that breath right out the top of your head. Now, take a deep breath from above your head, a couple of feet above your head. Breathe right down into the center of your brain, through the center of your throat, through the center of your chest, all the way into your belly, as if you're drawing it with the breath right down into the belly. Now, squeeze the muscles in the base of your pelvic bowl, as if you were going to the bathroom and you had to stop the stream instantly. Just give those muscles a squeeze right now. And then exhale and keep them squeezed and just shoot the breath right down into the earth. And now keep them squeezed. Take a breath up from the earth, right back up into your belly. And then exhale right up in between your shoulder blades, through the heart, through the throat, to the center of your brain, and just exhale it right out the top of your head. One last breath in from overhead, right into the center of the brain, the center of the throat, the chest, all the way down into the belly. Big Buddha belly breath. Draw it big, draw it deep into your core. And exhale right into the earth. And then one last inhale up from the earth, right into the belly. And just exhale. Now, what we've just been doing is a central channel breath that activates the most potent aspect of our ability to integrate our power as a multidimensional cosmic being, a presence on this planet. And as we activate that, we automatically instill a sense of, oh, this is who I am. Oh, here I am. Here I am. Squeeze the shoulder blades, drop them down, squeeze those muscles in the base of the pelvic bowl every once in a while. It starts to anchor your energy back in your core. Come back onto the self instead of throwing your energy onto the people or the places or the circumstances of the past or the future, and come right here. Not just intellectually, but come into your body physically with your breath. And allow squeezing these muscles in the base of the pelvic bowl, dropping the shoulder blades together and down, rolling this and finding this channel, this tube down through the central core. I do this all the time. And every single time I do, it allows me to know that I can feel a sense of presence that I don't when I'm splatted. When I gather that energy back onto the self instead of onto some object of my mind, I instantly feel the empowerment that I felt the moment that I lit up in this higher state of consciousness, knowing that every single one of us is made of pure light and the power to integrate it. And a byproduct of that is I am free to speak my truth without fear. I am free to step into my projects, knowing that they are meant to be. And that freedom is our birthright. It isn't something we have to earn. It is merely something we must allow. And by coming on to this deep core self, that allowance, that permission that you were speaking of, Sadhvi, is so much easier for me.
So beautiful, Sue.
You know, Sadhvi, what I absolutely love about you, having this extravaganza today and pulling people together in this way is that they're going to get a little slice of you and the vibration that you are bringing and allowing to move through you and out into the world is profound. It is in your writings. It is in your speaking. It is emanating off of you constantly. And in any amount that someone can put themselves in the presence of that, I say that is a giant step toward freedom. So I'm thrilled that you've finally written a book and that you're finally letting it out for everyone. And I'm honored to be in support of that. I think this is a book that people should not only read, but that people should support and share with others, because it isn't just about us freeing ourselves. It's about us paying that forward and allowing other people to know what we're learning as we go. So I celebrate you. I know we're in for a great day with you here today.
Oh, Sue, I'm so filled with gratitude, love, lots of deep, wonderful energy from the breath. And isn't it so beautiful how that which we need to free us is, as those listening, you're going to hear in so many different ways, so many different times today, is something already with us. That technique that Sue just gave of the breath. Well, the breath isn't something that we have to buy from a store. It's not something that we have to somehow create out of that which we don't have. It's with us. And that which is within us is that key to that which we're looking for. So it's been such a joy, Sue, to have you. And thank you so much also for the beautiful words about my book. Yes, it did take years to finally get me to sit down and write it, with much prodding from our beloved Marcy and Ariel and other friends. And I'm so glad that I finally did, because I see, as it's come to fruition like this, exactly what you were speaking about, which is that way for it to ripple out and touch the world. So thank you so much for your presence, your words, your teaching, and for being with us today.
Oh, my great pleasure. Thank you for bringing us Hollywood to the Himalayas. What a joy. What a delight.
And Dr. Sue, as always, brilliant. Why don't you stand for just a second while people can write into the chat, what did you get from that? What are you taking away? Any words for Sue about her sharing? I thought that was, I've heard this so many times from you, Sue, and that was just compelling and concise and wonderful, and it works. So, all right, let's see what lots of thanks for you, Sue. Truly spiritual experience. If you want to write into the chat anything that you want to remember, take away from what Sue shared. And Terry saying, I can hardly wait to get my book in the mail. Yes, we're all. Channel breath is remarkable. Everything that said resonates with me. Thank you, Sue, for sharing and giving yourself permission. So much more grounded. I'm feeling so much more grounded and refreshed that we can step into courage. So thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah. Okay.
Love to you.
Let's have a fabulous day.
Yes.
All right. Bye-bye, everyone.
Oh, wonderful. Fantastic. So Sadhvi, let's talk for just a moment about your new memoir that's coming out, Hollywood to the Himalayas. But first, I actually, I want to read to everybody your bio, because I want, obviously you're beaming with love, you're beaming with kindness and freedom, but you're also amazingly accomplished. And I think that it's really important that people get to see who you've become here on earth, so that they're going to want to read your story. So may I read your bio and maybe make you blush a bit?
Well, of course you can read it, and it would make me blush if I felt that I somehow had accomplished it, that it was about me. But I'm so acutely aware that I'm just a vehicle and a vessel for the flow of the divine. And I don't think you can make God blush. So go ahead.
All right. Well, here we go. So Sadhvi is based in Rishikesh, India. She was raised in Hollywood. She's a graduate of Stanford University, and she's lived on the banks of the sacred Ganga River in the lap of the Himalayas for almost 25 years, engaged in spiritual service and wisdom teaching and sacred action and deep spiritual practice. Now, with that, Sadhvi also serves as Secretary General of the Global Interfaith WASH Alliance, which is an international interfaith organization that's dedicated to clean water, sanitation, and hygiene. Sadhvi is also president of the Divine Shakti Foundation, which is a foundation that runs free schools and vocational training programs and empowerment programs. She's the director of the world famous International Yoga Festival that's been covered in Time Magazine and CNN and New York Times and other prestigious publications. I've had the great joy of attending a few times. She's spoken at several United Nations events. She's featured in major media throughout the world. She's on the United Nations Advisory Council on Religion and on the steering committee of the International Partnership for Religion and Sustainable Development, and the Moral Imperative to End Extreme Poverty, which is a campaign by the United Nations and the World Bank. She was officially initiated into the Order of Sannyas, which is the monastic renunciation, in the year 2000 by His Holiness Swami Chidanand Saraswati-ji, one of the most revered spiritual leaders in India and the president of Parmarth Nikatan. And actually, we will be hearing from him a little later today. And Sadhvi was also the managing editor of the monumental project, which is an 11-volume encyclopedia of Hinduism. Let me tell you, that is monumental. And at Parmarth Nikatan, where she lives most of the year, she oversees a wide variety of humanitarian projects. She teaches meditation, she lectures, she writes, she counsels people and families. She is a unique female voice of spiritual leadership, truly throughout India and the world. And I consider one of my great privileges in life getting to be with Sadhvi. She stays at my home when she's in Northern California, and I visited her, as I said, a number of times in India. And Sadhvi is one of the most exquisite beings who really bridges both worlds, this world of the everyday life that we live in. And she does it with just, she serves in so many ways in life. And then the deeply spiritual life of freedom. And she shows us how to merge both of those. Sadhvi, I love, love, love having you in my life. And I am so grateful that you are sharing your wisdom and your story for all of us in Hollywood to the Himalayas. So thank you for having done that. And for
I
all
love you. I love you so much, Marcy.
Well, you are right. I did kind of nudge and urge and beg and all of that for you to speak about Hollywood to the Himalayas. So I'd love for you to just to share with us why everyone should read this book. I know, but I want to know what it is that what is it that you speak about in terms of freedom? Maybe that's what you could spend just a moment about, and then I know our next guest is going to share with us.
Sure. So it's a book of my journey from being stuck, from having everything that from the outside looks exactly like all of what we need in order to be happy. The privilege, the opportunity, the financial situation, the education, I had all of that. But I also struggled. And I struggled very deeply, and I experienced a lot of challenges and even trauma. And I had my own very well-intentioned but not very effective ways of dealing with the way that I struggled, as we all do. And I was very stuck. I didn't trust myself. I didn't trust the universe. I didn't trust my place in the universe. In India, I was given a teaching, an experience of true freedom, of letting go of that which had kept me stuck. Patterns of thought, patterns of living, patterns of identifying, like who I thought I was. When I said, I am, fill in the blank, what that blank was filled with. And I was given such a beautiful blessing. And the book is a story, true story, of that which had made me stuck, the challenges, just so that you, the reader, know that along with knowing freedom and knowing peace and knowing joy and knowing awakening, I also know struggle and challenge and difficulty and trauma and addiction and all of the different, and anxiety and depression and all of the different things that afflict us in so many ways. and that I know this freedom. And that if I can know that, so can you. And so the book gives the story, which is an amazing story in so many ways. It's a funny story in many ways. It's an expansive story. And in that story, what I really want all of you to know is that that can be your story. Maybe not in Rishikesh, maybe in New York or LA or London or Slovenia or wherever you may be. But you can find that.
And I've gotten to read the book, and I will say it is so compelling the entire way through. You're just it's an amazing story, and it's so relatable. You know, here is Sadhvi in her robe, and you think, oh, that's just a different life than mine. But Sadhvi's life is very much like all of our lives have been, what she's come from, and it's so. As you said, it's funny, it's engaging, I loved getting to read about your story and seeing how it relates to me and experiencing my own freedom with that. So we're going to put up the slide about how you can get the book. If you pre-order the book now, we're going to give you a complimentary enrollment in Sadhvi's upcoming webinar, which is called Freedom: How to Break from 3 Limitations in Life. So go ahead and pre-order the book right now. The official release date is actually August 3rd, but if you order it now, you will be sure to be the first to receive it, whether you can order it from your local bookstore or from Amazon. And Sadhvi, Deepak Chopra loved your book. This is what he said about it. He said, Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati is a great teacher of spirituality and consciousness. Her inspiring wisdom illuminates the path to healing, happiness, and inner peace. And so what I love, Sadhvi, is that every one of the great teachers, leaders in the West, just as well as in the East, but the ones that we are more familiar with, they so love your story and love you. And included is the next guest that we have coming up, and that is the brilliant Marianne Williamson. And Marianne is one of only 2 of the luminaries today who couldn't be with us live. All the others are live. Sue was just with us live, and all the others will be live. But Marianne and Sadhvi got together for a delightful conversation, and we're going to play that right now. Yes.
A blessing and such an honor and such a joy to introduce our next speaker, who really needs absolutely no introduction. Marianne Williamson is an internationally known, internationally beloved author, activist, transformational leader. She's written 14 books, out of which 7 of them are on the New York Times best-selling list. She truly is bringing such wisdom, such inspiration to people across the world, across all walks of life. She also, as most of you know, ran for president of the United States in the recent election for the Democratic Party, which is just such an embodiment of the way that she translates, channels her own spiritual awareness, experience, wisdom into action, into service, to really bring equality, justice to people not only of America, but to people of the entire world. And of course, all of that is rooted in her deep philosophy, her deep practice, and her deep sharing of love. She's the founder of Project Angel Food, which brings love in the form of food to people who are homebound, who are ill, who are ailing. To date, they've delivered over 13 million meals. So there's so much more to tell you about her, but I want to actually invite her to come on. The only last piece to share is that I have had the very personal joy and honor of being with her at the Parliament of World Religions, in which we shared together about the power and importance of the divine feminine in the creation and the sustenance and the protection and preservation of Mother Nature and Mother Earth. And Marianne is just such a great leader, mentor, inspirer, teacher. And I'm so, so glad and so honored to have her with us today. Marianne, welcome.
Well, thank you. That was such a generous introduction. I appreciate it. And it's an honor to be here. Thank you, Tavi.
As you know, today we are here speaking about freedom, liberation. And I would love it if you could share a personal experience in which you found yourself awakening into experiencing freedom, liberation.
I don't subscribe to the eureka theory of personal transformation. One moment, like Paul on the road, and then all of a sudden you get it. What I've experienced is what I think most people experience, which is a spiritual and personal maturation process by which you come to understand that this world is not it. And that, much like Buddha said, our attachment to the things of this world, our grasping for the things of this world, are in fact the source of our suffering. And that as we free ourselves from thinking that anything in this world can ultimately satisfy us, then we are freed of those false attachments. And we can live in a different realm of emotional, psychological, and spiritual understanding. And that is the only place where there's peace. And it does feel like we have been liberated and freed from a certain level of anxiety and emotion-backed lust for people and things that doesn't serve us. Now, a lot of people hear that and get nervous because they think that that means that you will no longer enjoy ice cream, or you'll no longer get to have something pretty in your apartment or something like that. And of course, it's the opposite. We actually have a much healthier relationship to this plane, the mortal, the material plane, including a healthier ability to attract that which would serve us on our journey and enjoy what's there when we actually know that this ain't it. So my personal experience is that when I meditate, I'm a student of A Course in Miracles. I also do transcendental meditation. When I do my meditation and practice the principles, I am there enough. There have been very few times in my life when I felt, in this moment, I've completely transcended. But I have enough of a operational ground of being that gives me peace more often than not, which derives from my from the freedom from my false belief that this world is what's really going on. Once you know, of course, I'm a student of the Course in Miracles, so that's the main contextualization, although I believe there's one truth spoken in many different ways. I think all the great religious and spiritual teachings point to that same truth. The Course is based on that those universal spiritual themes, that beyond this world, there is a world I want. That this world is like a veil of illusion, that beyond the three dimensions, there is love and love only. And to be freed from the thought that the guilt is real, the material things matter as much as I think they do, to be freed from the belief that we're separate from God, to be freed from the belief that we're separate from each other, to be freed from the belief that this mortal bodily experience is all there is. to be freed from the belief that my guilt or anyone else's defines who we are. To be freed from the belief that I need to go make it happen rather than be the person who naturally attracts and can receive what happens. These are the dynamics of freedom that give me the life that works.
Thank you. Thank you. That was so, so beautiful. And as people everywhere are suffering in so many different ways, from that illusion, from so much of that which you spoke about, finding some degree of freedom from, how would you suggest that others can find this maturation process that you spoke about that you've been through? How would you suggest that others can blossom on that maturation process in such a way that they too can find some degree of freedom, of liberation from that which binds them, from that which is causing suffering for them?
If you ask in your heart, books will fall at your feet. You didn't think you were looking for it, and you found yourself in India, and you had that experience. I saw the Course in Miracles. Most people either have a path, they know it's the one, they're just not walking it, or they just know that it's kind of in general. I mean, they're here, they're listening to us, but they don't know where to go or what to do. There's your book, there's my book, there are a million other people's books. There's the original source material of the great religious and spiritual traditions, especially in today's world. Especially in today's world. If you want to find a path, and it's the path of love, it's the path of forgiveness, it's the path of meditation, it's the path of prayer. And if you're looking for it and you're clear about that in your heart, that path, that teacher, whether it's an external teacher or an internal teacher, will appear in your life.
You mentioned so beautifully and so aptly that people have a path, they're just not walking it. What would you suggest to those who have the books? They have fallen at their feet or have the path, but they just aren't walking it. For whatever reason, they cannot bring themselves to just put one foot in front of each other on the path that they know they're supposed to walk.
There's no cannot there. There's a do not choose to there. And the only mature response at this point is enjoy your pain. I mean, come on, we all need to stop coddling that in ourselves, or to you, poor thing, you can't. No, you chose not to. There's a difference. When you look at what the great systems are asking of your time, Course in Miracles or any other, very few of them in the modern sort of iterations are asking for what? Maybe 20 minutes in the morning, maybe 20 minutes in the afternoon. And even there, it's building up to that. There is no can't here. Okay, so that's the first thing we need to do. And that is because the anxiety of the world is a perverse comfort zone. It's what we're used to. The freneticism. I mean, you sit down to meditate for 10 minutes and you find yourself opening your eyes and checking your phone. Well, you simply realize instead of that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set my alarm clock on my phone. And if it's a 10-minute meditation or a 15-minute meditation or a 20-minute meditation, I'm going to put it on the other side of the room. And I'm not going to open my eyes until that alarm goes off. Now, you find some very interesting things there because you have to sit with, why is this so difficult? Why am I so attached to the hysteria? But then it burns away. It burns away. But we do need to get over, I can't. No, you can't. You've done a lot harder things for a lot more money. This costs no money. All it's asking is 20 minutes of silence, and you can't. So that shows us the level of resistance that the mind has. And I think that's what we need to be with each other. So I don't, I would never show the disrespect to someone to say, oh, poor darling, you can't. To me, it shows respect to people to say, it's your choice. It's like physical exercise. If you do it, it works. If you don't, it doesn't. It's like going to AA, the 12 steps of AA. If you do it, it works. If you do it, if you don't, it doesn't. If you do the workbook of the Course in Miracles, it works. If you don't, it doesn't. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and the world has gone too far for us to be anything less than taking this very, very seriously now. And there is a level on which, when you meditate and when you practice these things, you literally become an instrument for global transformation in a way and at a time at which, if we don't, there are questions about whether or not the world as we know it will survive. So I think we all need to say to each other, step it up.
Yes, yes, beautiful. Really, really beautiful. Thank you. Lastly, you spoke about the situation of the world today. And
I'm sorry, the situation.
of the world, you spoke about the situation of the world today.
Yes, yes.
And the need for people to step it up.
Right.
And we've spoken, you and I together at other times, about the environmental situation.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if, just in closing, you could share some thoughts on, here we are in this pandemic, now entering the second year, well into our second year of it. And as we have been locked down, shut down in this environment, in this situation, in this fear, what deeper understandings with regard to freedom and liberation and the way for us to find and embrace that have come to you?
I heard our colleague, Carolyn Mace, say, COVID is not just the disease, COVID is also the medicine. Someone else said, it's like Mother Nature saying to humanity, go to your room and think about what you've done. It's a forced quieting, which is probably our only salvation. Because as Gandhi said, humanity is not in its right mind. The problem with the world is that we're not in our right mind. Blaise Pascal said, every problem in the world is rooted in mankind's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. So even though nothing makes us more hysterical than that quiet room, just like we were talking about before, you can't get yourself to close your eyes for 10 minutes without wanting to open your eyes and check your emails, right? That activity of the mind, which does not know how to be quiet within itself, is the problem, because it is separation from self. It is deviation from self. It is a fractured consciousness. I think that for the entire world to be reminded that we aren't in control. This virus has been in control. We have not been in control. That, like other issues, such as the environmental crisis, we're not as smart as we apparently thought we were. And if we don't humble ourselves and rather quickly, then forces of chaos that we had previously been distracted from, ignoring, minimizing, or in whatever other way, turning away from, will make themselves heard in ways that are possibly catastrophic globally. I think that just as during the AIDS crisis many years ago, it was an experience unlike any other to be that up close with issues of life and death. And COVID has done that. I think a lot of people have matured. And I know in the United States, we've had a crisis of post-adolescence. People, too many women who behave like little girls, too many men who behave like little boys. And I think as difficult as this period has been, a lot of people are growing up in ways that perhaps you can't register externally, but which I think will have external ramifications in the years to come. I think that there is a great, I don't want to say battle, because while fear does battle, love doesn't fight back. But there is a great simultaneous phenomenon. The forces of fear are intensifying, the forces of disintegration and devolution are intensifying, and the forces of love and evolution and enlightenment and liberation are also intensifying because they're resonating more powerfully because more people are opening to them. So this great blossoming is occurring at the same time. And I don't think any of us individually can see the whole plan. But what we can do is surrender ourselves. What we can do is say, use me, and go where, as you and I were talking about before, where does love lead me today? Where would love have me be? You want me to go to India, God? I'll go to India. You want me to go to Los Angeles? I'll go to Los Angeles. Where do you want me to go? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say, and to whom? And there's some central intelligence, just like in the body, every cell is assigned. I think we're all cells in the larger body, and we're assigned. And faith means to me knowing. Love will prevail. Love will prevail. The Course in Miracles says God's will has never not been done. What that means in terms of how much human suffering or other species suffering will have to occur before love prevails, that's completely up to us. That's where free will comes in. We can go wisely, or we can go because we're so dangerous and reckless that we call upon ourselves the great pain and the great sorrows that will force us to awaken. All that really matters is that we, in our own way, preparing ourselves every morning with prayer, with meditation, with whatever our work is, that enables us to be aligned with the thoughts, with the feelings, with the energies, to show up for this great birth. And I do believe one of two things will happen if you do this. You will either live to see it, or you'll die knowing you did what you could while you were here. Either way, it's a win.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
such a depth of wisdom, of presence, of clarity, and of love.
Well,
That
thank you.
infuse
Thank you.
it all.
And thank you for your wonderful book. And I hope it finds its way into the hands of many, many, many people whose life I know will be blessed from reading it. So good luck to you with that.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you so much for
You're so welcome.
your beautiful support.
God bless you, honey.
Mm.
Oh, Sadhvi, what great words you and Marianne shared. And I know that was hard to hear. The volume was low, and we apologize for that. We will be definitely playing this again at the end of today. We'll be making sure that you all get a hold of, that you can hear that again with higher volume. And we'll play the replay of the video at the end of today as well. So I love what she shared. Love will prevail. Maybe you can put into the chat, everybody can put in the chat just one thing that you feel from hearing her or that you want to take away, and we'll read some of those. Sadhvi, what is something that you'd love to emphasize about what Marianne shared?
For me, what I love so much is actually an embodiment of who she is, which of course she shared, but it's not just in her words, it's in her life. Because a lot of us think of freedom as somehow extricating ourselves from action, from doing, from life. We think that what makes us stuck is the things that we have to do. And a lot of people tragically equate freedom with not doing. And of course, there isn't time now to go into it, but all of our beautiful scriptures, the Bhagavad Gita, the scriptures explain to us so clearly that our awakening is actually through action. And Marianne is such a beautiful embodiment of that. I mean, here is a woman who ran a fantastic, phenomenal campaign for President of the United States of America. And simultaneously is this embodiment of freedom, of love, of peace, of joy. And it just reminds us and re-demonstrates to us so clearly that there is freedom in action. There is freedom in life. There is freedom in engagement. It all has to do with the setting of our mind and the practices that she spoke about so beautifully in terms of the actual practices that we need to bring into our own lives. But that freedom is not that we stop doing. Here you can run for president of the country and be living in a state of awakening, of freedom, of joy, of peace, of fullness. So if she can do it at that time, we can all do it in whatever activities take up our days.
Beautiful. That's true. I mean, freedom is really for all of us. And that's what we're here today for with the Freedom Extravaganza. We're celebrating freedom and how we each can live a life of freedom, no matter what it is we're doing, whether we're running for president or living in India or doing whatever it is we do. And and also today we're here to celebrate Sadhvi, your new memoir. People have been asking about it. It's called Hollywood to the Himalayas, a journey of healing and transformation. And maybe we can put up just the slide for it again, very briefly, if we can, or put in the chat how you can get this. This book, I want to encourage you to order the book now, because when you do, you can attend this live webinar with Sadhvi called Freedom, How to Break from 3 Big Limitations in Life. So the book comes out on August 3rd, but you can order it now and you'll be able to have this webinar, which during the webinar, it's going to be 90 minutes with questions and answers also, and you're going to be helping people become more free in their life, Sadhvi. So that's exciting and wonderful. And thank you really for offering the book, but also this free webinar that goes with it. So I know that our next guest is here, and let's go ahead. Shall we go ahead and bring up our brilliant next guest? Is that right?
Absolutely.
I also want our viewers to know that in the next hour, you're going to be receiving a special blessing and message from Sadhvi's guru, Pujya Swamiji. He's one of the most revered leaders in India, and you are going to love this special message from him today, which is an auspicious, very most auspicious day, the full moon in July. So we'll get to be hearing that in the next hour. But let's bring up Dr. Bruce Lipton. Bruce, are you here?
I am here, and I've been watching you and so appreciate you so much, Marcy. Years ago, people don't know, I met you when you were really delving into pre and perinatal health. And it's interesting because the foundation to move into the future in our world is really dependent on understanding raising children, conscious parenting, because the kids become what we program them to become. And we have to take some responsibility in all this. And you were there early in the game.
Oh, well,
This is
it's always great great to be with you. And I'm going to read your formal introduction.
Just a little tiny piece. Don't read just a little piece of it.
Okay, a little piece of it. And then Sadhviji is going to go ahead and have this beautiful conversation. So Dr. Bruce Lipton is a cell biologist. He's a lecturer. He's an internationally recognized leader in bridging science and spirit. Bruce was on the faculty of the University of Wisconsin School of Medicine, and later he performed groundbreaking stem cell research at Stanford University. He's the author, of course, of the best-selling books, The Biology of Belief, The Honeymoon Effect, and co-author of Spontaneous Evolution. In 2009, Bruce received the Goy Peace Award in honor of his scientific contribution to world harmony. Love that. World harmony and freedom. They go hand in hand. So welcome, Bruce and Sadhvi. You guys are going to have a fantastic conversation. I'll be listening on the side.
Thank you, Marcy. Thank you so very much. Now let me see my beautiful friend, Sadhviji, on the screen. There!
Brucey and I are going to have not just a wonderful conversation, but we're going to have a love fest. I am so happy that you are here. It's such a joy to behold you in front of me and to have you in my life. We've been together on the banks of Mother Ganga. We've been together on the banks of the Pacific Ocean. We've been together in so many beautiful places in the world. But where we're always together is in that beautiful place in our hearts and in our love and in our spirit. And you really are a brother of the heart, a brother of the spirit. And I'm so grateful for you on this planet, for what you bring to the world, for this exquisite bridge of science and spirit that you embody and hold so amazingly. And I'm so excited for all of our viewers today to be able to bathe in the joy and the wisdom and the brilliance of you. And so with that, I know that in your teachings and in your writings, it's all about freedom. It's about freedom from patterns. It's about freedom from beliefs. It's about freedom from all the ways that we think we're stuck, from our genes to our thoughts and everything in between. But you weren't always like this, right? Can you take us back to a time when you weren't living in such an exalted, free state, swimming in the ocean of bliss? And what was that like? And then how did you find freedom in that state, in that moment? What was that like? Share that with us.
Well, I am the happiest of guys now, but it took me almost 50 years to really get there. And the fact, let's go back, well, when I was in the 40s, that was like 1980s. And I was working on stem cells and teaching people what most people still believe, that the genes that we inherit really determine the character of our lives. And that becomes, when you think about it, it's like, well, did you pick the genes you came with? And we go, not that I know of. Can you change the genes if you don't like the characteristics? It's, no. And then we tell you on top of that is, oh, the genes turn on and off by themselves. So you could be walking down the street and the gene goes, oh, time for cancer. It's like, what? And then I said, what were we teaching? What were we teaching to medical people as well as the public? Is that we were victims of heredity, that things were running in our family and then that would determine the character of our lives. And then the fear associated with that is, oh my God, like Angelina Jolie, for example, had a double mastectomy because the fear of breast cancer, of her mother dying from it and her grandmother, of course, that put into her mind that she would be a next victim of that. And then she has a double mastectomy to say, I will prevent this from happening, which is, well, that's not really true. But what was the point? It was the fear. And the fear of being a victim, meaning you're powerless. And I go, this is what people believe about their health. I am powerless. We got programmed when we were children to recognize when it comes to health, we don't take care of that. We go to the specialist, the doctor. I said, what is that learning period in our first 7 years? What does that do? It programs us. I said, yeah, but what's the program? And the program is, I'm not in charge of my health. That when it comes to health issues, I have to go see another person, and then their truth becomes my truth, because who am I? And I say, so what's the consequence? I say, first thing, you just gave up power over your health. You say, I won't take care of my health. I'm going to let that professional. That's my program. And I go, well, there's a problem. And the problem is, as I was learning and then attributing my life to programs that I didn't know I had, because that was before I knew about the 7 years of programming. I looked at my life and it was like, okay, I was really good professionally. That's how I got to be the cell biologist, and the joy of working in that field of science. And that was really great. But the rest of my life was a shambles. It's like I couldn't get a relationship off the ground no matter what I tried. And it was like, oh my God, I am doomed here. Why? Because I must have got the parenting genes and the from my father and my mother, and I'm not really good at it. And so I was working as life is just a mechanism. You do your thing, and then it's dust to dust. I had no spiritual foundation at all, because it was genes and proteins and chromosomes. That's and my dear Sadhviji knows exactly what I'm talking about, because she comes from a very serious science background, and that's why when we started collaborating and talking together, it was like, oh wow, we have this basic understanding of it, and the basic fact was this: okay, I'm a machine. That's what we were teaching. Go to the doctor. That's the repair person. Fix a machine. And what I learned through my research was that genes don't control life, and genes don't control themselves. And it's like, oh my God, I spent a whole career teaching this to medical doctors, that the genes control your life. And the fear that that's pervasive out there is that I'm not in charge. And I'm working with what are called stem cells. And this is 50 years ago. And my research with stem cells revealed that genetically identical cells in different environments have different fate. And what does that mean? It says, well, they all have the same genes, but the fate wasn't based on the genes. The fate was based on the environment. And all of a sudden, my research started to go off and say, wait, genes don't turn on and off. That's a complete false statement. Genes are blueprints. And I go, relevant, go into an architect's office where she's working on a blueprint, and lean over this architect's shoulder and ask her, hey, is your blueprint on or off? And she would look at me and she's like, well, it's a blueprint. There's no on and off. And I go, precisely. A gene is a blueprint to make a protein. It doesn't know on and off. It has no control by itself. It's not self-emergent, meaning it doesn't control us. It turns out that our perceptions and the environment we live in, and our perceptions of the environment, control our genetics. And I go, so why is that relevant? I say, I can change my perceptions. And all of a sudden it says, I'm not a victim of anything more than the programming that I got in that first 7 years. And it was interesting, because the real part that changed everything for me, Sadhviji, which you had run into before I did, was, as I said, I wasn't spiritual, but as I started to look at how the environment was controlling the cells, I started to recognize no two people are biologically identical. And I said, what does that mean? I can't exchange cells with you. You can't exchange cells or organs with me, because if I put my cells in your body, your immune system will say not self. And if you put your cells into somebody else's body, their immune system will say not self. I said, so what's the point? There's a self built into your cells that is different than the self built into your neighbor's cells. And I go, so why is that relevant? I said, well, what is the self? And that's what I started looking at. And it was like, oh, on the surface of our cells are these protein antennas, just like TV antennas. No two people have the same set of these protein receptors. Their name for them is interesting: self receptors, receivers of self. And I go, when I started looking, I said, but these receptors are on the outside of the cell. And I said, so why was that relevant? I said, well, if they're getting a signal of self, the self isn't in the cell. The self is sent to the cell. And then all of a sudden I go, wait, then the self is not in here. And then I started getting a little quantum physics, started to realize we are energy units playing through what we appear to be a physical body, and that our identity is picked up by these receptors. And if I take the receptors off your cells, then your cells have no identity. I could put them into any human because it's not Sadhviji cells, not Bruce's cells. And I go, so wait, so I'm still getting there, folks. There's a point coming here. And I started to recognize, well, wait a second. Bruce is a set of antennas. Well, we focus on the antennas in medicine. I go, no, you fail to understand. Antennas receive a signal. And all of a sudden I started to realize my identity is something signal in the environment that is being picked up by my cells. And so Bruce, the guy who's like thinking, going all the time, going, wait a minute, I'm a broadcast. Bruce is a broadcast. My body is a receiver. And I make a joke like, I'm a television set, Sadhviji, and you're watching the Bruce show right now. And the point about it is, well, the television can break. And then we say, television's dead. And I go, yeah, that happens. And I say, is the broadcast still there? I say, you're watching a show. You say the television's dead. And I say, then what? I say, get another TV, plug it in, turn it on, and tune it to the station. And you're back on again. And all of a sudden I realized, oh my God, and this is it. I can't die. I'm not in here. I'm the broadcast. And then it's all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, I can't die because I'm the TV, this physical thing. And what does it mean? It says, well, down the road, a baby is born with what? Oh, the same antennas. I'm back on, I got a new TV set. I said, does it make a difference, male or female? No, that's the TV set. Does it make a difference if it's a black, brown, red, yellow, white TV? I said, no, that's a TV set. We are the broadcasts. And all of a sudden I realized, oh my God, all of us come from this energy, and this energy is a field, and each of us is a receiving station of our own little broadcast out of the field. But collectively, we're the radio band. We got all the stations on here. We're all in the same radio band, but each of us comes in here. So, okay, so now comes the moment of like supreme joy and reality. And I say, what was that? And I say, okay, I got to the point. Okay, I have a spiritual part and I have this physical part. And I asked a simple question. I said, why have a body? Why not just be the spirit? And then this is when I found out I had Jewish comedian cells. I go, what's that? I go, I asked a question of myself, why have a body? Why not just be a spirit? And 50 trillion cells in my body welled up with an answer. And I said, the answer, what was I said? I asked a question. The answer came back in the form of a question. That's where the Jewish comedian guy came in. I asked, why have both a spirit and a body? And the cells answered with this. Quote, Bruce, if you're just a spirit, what does chocolate taste like? And all of a sudden I said, oh my God, that was the most profound thing in the entire world. I said, why? Because this is like a virtual reality suit. I can see with these eyes. I could smell, I can taste, I can hear. And I go, so why is it relevant? Well, as I said, the question came out, if you're spirit only, and Sadhviji and I are in the spirit world, and we're saying love is such a beautiful thing, it's the harmony and the connection and everything. I said, yeah, but what does love feel like? You go, as a spirit, how the heck do I know? But I say, oh, you have to have the chemistry of the body and a nervous system that translates the chemistry into sensation. Sensation is not chemistry, it's electromagnetic vibration. It's a broadcast. And I say, so why is it relevant? So we add one little part. I go, what? We think our thoughts are in our head. And so we put wires on our head called the electroencephalograph. And I can read your brain activity. I go, yeah, inside your head, you got all this consciousness going on. And then I go, there's a new technology, it reads brain activity as well. It's not electroencephalograph, EEG. It's called magnetoencephalograph, MEG. And I go, so what's the difference? They both read consciousness. I go, yeah, and what's the difference? Magnetoencephalograph, the probe is out here. It doesn't even touch your head. You go, stop. I say, why? You're reading my thoughts out here? And all of a sudden it's like, my thoughts are not contained in my head? No, they're broadcast back to the field. I go, I can read your thoughts from out here. So whatever you're thinking, positive or negative, or I can do this, I can't do that. So it's not staying in here. It's going out into the world and the universe around us. And then I say, so what's the relevance? There's something called resonance. When two things are in vibration, if one vibrates, the other one will vibrate. Okay. And if they're not in harmony, one vibrates and the other doesn't do anything. So I say, so what does it mean? Oh my God, this is so changed life stuff. I go, my thoughts are vibration that go out into the energy field, which is quantum physics. I go, so what? I say, my thought will only vibrate and resonate with something that matches the thought. If I send out a thought of love, only elements that are in love, that vibrate in love, will respond to my thought because we're in harmony, we're in resonance. If I send out a thought of fear, negative and scare, and I can't do this and I'm afraid, I said, what do you think is going to vibrate? I said, love is not going to vibrate. Only things that you would be afraid of, things you would be, have fear over, they'll vibrate. And I say, so put it all together. Oh my God, we're creators. And we come in to this body to create. And that what we create and what we experience is not kept in us. Our mind translates it into electromagnetic vibrations that go back to the field. And that integrates with our spiritual vibration because they're the two in resonance. I'm in resonance with the spirit and the spirit is in resonance with the body. Why? We're using the same vibration. So our lives make a difference that we live here. And I say, what? First of all, we're creators. We're very powerful. I go, until a creator is programmed not to be powerful. And then that creator, by programming, will say, okay, I'm not powerful, and give up our power. And we have been systematically programmed to question who and what we are, when the fact is we came here as creators. And I go, why did we come here for the creation? And then I go, because we get a feedback that goes back to the source that says, what do you want? And you come here and try and create it. And when you find that love, and when you find that harmony, you start to realize you're glowing. What you're glowing, your energy vibration of love is going back to the universe to resonate with you and make you a stronger love vibration. If we come in and have a bad life, karma, because we don't send good signals in, we send negative signals in. Then we have to come back and do what? Have a better life to readjust those vibrations. And this is why we're here. So all of a sudden, conclusion, Bruce Lipton, be quiet now because you said a million words, but I will be quiet after the conclusion. And the conclusion is this. I once thought, like everybody, because of our programming as children, that when you die, if you're really good, you can go to a place called heaven. I said, what's heaven? A creative place, because your heaven is not the same as my heaven, I always remember someone saying, and sir, what was your heaven? He says, I love duck hunting. I'd go out there and duck hunt every day. I said, and the person said, oh, so your heaven is a duck's hell. That's like, okay, that picture didn't balance. But the point about it is this. So we have that vision. And then all of a sudden I say, oh my God, what did I just learn from my cells? We came here to create. We came here to experience love. We have a sensory system. If it's not love, it takes us away from our creation. We came here to have the joy of what? Heaven on earth. And all of a sudden I say, earth is heaven. Earth is where you came to create. And then if you get misdirected in your creation, you can then create the world that we have, a world that doesn't look that good to me, and I go, so why is this all relevant? It's because we are truly powerful creators, and we have given up the belief that we have any power at all. I'm afraid of this, I'm afraid of that. And I'm going, well, there you go. Fear means close down. Growth is open. They're opposite. Growth is to be open and in love. Fear is to close down in protection. We cannot survive by closing down. Anything that closes down will die. And so we have to, it's the fear. And then I say, so what about Bruce? Because you might ask me that question. What stopped the fear in my life was I owned my spirituality as a scientific reality. I didn't go through a devotional phase, not spiritual, and then I had to learn a lot of stuff, and then I became spiritual. I was a biologist and saw I am not in here. I am a broadcast. And that moment of, I cannot die. You cannot die. You're not in there, but you have to not, like have a devotion to spirituality. It's either you believe spirituality or you don't believe it. And for me, it wasn't a devotion. It was a scientific mechanism. And the relevance was the moment I saw that, my life just like, boom. And what happened? I said, I lost fear. And if you're not in fear, no one can control you, because fear is what makes you give up the power to someone else. And what if you really knew, not, I believe there's spirituality. What if you really knew spirituality? I said, I know that. Why? Because it was only a scientific belief. It wasn't a period of devotion till I learned something. It was, this is how quantum physics energy fields interact with a human cell. Boom, it's like, and I say, then what? The first thing that happened when moment of understanding, that moment of, I can die, a weight lifted off that I didn't even know I had on me. I said, I felt so light and I had so much energy. I said, what happened? And then I'm going to give you very quickly, and then I keep trying to close it out, but very quickly was this, is that, let's say you have a home monitoring system where you have cameras and all that stuff to watch, and it's protection and surveillance. I said, that runs 24/7. That uses energy all the time. And then I'm going to tell you, before any electronics and all that stuff, we are built with something called the biological imperative. It's a behavioral mechanism that even started in bacteria, and that is the drive to survive. You try to kill a bacterium, it will do everything in its power to stay alive. And that's at the most primitive level. So I say, so why is it relevant? Once we became aware of mortality, and that was young, when your goldfish died, your dog died, when people died, you caught on and went, oh my God, death is out here. That's a threat. You activated a mechanism in your biological imperative repertoire. And that mechanism is what? 24/7, your surveillance system is on. It watches everything, not with your conscious mind paying attention. It's below. It's called subconscious. What's it doing? What's in the shadow? What's over here? What's threatening over there? Why? Its job is to protect you from what? The fear of what? Death. And I go, this system is running 24/7. Why? You hear a funny, you're sleeping and your system hears a funny noise at night. Boom, you're up. You got it. Why? You have to be alert. So I was saying, what happened at that instant in my life that made my life so much easier was I lost the fear of death. Truly. I lost it. I say, so why was it relevant? I don't need a surveillance system that's going 24/7 to protect me from any possible fear that I could imagine. And I've walked through this world since then, like you, my dear partner, like you, walking in fearless love, because love is open and fear is closed. And most people are closed and afraid of every damn thing, from COVID to eating sugar to smoking a cigarette. I don't know, every fear you want to put in there. I say, every fear you put in there is the door that is closing you down. And the wake-up call for our world today is we have to let go of this, because the fear is killing the planet at this moment. And I have my dear friend coming up. I could see her name up there. My dear, dear friend, Liv Mittecker. I love this woman. She is brazen enough to go out there and tell you what doctors don't tell you, because it's a way of getting rid of the fear. Because if we propagate fear, we live in fear. When we live in fear, we live closed down. And when we close down, growth stops, because growth is open and fear is closed. And to be open to the world is the only way we can thrive in this world. And so I thank you for letting me ramble on, my friend. Because
You are such a gift. You make me laugh. You make me cry. You make my heart just burst open in love and in truth and in such excitement.
yeah,
To be here in this universe as the universe, and to share this never ending, never born, cannot die exuberance of freedom and love with you is such a joy and such a gift. And I know that all of those watching today have gained so much for their lives, such a brand new way of thinking about themselves, of thinking about their thoughts, of thinking about their life, of thinking about their place in the universe. You've really opened the doorway to freedom. And now all of those of you watching it, the door is open. And you have this beautiful opportunity to walk through. But Brucey's actually helped a little bit. Not only has he opened the door, but he's also actually kind of pushed us from behind with this beautiful energy out through that door as well. So I love you so much. I love you so much. And I'm so filled with gratitude for your presence today, your presence on the planet. And thank you, thank you, thank you. And I love you, I love you, I love you.
I just love you, dear sister. And I really want people to know that I've known you for a long time. And we both came from Stanford area in California and big universities. And then I meet you on the banks of the Ganga, and a transformation that is like miraculous transformation. My science friend from Stanford is now the spiritual science, essentially running this massive community in Hindi, no less. I mean, it's just like, wow, what a transformation. What a wonderful story of why are you even in India? And now here you are. Why are you in India? Look where you are. And I have to just let people know that Sadhviji's voice goes out to millions of people just in India alone, and millions of people around the world. And you are a true pioneer. You walked off the world as we knew it. You and I both left it at some point, walked out of that world and jumped into another world. And as a scientist who never believed in spirituality, and you who became a spiritual leader, it's like, what a transformation. So I just want people to know that the story is very engaging, from Hollywood to the Himalayas. Of course, man, it's a story of opening your eyes and opening your heart. And I wish people out there would really understand it, because I think both of us, look how long we've been doing this. I don't have a doctor. I don't think you probably have a doctor either. And it's I haven't seen a doctor since when I left the university. They stopped paying for healthcare. Then I stopped paying for healthcare, because I have to stay healthy, recognizing I am not a victim. I am a creator, and I can create. And I have to say, I'm heaven on earth. I see it every day and wake up to the glory of being alive. I wake up and go, oh my God, I have another day here. It's lovely. And I love all those people out there that are listening to us. I just want to close with that, because all those people out there are listening to us are very important people in this world. We're facing an evolutionary upheaval. This is what's going on. It's not just a bunch of accidents. The world looks crazy. The world's crazy because the way we've been living on this planet, we're destroying the planet under our feet. And it's because humans have lost contact with, there's more to us than this physical body. And when you've got separated from your spirituality, you lost your power. And you have to recognize, no, I am not a victim any longer. I am a spiritual entity. And this is the way I want to live on this planet. And having to write a book for a guy who could never get a relationship off the ground, to write a book called The Honeymoon Effect is totally amazing, because my life has been heaven on earth once I put into place that I am not this victim that I'm creating, and I want to create something better.
Well, we are so, so glad that you have created that in your life, and that you've shared that and continue to share that so deeply and so beautifully with all of us. And I celebrate you, I bow to you, and I love you.
I love you, darling. Thank you. And Marcy, my sweetheart, long time.
Yeah.
Thank you for continuing your track to help us and the world. You're happy for what reason?
No reason.
No reason. Just be happy. Thank you very much. And Sadhviji, my
Bruce,
love.
there are lots of people sharing in the chat their appreciation for you. If you would, everybody who's here, if you would write into the chat your appreciation for Bruce. Terry wrote, wow, I've been a nurse for 38 years. I've been asking why modern medicine is not better than what it is. Dr. Lipton is making so much sense. How eye-opening is this? Love this info. I feel so blessed by being here on today's teachings. And so many thanks for you. Brilliant, Bruce. Much love to you. So
Marcia, you know what? You should get on. I see that in the waiting green room. My dear friend Lynn McTaggart from England is out there.
Yes, we're about to get Lynn on too in just a minute.
Hi, lovely Lynn. I just want you to know I look forward to listening to every word you have to say. You're such a brave leader in our world. Thank you very much. I look forward to it. Sadhviji, love to see you, and everyone out there. You're the cultural creatives. You are the people that can make a difference in the world when you realize you are not a victim of this world. You are a creator. So collectively, I have great hope. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So Sadhviji, love this conversation with Bruce. You know, one of the things that I want to point out is that Bruce said that, you know, our thought will vibrate with thoughts that are in resonance. And I think that's why it feels so good for all of us to be here today on this Freedom Extravaganza. We are resonating together as these luminaries share about love, and together we're really creating this field of love and freedom together. And you know, this is, I have to say, honestly, Sadhvi, this is how I felt when I was reading your memoir, Hollywood to the Himalayas. I actually felt in the field of freedom that you live in. And I think that we get that by being together here today, but we also get that by reading of your journey. And that's why I'm so excited about Hollywood to the Himalayas. I actually, we've spoken about it already, but I know some people are just joining us. So I want everybody to know that you can get this extraordinary book, Hollywood to the Himalayas, and along with that, you will get a webinar that Sadhvi is going to be doing called Freedom, How to Break from 3 Big Limitations in Life. And we'll put in the chat where to get that. It's learningstrategies.com/webinar. And so you get Sadhvi's book and you will get this free webinar. And I just want to share a quote from the amazing Jane Goodall. Of course, Jane is a world famous anthropologist, and Sadhvi has loved Jane's work since she was a child. And this is the quote that Jane Goodall said about Sadhvi's book. She said, "Her journey is a river of love, compelling in its authenticity and unflinching honesty. Sadhvi transports the reader to a world and a way of thinking that most will be unfamiliar with. And this book is a must for anyone who is interested in exploring different paths to fulfillment and to the creator. And Sadhvi, I know you were so excited to get that reflection from Jane Goodall, who was one of your sheroes throughout life. Is that right?
Oh, it was, I remember the moment that it came in so vividly, because growing up, if you had said to me, what do you want to be when you grow up? My answer was Jane Goodall. My walls were plastered, not with pictures of models and heartthrobs and actors, but actually they were plastered with pictures of chimpanzees and Jane Goodall torn from National Geographic magazines. And for me, Marcy, Jane has continued to be such a hero because she really embodies freedom. And she embodies what we get when we live in freedom, which is love and peace and bliss, and that ability to have a ripple impact on the world. When Jane decided in her early 20s to go off to Africa at a time when she had to go by boat and to live with the chimpanzees, the open-heartedness that took, the courage that took, and that transformed her life. And from that transformation that she had, she has become this icon of not only freedom and joy and empowerment and all of that, but she's actually become this amazing catalyst for protection and preservation of our environment, of biodiversity, of our species. And this is really, for me, such a beautiful testament to why we need to find freedom. Because when we are free, the flow of the universe flows through us. At 20-something years old, she had no idea that this was what her life's dharma was. But she heard that calling and she followed it without worrying, oh my God, I'm, a young British girl. Girls don't do this. Girls don't go off into the jungles of Africa. But she did. And the ripple impact of that, it makes me cry. It's so huge. And the way that freedom she had to follow that voice, to follow her heart, to know, has transformed how we think about animal species, about animal rights, about animal protection, and about protection of our biodiversity and environment. So I know that was longer than you were looking for, but yes, having a quote from Jane was just such a moment of unbelievable joy and gratitude. And for her to read the book, to take the time to read the book, and to really see in it that power of ripple into the world, for me was just an unspeakable blessing.
Well, and so deserved, because you wanted to grow up and be Jane Goodall, and you grew up and became Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati, which was your sign of following freedom, which was this is what's so inspiring, is to hear other people's stories of how they listened to their own soul and how through that they chose to follow that and to find their freedom. And everybody here today can find their own freedom. And it's so for me, I always find that listening to other people's stories, like what you share in Hollywood in the Himalayas, really helps me find my own freedom and confirms for me that it's okay. I can do that. She did that. Jane Goodall did that. So, well, I know we're here to get to another great proponent of freedom, and that is the exquisite and amazing Lynn McTaggart. So let me go ahead and introduce Lynn McTaggart to everybody. Lynn, are you here? Let's see you. you could turn on your camera and we'll get to see you as we introduce you.
I think they have to turn me on. Let's see. One sec. Ah, there we go.
There she is. Hi, Lynn. So great
Hey.
to see you. Oh, what a joy to have these amazing people join us. And so let me introduce to you Lynn. And I know then Sadhvi will continue with this conversation with Lynn. And I also want to remind everybody that in a little bit, we are going to be receiving a special blessing and message from Sadhvi's Guru Pujya Swami, who's going to be joining us from Rishikesh, India. So, all right, Lynn McTaggart is the award-winning author of 5 books, including the international best-selling sensations, The Field and The Intention Experiment. She is an internationally recognized spokesperson. She's a journalist on the science of spirituality. And Lynn and her very wonderful husband, Brian Hubbard, publish a magazine, a newsletter called What Doctors Don't Tell You. It's the world's most well-respected health newsletter, and they give books and online information on alternative health. And Lynn has been, I have to say also, just such a beautiful support to so many people in our world. She's on the Transformational Leadership Council with Sadhviji, with Pete, with me, with Jack Canfield, and many, many others. And Lynn, you are just a dear, supportive, extraordinary person who is a pioneer, helping each of us feel greater freedom in our lives, in our health, in our well-being. So we love you. And I take it, I give it to Sadhvi to have this conversation with you.
Thank you, dear.
Lynn, thank you so much for joining us all the way from England today. And thank you so much for your work, because your work, your studies actually are those which enable us to speak to people in the world of science, people who are not spiritual people or who don't identify as spiritual people, and to help them actually see through all of these fantastically scientifically professional studies and experiments the power of our thoughts, the power of our intention, the power of the energy that we create. And you research and you share about that which most people would refer to simply as that which is only in your mind. It's just in your mind. And that's something that we usually use to denigrate an idea or to push it away. Oh, it's just in your mind. But you have really been such a trailblazer of showing the power of that mind. So can you share with us today a time in your life when you weren't free over your mind, when you didn't have that awareness and ability, when you were stuck, and what that felt like and how you found freedom in that situation?
Absolutely. I know exactly when. We all have good times and bad. And I guess from the time I was about 7, I knew I was going to be a writer. That was my number one passion. It was either a waitress or a writer, because I used to see waitresses got lots of money on the table. So I thought, oh, that's pretty good. But I really did love words and always felt I'm going to be a writer. And I was very interested in nonfiction, fiction, the new journalism that was just coming out when I was at university. So the situation that kind of knocked me back was one of my teachers told me I wasn't very good. I wasn't very good at writing, and really knocked a lot of confidence out of me, and even wanted to leave me back for a term because he didn't feel that I should get into the literature division. This was at Bennington, and also didn't think there was any such thing as the new journalism. He said, well, what do you want to major in? Typography? I mean, it was very early in that time when now it's taken for granted. So I got out of university. I did graduate on time, but with my confidence really knocked. And so I think what got me out of fear was just doing it, just saying to myself and stubbornly carrying on and saying, I don't believe him. I'm going to learn to be a good writer. So I had a job, but at night I would write, and I would write stories for the papers I was involved with, magazines, et cetera, et cetera. And I just kept doing it, and sometimes staying up all night and then getting up the next day and going to work. But I was pretty determined to do it. So I got a job as an editor very early on for a newspaper syndicate, essentially the Chicago Tribune, New York News Syndicate. So I worked basically at the building that is the Daily Planet for Superman. And I had this great job. And after a year, I got promoted to be managing editor of it. And I was only 24. So I thought, well, wow, this is a pretty good job. But I still wanted to be a writer. So for me, the thing that really changed was after working for this job for 3 years, I left. I got a book contract and I jumped off the deep end. And I said, I'm going to leave this really spectacular job because I want to write a book. And I had gotten a contract. I was really excited. At that point, it was my early work was all about investigative reporting. I'm an investigative reporter by background, training, et cetera. And that essentially, that kind of discipline has never left me, which is why, I try to dig deep on things. So I decided to write, to leave and be a freelance writer. And I just had this little book contract, but I just thought to myself, you know what, I'm going to do this and the money will come. So for me, and pretty much ever since then, I have followed my own enthusiasms, and the money has just come. When I've trusted the process, the money has basically just come. And, my husband and I always say that we've got little angels watching us, because whenever we need it, the money just comes. But what we've always tried to do is follow our passions. So I found that over the years, what was important to me about getting over fear and fear of the future and fear of anything was working at what I love and working at my life's purpose, and which is, and first is, I also do a lot of speaking, but I guess I'm best known for writing. And following that purpose, following my life's purpose, and not following the money has been, I think, the thing that has got me over fear. I just am never afraid anymore that something will come up, something will change. When COVID hit, and that really knocked it's not a newsletter anymore, it's an international magazine, What Doctors Don't Tell You. And we lost all newsstands overnight. We weren't frightened because we said, okay, we'll do something new. We'll change the way we deliver this. And we made it subscription only, and it's fine now. And we made more online things, and it's fine. But we followed the passion, the doing of it, the getting it out there, because we feel it's really important. And I feel my other work is important. So I think this whole thing of getting over fear, particularly in work, is follow the work you were born to do. We were all born to do something. And one of the things I teach in my seminars is also how to get away from negativity from other people. And it is holding on to the thought of what you were born to do. And that is probably the most empowering thought you can have, the most empowering and fear deflecting thought you can have. You're here for a purpose, so do it. And don't allow yourself to compromise. So I suppose that's been a kind of mantra for me, is do what you want to do. And so my books, and there's 7 of them now, by the way, and each book follows from an interest of mine, something that's come up. when I did my book, The Field, there was some leftover business about thoughts are an actual something with the capacity to change physical matter. So I thought to myself, well, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about curing cancer with our thoughts, or are we talking about just shifting a quantum particle? So I wanted to find that out, and that became the intention experiment, the experiment I do, which is, getting people from around the world to occasionally take part in these ongoing experiments where we test, everything from trying to lower violence to, purifying water to healing people. And we've run 38 of them now. So that became an enthusiasm and something that I felt I needed to do. And then that moved into trying to scale that down to small groups, power of 8 groups. And when I saw, to my astonishment, that people in small group intention were getting healed, I wanted to find that further. And I looked into that further. So I tried to follow my enthusiasms, my passions. And, before I knew it, the passions have become the career. The passions have become the life. And that has always stood me in good stead. I've never just written something just for money. I've written it because I felt it was really important to do so. It was really essential to do so for me and hopefully for the rest of the world.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for sharing that personal story of finding freedom from fear, which is so fundamental for all of us. And it's so interesting because when you find that freedom from fear, as you shared, you have the opportunity to actually move into what in India we call your dharma. You spoke about it as your purpose. And it's the same idea. It's this idea of what I am here to manifest, not just to do, but actually the core truth of who I am. And it's very beautiful because we're told that dharma is that which protects. And so I was thinking about that as you were talking about freedom from fear and then following your purpose, that actually the embrace of that purpose, the embrace of that dharma is the best protection in the world. That dharma is that which protects us. And when we live that, we actually are protected. So thank you so much for such a beautiful story and example, and also for having that freedom to bring into the world what you have brought into the world. And for all of those listening who are living in a place where maybe they're hand to mouth, maybe if they don't get up and go to work tomorrow, maybe they want to be an artist or a musician or a writer or a monk or who knows. But if they don't get up and go to work tomorrow, there may not be food on the table, or maybe they've got a sick child or a sick spouse or a sick parent dependent upon them. Mm-hmm. How can everyone watching, how can we all, what would be one core key tool or teaching that you could offer of how we can actually find that freedom from fear, to step into purpose and dharma, but also not, have a table that doesn't have food on it, or loved ones who don't have medicine?
Oh, sure. And believe me, early on in my career, I remember one of my best jobs to keep food on the table was ghostwriting a needlework column, full of stupid puns like, making duvets and shaking and making them, shaking and making your bed and all kinds of stuff like that. Well, that put up food on the table while I wrote the book. So, even if you have a half an hour a day to follow your passion, you're still following your passion. So I'm not advocating that you don't put food on the table. You know, many of us do have to do some sort of work and to make sure that they, you know, that you pay the bills, but you can still keep your passion alive. Remember when I was starting out, I was writing at night, you know, oftentimes all night, and then going to my editing job in the day. So I just kept that passion alive. I remember early on, my very first story I did as a journalist while I was working as an editorial assistant, so typing letters. I got this story idea about a woman who was unfairly incarcerated. And I would go on my lunch hour and I would interview people or after work or whatever. So I had my passion and I had my thoughts about what I was really born to do, but I was still paying my rent with my job. So that's possible. Even if it's 15 minutes when the kids are asleep, you can write a whole novel just doing it 15, 20 minutes, a half an hour a day. But there's another thing that's really important, really important. It was the other part of getting rid of fear in my life, which was having the courage to speak up and speak your truth. And of course, for me as a journalist and with my work with What Doctors Don't Tell You, it's been very much about speaking inconvenient truths. But I remember as a young person being somebody who wanted everybody to like me. I was a real people pleaser. And so didn't always speak my truth. And then started learning, I suppose, through my work about the importance of speaking up, particularly against things like injustices, etc., and not being afraid to speak up. And I've seen that now because as I say, I write about science and spirituality. I've done, 5 books on the subject, I guess now. And yet, I remain an investigative reporter at heart. Early on in my career, I was my first big story was busting international baby selling rings, and even just going undercover as a so-called pregnant woman. This is many years ago. And yet I felt there were 2 really important strands here. One was to make sure to speak up, even if it's inconvenient, even if it's unpopular, an unpopular position. If you know the facts around something and you know it's true, it's really important to speak up. It's also important to be fair about it too. I remember in the writing of the book, my first book was about baby selling. It was this whole story. And there was a guy who was blatantly doing very sleazy things. He was a lawyer who was moving money all around, had a very sleazy multi-state operation. And I remember staying up all night and knowing this guy is a total sleaze, but I do not have the evidence to completely, to demonstrate that. So I had to pull my punches a little bit because, I felt if I write something that I don't have evidence for, I could destroy somebody's life. This was a really important burden of responsibility, I felt. So when I talk about speaking the truth, I also mean you have a burden of responsibility, not just to be a troll on Facebook, to just, slate somebody else, but to talk with fairness, compassion, but with truth. And I think that's been really important. I find it is more important than ever in terms of getting over fear and being free, is to speak your truth. What's one of the greatest things about getting older? You don't care quite so much about speaking your truth, but I found that's really important. And I write a lot of inconvenient truths about medicine, about modern medicine, and I'm writing a lot of inconvenient truths about the freedoms that are getting taken away at the moment over COVID. And I just wrote a very unapologetic blog about this, about how we are losing 5 freedoms now in our reaction to COVID is what worries me more about COVID than COVID. Our reaction to COVID is a very dangerous one, I think, democratically. So I think it's really important for freedom not to, as I say, it's not about destroying somebody else. It's not about hurting someone in terms of, of just blurting out, hey, you've gained 20 pounds. It's about speaking what's really important and truthful and speaking your own truth. And I think that probably is the most freeing thing of all.
That's beautiful, Lynn. Thank you so much for that. In the Bhagavad Gita, there's a beautiful teaching that says the right speech, this yogic speech, is that which is true, kind, and beneficial. So what you're sharing is that which has also been given to us in scripture. And it's a beautiful way to move through the world, and it's a beautiful way to find that freedom of using the power of our voice to speak our truth, to speak our freedom, but also in a way that brings the freedom of health and joy and peace to those around us. So thank you so much for that. It was beautiful as always, inspiring as always, uplifting as always. And I'm so grateful that you joined us today. And I'm so grateful for the truly inspiring and paradigm breaking, a new paradigm creating body of work that you've dedicated your life to. So thank you so much for that as well.
Thank you so much, Sadhvi. And I just want to also say to everybody, you must read her book, because I think her message is more important than ever right now. I think this whole idea of moving away from fear, this is probably the most fear-induced time we have right now. And moving away from fear and moving away from that kind of bondage that we have because of fear to be free is the most important path we have to take now. So I really salute you, Sadhvi, for writing this book. I think it is fantastic and everybody needs to read it.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much for that. And it brings me such joy to hear your thoughts on it, and to know that my healing, my transformation, my experience of freedom, and the way that I've shared it resonates so deeply with you. It means really a lot, and it's a wonderful honor to hear that. So thank you.
Great. Thanks so much.
And thank you, Lynn. You are just always, one of the things I so appreciate about you, Lynn, is that you are so clear. Your mind is so clear and analytical and quick, and your heart is so deeply compassionate and in the right place. And I love your sharing with everybody about really follow what you were born to do, and speaking what is true. And I'd love everybody to put in the chat any appreciation for Lynn, or what it is you're taking away about this for yourself. Let's see, I read some already comments. Trying to read some of these. So inspiring. Thank you, Lynn, and beautiful people. Much love. Go for it. I know she's telling me to go for it. Yes. So, all right. Lynn, it takes great courage to speak one's truth, Julia says, especially with compassion and fierce love. And that really is what you do, is you speak the truth with compassion and fierce love. So thank you for joining us. And I want to just also say, Sadhvi, I love that you've got all of us. You've got Lynn, you've got Bruce, you've got everybody, Marianne, Sue, everybody saying how we all have learned so much from your book, Hollywood to the Himalayas. We've all gotten to get advanced copies. We've gotten to be with you and your teachings over the years, and you and the person over the years, and how we have all felt so inspired in freedom from you. So Sadhvi, I think this is a wonderful reflection of you and what it is you're doing. So thank you, Lynn. Love to you.
See you. Bye,
Thank you so
Sadhvi.
much,
Thank you
Lynn.
so much. And bye, everybody.
So, I want to remind everybody, we'll put in the chat, Sadhvi's new book is coming out this coming week, in a week. It's called Hollywood in the Himalayas, A Journey of Healing and Transformation. And in it, if you pre-order it now, when you pre-order it now, you will also get a wonderful webinar, 90 minutes with Sadhvi in her brand new webinar. It's called Freedom, How to Break from 3 Big Limitations in Life. And Sadhvi is totally committed to each of us feeling free. I mean, I will tell you, sometimes I get to sit around my kitchen table with Sadhvi and drink tea in the morning. And the conversation is always about living a life of freedom. And I know, Sadhvi, you're committed to that. You know that that's what each of us is here on the planet to do. And no matter what it is we are doing in our lives, we are here to live a life of freedom.
It's our greatest calling. It is all of our dharma, our purpose. It's why we are here, is to accept with an open heart, open mind, open arms, open life, to accept that incredible invitation that the universe has given us to really embody love and peace and joy and divinity and consciousness. That's what we are called here to do. We also have, of course, our individual duties and our individual purposes and how that's going to flow through our life. But all of us are here with the highest and the deepest and the greatest purpose: to be free. Freedom is the most important non-negotiable part of not only a spiritual life, but of an actually peaceful life, or a life that is joyful, a life that is meaningful. If we're slaves, we can't be peaceful, we can't be happy. Then we become just like Pavlov's dogs. I mean, somebody rings a bell and we salivate. We become just the reaction to a stimulus. And that, so sadly, is how so many of us live these days. The world around us gives a stimulus. So the weather does something, or the stock market does something, or our boss does something, or our husband or wife or children or friend do something, or our weight or the size of our waist does something. And we react. Literally, just stimulus response, as though our internal world were hooked in non-negotiably to that which happened in the outer world. And freedom is having the reins of our life in our hands. Freedom is being free of my ego screaming, of the pattern of thought and reaction to how someone speaks, how someone treats me, what happens with the stock market, what happens with an employer or an employee, or when it rains on the day that, we were celebrating my birthday outside. That freedom of response is what it's all about. And most of us don't have it. Most of us just react. Stimulus, reaction, stimulus, reaction. And so I'm so grateful to be able to share with all of you today these amazing leaders, and to be able to share through my book, through my journey of Hollywood to the Himalayas, how you, regardless of what's happened to you, regardless of your history, regardless of how you struggle, regardless of what your patterns of thought may be, because obviously each of us have different negative patterns of thought that keep us stuck, different limiting beliefs. But regardless of what they may be, you can actually be free of them. And it's such a glorious day to celebrate that.
Yes, I so love, I know that everybody here resonates with this message. I mean, we're all here because our souls called us. We know that this is true, what you're speaking about with freedom. And one of the things I so appreciate about you is that you also, your story itself is inspirational, and you are very practical in how we each can become more free. And I know you're going to share more of that also in the webinar that's coming up, that everyone gets to attend who orders the book Hollywood to the Himalayas. So I look forward to that. So now we have another great luminary sharing his message with us, and that is the amazing Jack Canfield, one of my great mentors in life. And Jack is the other of the two. We had two people that were not able to join us live. So Jack already pre-recorded this with you, Sadhvi, and we'll get to listen to this. It was filmed about 2 weeks ago, I think. And when we come back, Pete will be back then as MC, and we'll continue with the rest of these amazing experiences with these luminaries. So let's listen to Jack.
My next guest in this beautiful and blessed extravaganza is a man whose words, spoken word, written word, have touched hundreds and hundreds of millions of people across the world from every walk of life, in so many languages, of every age, of every race, every religion, every color, every culture. Jack Canfield has taken the possibility of personal fulfillment, personal success, whatever that may mean to you, and has made concepts and ideas that are complex and even esoteric, has made them accessible and implementable for everyone, ranging from students from the inner city world to executives, from Americans to Indians to Europeans to people in every single country. Really inspiring and uplifting people with the possibility of themselves. The Chicken Soup for the Soul enterprise, it's not just books, it's truly an enterprise, has touched more than 500 million people, actually even more. It's sold more than 500 million copies, and you imagine in one family, one book, how many people read it. It's been translated into 43 different languages. Jack is a many times New York Times best-selling author, and he teaches people how to really believe in themselves and how to use the precious minutes and moments of our lives to reach all of our potential, our success, our dharma, as we say in the East. Jack, it's such an honor and such a joy to have you with us. Thank you so, so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Savi, for inviting me. I'm going to take you with me everywhere I go and have you introduce me in the future. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Jack, as you know, today we are talking about freedom and liberation. And I would love if you could share with us a personal story of when you experienced freedom and liberation and what that was like.
Well, I'll probably share two quick ones because they're a little different, but they're both powerful. The first one was I attended a 10-day Vipassana meditation retreat. It's a Buddhist meditation technology, and 10 days with a guy named Jack Cornfield, who I often get confused with. And I remember two things were amazing. On day 9, I fell asleep, but I never lost consciousness. That was like totally unbelievable to me. I could hear people walking down the hall in this dormitory we were in and going to the bathroom. I could hear noises. I could watch my dreams come and go, like movies starting and ending. I could hear the birds singing outside when it was time to, like when the dawn was coming. And I just was totally aware the entire night, even though I was totally asleep, I could hear myself snoring. And I went, wow, there's a level of awareness that I had no idea that I am. And what I came to realize during that retreat, if you will, is that's who I am. I am pure awareness with the ability to choose. So once I become aware of something, I can choose to respond to it or not. I can be just pure awareness, almost like in a non-dual state, or I can be aware of what is also going on inside me, outside me, etc. And the other thing that really happened for me was I remember we had a interview with the person who leading the retreat on day like 8 or something, just to make sure we weren't like going crazy. At some level, I thought maybe I was. And he said, how are you doing? I said, I don't know. I said, I don't know anything for sure. I don't know what's real. I don't know if that chair is real. And I thought he's going to say, go home, eat meat, whatever. And he said, good. And it was like, whoa. And I remember leaving that room and going outside. This was a big Georgian mansion, holding on to this pillar. And because it was solid and I could hold on to it. And I started remembering all the times I was supposed to know stuff that I didn't know. Like my dad would say, where's the hammer I lent you? Or my students in high school would say, they'd ask me a question I wouldn't know the answer to. And being a fearful first-year teacher, I say, oh, it's a good question. You look it up for research tonight. That's your homework assignment. But it was not okay not to know. And it's in not knowing that we open ourselves up to real awareness and a deeper level of knowing. And that was new for me. And as I left there, that 10-day retreat, I was like so at peace, so joyful. So everything was just like vibrant, technicolor. Everything was different. And I meditated for 2 hours a day for many years after that. I don't meditate quite that long anymore, but that was huge. And I would just share the other event for me was listening to Byron Katie, who wrote a book called Loving What Is. And I'm driving up from LA to Santa Barbara where I live. And she has this thing about, whatever, there's nothing in life that really upsets you other than your beliefs that it shouldn't be the way it is, or that someone should be doing something or not. And I was kind of upset with my partner, Mark Victor Hansen, who was my co-author on Chicken Soup a little bit. And she asked these questions, like, well, what's the upsetting behavior? And I thought about what Mark had done. And, can you totally know it's true he shouldn't have done that? And I went, well, no, maybe he should have. Maybe it's for my own karmic growth. Maybe it's, who knows? Can you absolutely know it's true that he shouldn't do that? No. Who would you be without that thought? I'd be happy. I'd be joyful. I'd be free. Who are you with that thought? I'm miserable, I'm judgmental. I'm distant. So it was just an amazing experience. And that little night in listening to this cassette in my car changed everything. Because whenever I feel irritation or I start to feel like I'm judging, what Donald Trump did when he was president, whatever, I just remember, it's just my thought about he shouldn't be that way. That shouldn't be happening. They shouldn't be doing that. That racist thing shouldn't have been said. That doesn't mean I don't respond to it and work to, create a more sustainable society. Doesn't mean I don't work to help get rid of anger and racism and corruption, but I don't do it from a place of anger. I do it from a place of love. It's totally different. So I feel like I'm at peace and joyful almost, 98% of the time in my life.
Beautiful. Well, that's certainly something that I think everyone listening, and of course, even those not listening, would be so excited to be able to attain, to be living in peace and joy 98% of the time. And those are such beautiful stories. The first one you shared reminded me of a moment that I had in the very early days in India, sitting in the presence of Pujya Swamiji, my guru, in which I realized I don't know anything. And I had been someone under the illusion that I knew a lot, and how ecstatic actually that moment of awareness was, because it opened up this possibility for everything to flow in. And it's such a blessing to realize how little we know, and to have that space open into which that grace of knowing flows.
Mhm.
So thank you so much for those beautiful stories. And I wonder whether you could share with us how you think you've taught in more than 107 countries all over the world. So you really understand people of all of the different cultures, all the different colors, beyond race, beyond religion, beyond socioeconomic status, beyond any of the experiences we've had. How can people find their own experience, their own way of freedom and liberation in their lives?
Well, one thing about traveling in so many cultures is you see that culture just is a set of beliefs. And that, I mean, they used to foot bind women in China. They still do clitorectomies on young girls in Africa. And, I don't think anyone that ever experienced that really thought it was a good thing, as the one who was done too. And yet there's a cultural belief system, and you start to see that certain parts of culture are uplifting and inspiring. Other parts are, depressing and repressive and so forth. And so for me, I think we have to eventually transcend, if you will, to let go of the anchor of some of the conditioning, the beliefs, the trauma, the pain that we've been conditioned into, and what we've been trained by our culture, by media, by television, church and religion and so forth. And there's great things about many of those, but there's also many things that are not so great. And so for me, the practices that have worked is meditation. And, I meditate. I'd lie if I said every day. I'd like to, but probably 5 days out of 7, I meditate. And for long periods of time, I always meditate for a few minutes. And then I would say Byron Katie's work of just realizing, starting to look at studying the mind, and how the mind works, whether it's Vipassana, whether it's mindfulness training, whether it's, doing mantras over and over and watching what happens inside the experience you have. There's something I do called the Heart Freedom Method, which was developed by Lise Janelle and myself up in Canada. And we take people back to their limiting beliefs that were formed between the ages of 3 and 8. And once those released, it's almost like, someone took a top off somebody and they popped out of the water. The Sedona method by Hale Dwaska and Lester Levinson's work. There's a lot of people, it's all the same thing. It's about the beliefs we have and how that makes us resist certain things or hang on to certain things. And as you know, experience is something that rises within us, and then it has its experience, and then it basically subsides. And it's when we push away things that we don't want to experience, look at, feel, be aware of, or when we hang on to things, that are pleasureful, instead of allowing them to pass through, that we get into trouble. So meditation, there are certain visualizations that I found really helpful, where you can visualize, golden elixir coming up your spine, pouring into your heart, and your heart opens up, and you get heart centered in a way. The work of the Heart Math Institute. So I think basically there's lots of techniques. Find what you're attracted to. Something will sing to you, and then do the work. We call it practicing because you practice it. And it's not something that for most people emerges immediately. Sometimes we have those immediate wake ups, maybe from past lives where we were already awake, and then something happens to us. Someone touches our third eye, or we drop into a deep meditation, or we take a psychoactive plant medicine or something, and it's pow. But for most people, it's a gradual learning that occurs, where then eventually you're living in the presence of that awareness. And that's just, it requires that level of commitment, I think, to get there.
Thank you so much. And for people, I know there's a lot of people who are moving through this world feeling like it's not possible for that these practices exist and they're very nice. And yet, for whatever reason, that they are somehow tainted or unworthy or incapable of actually having that experience.
Mhm.
Or someone who has experienced what they have or done what they have or who thinks the way they think or who is as dark as they are or as unworthy as they are, that somehow all of this isn't going to work for them and that they are somehow destined to a life of misery. How would you suggest helping people break that first obstacle to get them, whether it's into a Vipassana meditation program, whether it's to read or to do the work of Byron Katie, into any of these practices, to help them really understand that freedom is available for them?
Well, I always tell people, if anyone on the planet is experiencing it, you can experience it too. It's part of the human condition where we all have the built-in capability to do that, and that we're conditioned and trained, and we've made decisions that we're limiting to ourselves that basically stopped us from. I'm going to stop for a minute because you disappeared from my screen. I can keep talking or not. Then you can edit that out. You just came back. Okay. Well,
I prefer to really have just you speak for a while. No need to always have.
oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that. So
No
I'll
problem.
I'll start with the question that you asked me. I'll just start the answer over so they can edit that. So for me, what I say to people is that you have the capacity to achieve anything anyone else on earth has achieved. Now, we're born with certain talents, like musical talent, artistic talent, but even that's being questioned by psychologists and researchers today, that most things can be learned. It's our beliefs about it that get in our way. And so if you had a belief system that if you had an abortion, or if you got married and then had a divorce, or if you had an extramarital affair, or if you cheated on your husband, or if you cheated on your taxes, or if you lied to get into graduate school, or you robbed money, or you even killed somebody, the reality is, I mean, I've worked with people that killed a lot of people in the Vietnam War and didn't believe they were worthy of happiness. And so they created a life of misery for themselves, but they were able, with the work we did, to get over the guilt, to realize the guilt's just another should, that you think you shouldn't have done something, but in fact you did it. So it's all part of a perfect world at some level. We don't know how or why, but it is. And then we can move on. And I think the thing is, for a lot of people, the tools we talk about are often trapped in kind of languaging and also uniforms and symbology and things that they don't understand, that are foreign to them. And so my work has been about how to take things that seem esoteric and make them sound normal, because they really are. Everybody is meditating some point in the day anyway. They space out, they just look out the window and say, oh my God, I need 5 minutes. And they don't know they're doing it. And so if we can start to connect with the experiences they have normally, and realize, or give them an experience of joy, give them an experience of peace, just lead a little guided visualization or something that they go, oh, wow, I did experience that. Well, you can have more of that. There are tools for that. There are practices for that. And so for me, I think, and you would probably agree with this, that it's our experience is our best teacher. So I think when we try to convince somebody with words, it doesn't work as well as if we can have them have an experience. And if we can just create a little micro experience, the brain goes, hey, I like that better. I want more. Dopamine fired off in my brain. That felt good. Let's do a little more of that. And so little by little, we can lead people into deeper and deeper work. And so everybody deserves it. Nobody is unworthy of it. Everybody is capable of accessing it if you're willing to just do a little of the work.
Thank you so much. It's really touching and inspiring the way you take that which plagues in some cases, distresses in more mild cases, the hearts and minds of such a huge percentage of people around the world, and make it so simple, so implementable, so accessible. It's really so beautiful. I have one last question as we
Sure.
are what we hope is the tail end, but of course we never know, of the COVID pandemic. And as this is something that has shifted so much of was of course already uncertain, and
Mhm.
everything of course is always uncertain, but it has made uncertainty even more palpable almost in our everyday minute to minute, moment to moment existence. And I'm wondering how during this pandemic, whether that has impacted or deepened in any way your experience of freedom or liberation.
It has. I think I used to believe I had to be on the road half of my life in order to make a difference in the world. And that was not feeling as liberated as I'd like, and not spending enough time with my wife and my children, and maybe not exercising as much as I might have if I'm always running from one plane to another in an airport. So I think I feel liberated that I don't have to travel all the time, that we, because of the pandemic, I'm able to reach people. We just did a coaching club 4-month experience with about 400 people from 47 countries. And those people never would have flown over to America to take workshops, but they were from India and South Africa and Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and on and on. So that was very liberating for me. And I think having time freedom has liberated more of my intimacy with my wife, just because it takes a little time to develop that. And I think also I don't have any fear anymore. I used to think I didn't have any fear. And then when COVID happened, I had a little bit of fear. I thought, well, I don't want to get that and die. And I did a little research, and I discovered that there's no reason I had to do that. There's all kind of herbal remedies and flower essences and all kinds of things that can keep you healthy. I just rested into that, and I've not caught COVID. And I had someone in my house who had it for 3 weeks, and I didn't get it. So I feel liberated that way. But mostly, I really got in touch with, at a deeper level, that I'm not afraid of dying. And I always said that, but I wasn't really sure that when push comes to shove, that would be the case. And I feel that for me now, it's a cellular knowing that it's all just stepping from one room into another. And it's just going into another classroom, if you will, in this journey called lives on Earth. And so it liberated me that way. And I just feel happy all the time. I don't know how to explain it better than that.
I love that. I really, really love that, because ultimately that's the byproduct. It's not the goal, but the byproduct, part of this exquisite package of freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And it's ironic, because so much of that which holds us back from freedom is that which we think is going to make us happy. And yet through the freedom, actually that blossoms so beautifully. And thank you so dearly and so deeply, Jack. It's been such a wonderful time to share with you today, and to hear not only your personal experiences, but such deep wisdom for people on finding liberation and really breaking free. And that said, if anyone on the planet can do it, you can do it. If it's available to you, when it's available for you. And thank you also so much for the work that you do in the world, and that which you are bringing to people all over the world. Because of course, when we are free, grounded, anchored, happy, not only are we better off ourselves, but we actually become part of the solution rather than part of the problem to our planet. And we tread much more lightly and much more non-violently and with much more love and kindness and sharing in the world. And so it's a great service that you're doing for the people who get these teachings, but also for the planet that benefits from having so many people now anchored, grounded in these teachings. So thank you all over, and so much love to you.
Thank you very much, and love right back at you.
Wonderful. I'm back. Marcy is gone for the rest of the day. I think Sadhviji, I think she's having a breakfast pina colada in Hawaii right now.
I'm not sure what her breakfast is, but I am so grateful that from Hawaii, where she's on holiday right now, that she joined us prior to sunrise. We had this beautiful opportunity to watch the sunrise behind her. Mm-hmm. And I am envisioning her merging and melting into the ocean.
Beautiful. So, Jack, I loved your conversation with Jack. And if you at home, if you're watching, if you'd like to share your greatest insight, it'd be kind of neat to see what your biggest insight from your conversation with Jack is. One of them was I learned from aging and from the pandemic that I had to find other ways of sharing my purpose of teaching young people to love themselves and develop self-esteem. And somebody else said, you can't change another person, and you can be an example that you can change your thoughts and behaviors. My family took a while to get into this frame of mind, and now I'm finding that they're repeating the things that they've said I have taught them over time. So that's nice. Here's another one. I'm so grateful to have been in my life all these years. I've learned so much from you. And coming up next, we have somebody else, Sadhviji, that's really, really important to you. And this is someone who is on the other side of the world. And it's your guru, Pujya Swamiji. And he recorded a blessing for you and for all of us that we're going to play in just a little bit. He did this yesterday. Can you do a little introduction for him? I watched the video and it's just amazing. You guys are all going to love it.
Sure, Pete. Wow. So first of all, before I mention about my guru, Pujya Swamiji, it's a perfect time to let all of those of you watching know that today is very, very auspicious and very sacred. It's not only the full moon, but it's the full moon dedicated to the guru. It's called Guru Purnima. Purnima in Sanskrit means full moon. And of course, guru means guru. The word literally means the one who removes the darkness of ignorance and allows the light of truth and wisdom to flow. So this is the day, this full moon day, is the day that we all have this beautiful opportunity to feel and experience that light. So it was a great honor that he took the time in Rishikesh on the banks of Ganga to record this for us last night. He would have been with us live, but it's smack in the middle of the night in India right now, and he observes silence actually for 14 hours a day. And the webinar, the extravaganza takes place during the time of his silence. So he did a pre-record. His full name is Pujya Swami Chidanand Saraswati. And Pete, as you mentioned, he's one of the most revered and renowned and beloved spiritual leaders in India. He's the president of the ashram I have had the great blessing to live on for the last 25 years, called Parmarth Niketan, which literally means an abode that is dedicated to the welfare of all. And that's really what his life is about, service. His letters are signed in the service of God and humanity. And that's not just the way his letters are signed, it's actually the motto of how he lives. Every minute, every breath, every moment, just in service. In the Hindu tradition, in the Vedic tradition, we speak about 3 different paths to that ultimate union, that ultimate awakening of yoga. The word yoga, of course, means union, not just of my nose to my knees, as tragically most of us in this country think, but actually a union of myself to the divine. And we're given 3 paths, a path of what's called Gyan Yoga, wisdom, so union through wisdom, through understanding. A path of Bhakti Yoga, union through love, through devotion. And Karma Yoga, union through action. And he really is this beautiful confluence of all 3 streams. It's service of all, whether it's children, women, trees, rivers, the sick, the aged, the young, the orphans, whatever it may be. But service with great wisdom and with overflowing love. He is the representative of India, of the Hindu tradition at innumerable events at the United Nations, at the World Bank, at the Parliament of Religions, in so many of those fora where they need a representative of this tradition. He's the one called. So it's been a great blessing to have him shine that light for me. And of course, in Hollywood to the Himalayas, you'll learn a lot about him. You'll learn a lot about how I met him, how I found him. You'll learn about what it's like to be a disciple. What's it like to go from being a 25-year-old white American academic to being a disciple in that tradition or in any tradition. So with that, there's so much more to say, but I want to have you all actually hear him. So with that, Pete, is it time? Are we hearing his blessings now, or are they coming up later?
गरुडध्वजः मङ्गलं पुण्डरीकाक्षो मङ्गलायतनो हरिः सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते नारायणी नमोस्तुते नारायणी नमोस्तुते ॐ असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय ॐ Shanti, Shanti. My dear divine souls, I am joining you today from the holy banks of the Mother Ganga River in the lap of the Himalayas. I am joining you from Rishikesh, India. It is the land of freedom, awakening, and enlightenment. It is the land where sages and saints and rishis have come for thousands of years, meditated, and attained ultimate attainment, enlightenment. However, whether you are in the caves or in California, whether you are in the mountains or in Michigan, whether you are in Rishikesh or Reno, Nevada, you can have this freedom. Because, my dears, freedom is not outside of you. It is inside of you. And freedom is an extravaganza. When we are free, really free, then our life becomes an extravaganza. I remember when I was young, living in the jungles, doing my sadhana, my spiritual practices, a beautiful saint said to me so beautifully, बोलो जीवन कैसा है, जैसा बना लो वैसा है, चाहे इसको स्वर्ग बना लो, चाहे इसको नरक बना लो, बोलो जीवन कैसा है, जैसा बना लो वैसा है. It means, what is life? Life is what we make it. Whether we turn our lives to heaven or hell, the choice is ours. Do we want to live in heaven, in freedom, in joy and peace, or not? It is up to us. So many people come here and they say, I want peace. I want peace. My dears, peace is not off on some other planet. It is here. It is for you. And you just have to look at the sentence to realize it. I want peace. 3 words in this sentence. I want and peace. If we remove the I and remove the want, what is left? Peace. It is the I and want that hide peace from us. So in order to be in true peace, true freedom, we must remove our I and want. It is our ego. I is our sense of ownership, doership, and pride. This I says, I want to be in the center. Isn't true? It is very true. We always want to be the ones getting the glory, the appreciation, and the prestige. Even when we don't do anything, we still want to be appreciated. We are always wanting to be in the center of everything. This is our downfall. We have to take care of it. So what to do with this I? Living in the world today, it is nearly impossible to completely remove the sense of me, mine, and I. So the best option is to take this I and bend it. When I stands vertically, it is an obstacle. It creates borders, barriers, and boundaries between ourselves and others. But if we take this I and turn it sideways, it horizontal, it becomes a bridge. A bridge between our families, our communities, and our nations. Let this I become a bridge in the service of the world. That's what we have to do. When the capital I is turned horizontal, turned sideways, it becomes a beautiful bridge. From barrier to bridge. If we keep standing so straight and tall and proud as the vertical I, then we will always stand alone. Nobody loves it. Nobody likes it. If, however, we turn this I sideways, if we say, let me be a bridge, let me bridge a chasm instead of creating them, let me stand smaller than others instead of always trying to stand tallest. Let me put others in the center instead of myself. If we can say that, then we will stand united and peaceful. So we must remove the I, the ego, and want. Want stands for our desires that can never be fulfilled. Bhoga na bhuktaha, vayam eva bhuktaha. Each desire creates a new desire. These days, everyone has everything set. We have TV set, sound system sets, sofa set, dining sets, even jewelry sets. Everything is set, but we are upset. Spiritually, if you think, we are not set. Things are set, but we are not set. So spirituality is what makes us set. That is what Sadhviji's book is about. She came here 25 years ago. Vividly I remember. She was only 25. She was a student getting her PhD. She had everything set outside. But inside, she was not set. Over the last 25 years, I have watched her learn the lessons that make you set. She learned how to forgive. She learned how to let go. She learned how to serve others. She learned how to ask what through me instead of what for me. Through these lessons, she learned how to really be free, how to live in peace, not in pieces, how to be better, not bitter. Now she teaches all. Every day, so many people come to Rishikesh from all over the world, and they sit in her satsang, and they are healed and transformed. They are so much in joy and tears. They feel so fulfilled, whole, complete. They are so thankful. They are so grateful. She came from Hollywood to the Himalayas, and now she shares the secret of the Himalayas with those from Hollywood and from everywhere. When you read her book, you will learn how you can also find the Himalayas within you. Wherever you are, you will learn how you can find that freedom from suffering. And when travel is back on, I invite you all to come home. Come home to the Himalayas, to your Himalayan home. We will be all waiting for you. My deepest love and blessing to you all, and especially to Marcy, beautiful soul, Patty, and Ariel, who organized this beautiful extravaganza, and also all the beautiful, inspiring speakers, our own family members, Jack, Marion, Michael, Bruce, Sue, Janet, Deborah, John, and Lynn. My love to you all. God bless you, and I love you. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
That was beautiful. Absolutely. And I love his barrier to bridge. Sadhvi, is it true that did you tell me that he really encouraged you to write your book?
Oh, he has been encouraging me to write it for so long. And it's amazing because typical traditional Indian society, like so many traditional religions in the world, as well as so many cultures in the world, tend to really focus on sweeping troubles under the rug. You don't share your difficulties with others. And especially in the world of religion and spirituality, where we really are seen as cut from a different cloth. And so there's really this sense in India that a spiritual leader, a renunciant, a monastic, is not human. And that the emotions, the feelings, the struggles that humans go through, somehow once you become spiritual, you don't experience those. And once you become spiritual, especially once you become a spiritual leader, you never would talk about a history in which you had struggled. And he, in a very, very unique way, really recognized the power of the way that I am so human, the way that I had struggled with certain things earlier in my life, continued at various stages of this extraordinary journey to struggle, whether with being a disciple, whether with being celibate, whether with my ego, with desires, with fears, with so much. And he, along the way, has been so incredibly open and gracious and caring about all of that, and then really encouraged me to write it because he has known from the beginning, and he always said, this story inspires so many. He understands that someone like him, for example, who really pretty much did kind of come out of the womb enlightened, and who, from early childhood knew that this was the path he was going to walk. I mean, he left his family at the age of 8. He spent his childhood in the jungles, fasting and meditating and standing on one leg in tree pose, 11 hours a day. Try doing 11 minutes. He did 11 hours a day. He's been celibate since birth. He's been a spiritual renunciant since birth. And he understands that when people come to him with that level of reverence that they have, that they really do see, rightly so in his case, that he's been cut from a different cloth. But he was able to see with me that people would be able to relate and understand from someone who wasn't cut from a different cloth, who didn't come out of the womb like this, who did struggle, did have challenges, did have yearnings and urges and all of that. And how my history of being stuck in my mental patterns, in my anger, in my pain, in my identity as the one who had experienced what I had gone through, in my identity as the one who struggled, and then being able to be free of that. He has always encouraged me, first verbally, in the satsang, when I speak, when I teach, and then in the book, to really share the fullness of the story, because there doesn't need to be a gap between spirituality and humanity. And he's always seen me and encouraged me and empowered me to be that bridge, not just between the West and the East, but between that spirituality and humanity aspects. So yeah, he's amazing. And those of you familiar with the world of religion in India will understand how unusual that is, and especially how unusual that is to encourage not just anyone, but a woman, and a Western woman, to come up to a place of spiritual leadership, and spiritual leadership with full honesty and transparency and vulnerability and authenticity. And yeah, he's amazing.
It's so great to have that kind of support, isn't it? And yet, the other thing that I find so interesting is that he knew from birth his path. And then there's you who gets on an airplane with your husband to go to India. You're looking for good vegetarian food, and he's looking for enlightenment. And the flip happened with it. It's all, life is interesting, isn't it?
It is a divine plan. And people used to say to me, they've stopped saying it now that I've been there 25 years, but in the beginning, people used to say to me a lot, so what's your plan? Like, what are you going to do? And I always would say, the universe is running my life so much better than I ever ran it. Why in the world would I take control back into my hands?
Exactly. So we have a special guest here with us who is also a spiritual leader, and I'd like to get to him right away because he's about ready to perform a wedding. It's Dr. Michael Bernard Beckwith. He's the founder and the spiritual director of Agape International Spiritual Center. Now, Agape is a trans-denominational community headquartered in Los Angeles, and it's comprised of thousands of local members plus global live streamers, all over the globe. And this November marks Agape's 33rd anniversary. He's highly regarded for his teachings on the science of inner transformation. Dr. Beckwith embraces a practical approach to spirituality, utilizing meditation, affirmative prayer, and life visioning is a process that he originated. And these practices teach us to take the experience of our inner peace and awaken awareness into our everyday lives. He's an amazing person. You can absolutely love the conversation with him. Welcome, Michael.
Peace and blessings, and thank you for the invitation. And by the way, it's 35 in November. It'll be 35 years.
35 years.
Agape's incarnation, right?
Yeah. Good for you. Yeah. Good for the world.
Sadhviji, God bless you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Michael. And before we start with you and your extraordinary wisdom, I wanted to just take a moment to celebrate your birthday, because this week is your birthday, and your life, your birth that gave birth to this life is such a great blessing for so many. And so if we all could just take a moment of silence. I was going to have everybody unmute themselves, but then I realized that we didn't actually have the capacity to do that. So instead, let us just take a moment of silence together and offer our love, our appreciation, our blessings and prayers on Reverend Michael's beautiful birthday. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming onto this planet.
Well, thank you
for coming onto this beautiful extravaganza. Your life is an embodiment of freedom, an expression of freedom. You channel freedom. And not only do you channel it for yourself, but you as a channel of freedom bring freedom to innumerable people all over the world. You really are this.
I smiled big time, period.
This incredible manifester of freedom for all. And I know that it hasn't always been like that for you, that there were moments in your life, earlier in your life, when you weren't such a channel for the divine flow, when your life didn't move in such complete freedom and alignment with the divine. And I'm wondering if you could share with all of us a time from then of what that was like to not be free and how you found freedom.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me just love you up. You know, your journey of healing from Hollywood to Himalayas. Let me just embrace you for a moment and the freedom and the courage and the conviction that you had and still have to allow that particular book to come into manifestation. That's going to touch countless beings, that they too may touch that chord of freedom that's intrinsic to us all. So I just want to just give praise to you and give, even though you don't look for praise, I want to give praise for your efforts. I want to give praise for the book. I want to give praise for those who pick up the book and who are pulled to the book and will find those golden nuggets of truth that will be life transformational. So from Hollywood to the Himalayas, the journey of healing, I think is fantastic for such a time as this. So let me just say much appreciation for your courage, the confidence in God, and your commitment to bring that forward. And I've watched you as you were putting this together. So I thank you for doing that. And when we talk about my particular journey, I think that as a child, there was a lot of freedom there, and then it got covered up and clouded by human experience and limited perceptions and imprints of the world and things of that particular nature. And so when that does occur, then there are decisions that are made from the limited perception that create experiences that are limiting, experiences that are suffering, experiences that are painful. So as I think about my as a child up past teenage, there was a tremendous amount of freedom. And then going into young adult, early college, young adult, there was a condensation of my perception and kind of getting caught up in the world. And in many ways, one, I was very revolutionary and wanted to change the world by any means necessary. And I'll always remember sitting in a meeting. I was a propaganda commissioner for this powerful revolutionary meeting organization. And I remember sitting in this meeting, and as the meeting was about to commence, someone behind me said, "If you were to take over the world tomorrow, would it be any different?" So I looked around and there was nobody there. And so I thought that was a bit odd, but so we continued the meeting. And then the voice said it again. "If you were to take over the world tomorrow, would the world be any different?" And I realized that the voice was coming from within me. And I looked around the room and I could see the egoic pathology of all of us in this meeting. I could see one individual was territorial, one individual always had to be right, one individual, was very combative all the time. And I could see all of this pathology in the room, and I realized the world's not going to be any different if we were to suddenly take it over. And I left the meeting. I never went back. I didn't have anything to replace that revolutionary verve with at that moment. I'd just been attending Morehouse College, and I transferred to USC as a psychobiology major. I was on a path to go to med school. And there I was financing my tuition into USC by selling cannabis sativas way before it was legal. And so that's a whole nother world I was involved in. And I started to have a series of inner experiences that, because I was in the psychology department, I labeled these experiences pathological. I was hearing things, I was seeing things that weren't there, I was traveling. There was so much going on. And since I did not have any formal spiritual practice, I basically thought that I was suffering from something. Ultimately, an awakening occurred. I was killed in a lucid dream. And when I came out of it, I could see that I was surrounded by such beauty and love of the presence of God surrounding me. The love was and is beyond anything I'd ever experienced in my life. The beauty is beyond anything of any description. And I could never get back in that box again. It changed my life forever. The trajectory of my life shifted. Now, those moments of non-freedom, there was obviously, and our beloved guru was saying, there were moments of over-identification with personality, over-identification with I, that sense of limitation that creates the ripples of limitation and just across the board. And when the opening took place and the perception took place, there was a tremendous amount of freedom. Not only the freedom from limitation, but the freedom to express, because freedom is intrinsic. It's already given us, but we have to receive it. And I can remember coming to a great awareness of even being free from the identification as simply a Black man in America that was fraught with certain systemic racism. I can remember not identifying myself that way anymore. It was that I appreciate and love my incarnation as a man. I love my incarnation as a man of color, but my identification was more of an individual that emerged from the eternal. So therefore, my relationship to the universal law changed. I was no longer under the law of the world, no longer a law of how people thought about me, no longer under the law of people's perception about me. I came under the law of the eternal, of which I still live to this day. Appreciate the lampshade, appreciate the incarnation, love it, but I operate under a different law. I operate under the law of a being that knows that he has emerged from the eternal. So that's a tremendous freedom that I feel, that when I walk into a room, I'm actually aware of the presence of God and what God is thinking about me, which is intelligence and beauty and love, not what anyone else may be thinking. I don't live in the world. I don't live in that world. I'm not blind to that world. I just don't live in that world. Now that's tremendous freedom that I seek to assist others to come into, whether they are overly identified with themselves as a woman or a Black man or whatever the lampshade is. The light that's in the lampshade is what we are. And through spiritual practice and through insight and revelation, we become more and more identified with the luminosity, and we appreciate the lampshade so that the luminosity can shine through it. So as I look back on the days of unconsciousness, I recently reinterpreted the teachings of Jesus, or added, let me say it this way, I added another interpretation. When he is reported to have said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do," people generally think, rightly so, that he's speaking about the individuals that are crucifying him, individuals that are causing him harm, and we've been taught to forgive people that gossip about us, say bad things about us, put obstructions against us. Forgive them, for they know not what they're doing. But I've added a layer, and that is, Father, Mother, God, divine presence, forgive the earlier incarnations of myself that they didn't know what they were doing. That all of my other iterations that had limited perception and thought and spoke and acted from that limited perception, forgive them. They didn't know, forgive them. They were ignorant of a more expanded perception. So I've added that as a part of the teachings, that forgive all of those lesser expressions. And in forgiving those lesser expressions, they dissolve. They don't exist anymore because they were only an illusion anyway. And then the world can't project onto you what the lesser expressions said or didn't say, acts of commission or acts of omission. Another level of freedom, you see. And so that's where I seek to live. And so I'm always on the edge of the next insight and revelation of the presence of God that wants to know itself as my life. And so I feel I'm a free being. And the other iterations I have forgiven and stand in the light of God. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. You speak, and it's a transmission. It's a teaching also, of course, and it's a touch also, and it's a transmission also. And I love that about, I forgive the other manifestations of myself, that even as I am being harmed or wronged or abused or betrayed, it's not othering. It's seeing the self in them as well and letting go and forgiving. And I loved your lampshade metaphor, because as you were speaking about it and that luminosity that is each of us, I was thinking how beautiful it is that in order for that luminosity to flow, we have to be plugged in.
Yes.
And that what our spiritual traditions, whatever they may be, whatever lineage or homegrown, our own way, it doesn't matter. It's totally irrelevant. But that's what our spiritual traditions give us and our spiritual practice gives us, is that ability to be plugged in, quite literally, so that luminosity flows through us, as us, and for others. Now, I wanted to just circle and ask you about, you spoke about freedom as that which is always there for us, but we have to receive it.
Yes.
Now, as we have so many viewers today watching this, I know people must be thinking, yes, I'm ready. Yes, I want it. Yes, I want it. How do I receive? What would you say to them?
First, we go back to the beginning, that freedom is intrinsic. It does not come to us from exogenous things, from anything outside of our being. There's nothing outside of us that can give us freedom. No amount of money, no amount of whatever we could accumulate in the world. You can give us a level of mobility and things of that particular nature, but freedom is something that is within us. And I'm thinking about a gentleman that was unjustly incarcerated in prison for 17 years for something he didn't do. And he came into his jail cell one day. His name was Clarence Chance. And there was a book on his bed by Krishnamurti. So he'd never heard of Krishnamurti or anything spiritual. He was just very upset that he was in jail for something he didn't do. But he read the book, and he developed a practice where he was not going to allow past experience to come into present moment after reading this book. And that became a part of his daily practice. So after a period of time, he became free. He was in prison, but he wasn't involved in the violence in prison. He learned how to play instruments. He learned how to paint. He learned martial arts. He learned all of these gifts that were latent within him that had not been actualized when he was on the outside. And he became a free being while incarcerated. And then I think it's called the Innocent Project, heard about him, took on his case, and then he became physically free out of jail. Now, one of the first things he did when he became a free man out of prison, he came to Agape because his cousin was taking classes there, and his cousin was the first one who brought him to my attention for us to hold him in prayer, which we did. And so I asked him to come up. First of all, he was sitting in the front row. He was sitting with this beautiful smile on his face, and he had just been released from prison for 17 years. And he was very happy. I didn't know if that was really him, but it was. So he came up and he said, he thanked everybody for holding him in prayer. And then he said he noticed a couple of things before he came into the service. He said when driving to the service, he saw that there was a car accident, and he noticed the people were really angry at each other and they were almost coming to blows about this car accident. And he was thinking to himself, they're about to fight over bended metal. He didn't understand why they were so upset, because no one was hurt. The metal was bent, which could be obviously unbent. So he thought that was strange. And then he comes to Agape and he notices people were rushing to get to the meditation service, and they were stepping on flowers while they were rushing to get to the meditation service. And he said, here people were trying to go to meditations, and they're stepping on God. They're stepping on Mother Nature, trying to get to meditate. And so he said, I've discovered that there was a lot of free people in prison, and maybe there was a lot more free people in prison than outside of prison. So he laid that onto the congregation. But he said, I'm going to not allow the past to come into present moment. And so when people ask how, I think we always come back to one of the greatest technologies, which is meditation. Learning to pay undistractable attention to reality, have an embracing an intention to wake up, and coming into the awareness that there is an eternal broadcast forever expressing, and that we come into a deep listening so that we're hearing without ears and seeing without eyes, and then sitting every single time as if it is the first time. And then something happens, something dawns on our awareness, our perception changes. And instead of participating in the world, which is an artifact of previously held points of view, we start to participate in the world as it really is, the way the present sees it. It's a different world, and we become free. But as long as we're looking for something out there to make us free, or as long as we're looking for something in the world to be the way we want it to be free, then we're imprisoning ourselves, because the world of phenomena is always swirling. Billions of people are at different stages of enlightenment and awakening, producing all manner of condensation of thoughts and experiences. So the world is a Rorschach test for everyone's particular point of view. But there is a world that's unsullied by time or experience. And we begin to have some modicum of practice. We get an insight into it. And an insight is an event where we suddenly or incrementally see, not with eyes, the way it really is. And then there's a resting in it. And then, as you said, the universe does a better job at our life than we do. This presence, this love, this beauty, this intelligence does a better life than all of the acquired knowledge and information that we get. We come into flow motion. It's a different way of living in a high order of freedom. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Even as you share, as you transmit, there's a very palpable experience, and I'm sure that everyone watching this feels it as well, an experience of freedom. So it isn't just a teaching, but it's actually giving us that experience even of the transformation in the moment. You speak the truth, and the truth itself manifests in that moment. You speak that we are free, and we feel it. And thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for being your embodiment of the divine here on earth, and for being such a beautiful vehicle and vessel for the divine will to flow here on earth for everyone.
Sadhvi, I would not miss it. Sadhvi, I would not miss it. we wouldn't miss it. You call, I answer. You know, we want to associate. In one of the other how-tos is who are you hanging with? Who are your friends? Who are your colleagues? Who can you call and talk to? You know, one of my people is Sadhvi. I can call her anytime I want. She can call me, you know.
Yeah.
So there's high conversation with high people. I wouldn't miss it to be with you and to celebrate your latest offering to us. And thank you for my birthday wishes. I feel the birthday love. Thank you so very much. And so I would definitely be with you. If I can, I'm there. God bless you.
And I love you so much. And I can't wait until we are together again on the banks of Ganga, singing and meditating and celebrating and dancing in the presence of the divine and the freedom to experience and live that every moment. And I love you so much, and thank you so much again for being here today.
I love you too, and thank you for the invitation. God bless you all.
Thank you, Reverend Michael. Glad that you're here. And one of the things that I really love about the program, Sadhviji, and with the extravaganza, is that for people who don't have high-level people in their lives, this is how you can touch into them. It's how you can be a part of it. And so thank you for bringing everybody together for us all.
What a joy it's been.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Sadhviji, your book is titled Hollywood to the Himalayas. And I know that one of your choices for the title was The River of Love, which I loved. I also know that people who read early drafts of your book started making comparisons to Eat, Pray, Love. So I fully understand the name Hollywood to the Himalayas. And I know the story is in your book, but can you give the shortened, abridged explanation of River of Love and why that was one of your top choices?
Sure. Yeah, the working title for the book was River of Love for a long time. And it was the working title, and it is something that is spoken about in the book because the river Ganga is the river on whose banks my healing and transformation happened. It's the river in whose waters, very physically standing in her waters, that I was able to offer the pain, the anger, and the identification with the pain and the anger about what had happened to me, and that I was able to forgive and to let go. Literally standing in her rivers, one of the very first instructions that Pujya Swamiji gave me was give it to the river. I had asked him about fear, and he said, you fear because you don't trust. And I explained to him why I didn't trust, all of the things that had happened to me. And he told me to give it to the river. And yeah, it's a longer, beautiful story that is there in the book, but Ganga was the river who took that. And it's especially powerful because in the Vedic tradition, Ganga is not just a river. The river is her form. As Bruce Lipton was speaking about, this body as our form, but ultimately we are the essence. We are the broadcast. We're not the TV. So Mother Ganga is a goddess. And the story, again, I won't go into all of it here. It is in the book. But the quick story is that Mother Ganga, as the goddess, came onto earth in the form of the river in order to bring liberation to the sons of King Sagar. It's a great story. And this king's sons were burned to ashes. And in the Hindu tradition, doing final rites is considered really, really important. And their final rites couldn't be done because they had been burned to ash. And so first he and then his descendants prayed to God to send the goddess Ganga, the bringer of liberation, onto earth and to wash over those ashes so that his sons would attain liberation. And eventually she came. But here's what's so beautiful, Pete. She stayed. She came for them, but then she stayed for us. She is the mother river of liberation, of blessings, of grace. And that love that she shares, Pujya Swamiji always says, Ganga gives and gives with no discrimination. She irrigates the farms of Muslims and Hindus, Christians, Jews, Jains, Sikhs, atheists, all the same. No discrimination, no hesitation. She never wakes up one day and says, I don't feel like it. Maybe tomorrow. Every day she flows. No vacation. She never says, hey guys, I'm going to, take the next week off, fill up your buckets now because there's going to be no water for a week. And with no expectation. On our banks where we live, at our ashram, at Parmarth Nikathan, we perform this beautiful prayer ceremony in the evening, the Aarti. But lots of places along her banks don't. There are places where people even tragically dump their trash into her. But she flows anyway. No expectation. It's not, you're nice to me, and then I will flow for you. You worship me, then I will flow for you. No expectation. And it's such a beautiful message for our lives. And that's the other reason we were toying with that title, because for me, so much of my learning and experience has come through service. I was raised in such privilege and such opportunity, and it really kind of was all about me. And what I learned in India was the exquisiteness of service and how actually through serving others, we find all of that we were looking for ourselves, all of that happiness and joy and peace that we thought would come if we just got more or attained more. It actually comes when we serve more. And Mother Ganga is the teacher, the embodiment of flowing and flowing and flowing and giving and giving and giving. And that was always the teaching given to me, is flow like Mother Ganga, serve like Mother Ganga, give like Mother Ganga. No hesitation, no discrimination, no expectation, just keep flowing. So yeah, it was a working title. And then we came up with Hollywood to the Himalayas. It was a beautiful inspiration that someone on the team had, and everybody immediately said, yes, 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 because the physical journey, of course, was LA, Hollywood to the Himalayas. But the inner journey as well was the journey of living this life that so many of us in the West live, where everything, as Pujya Swamiji said, everything is set, but we are upset, into a life that we think about in terms of the lap of the Himalayas, a life of freedom, of joy, of peace, of bliss, of awakening. And yet how from the Himalayas to Hollywood, the teachings go. Because you don't have to be sitting in the Himalayas for it. The teachings are applicable everywhere.
The river of love flows everywhere. Absolutely. And speaking of the river of love, do you notice that we have somebody else floating down the river here? And we have our next guest is Deborah Poneman. And then after that, we have John Robbins, who was on for, you saw him visually for a couple minutes there. But Deborah is a best-selling author, speaker, and creator of Yes to Success. She's co-founder of Your Year of Miracles with Marcy. And she's a woman that's dedicated to your success and your freedom so that you can enjoy the best life possible. I just adore Deborah. I love to listen to her. I love her teachings. And now, Sadhvi, you get time with her now. So have fun.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pete. And welcome, Deborah. It's so wonderful to have you. I remember the very first time we met in India, and just the depth and the instantness of that connection. And that was decades ago. And having you as a dear friend and a dear sister in my life has been such a blessing. And you're someone who shares success on every level with people from all over the world. And of course, freedom seems to be both a prerequisite to success as well as the highest success in many ways. So can you share with us about how you first found that freedom, found that success in your life? I know you've been on a spiritual path since very, very early in your life, but take us back, take us to a moment when you didn't know freedom, when you didn't know that success. And how did you find it?
Well, I'm going to answer your question, but first I have to say three things. One is happy Guru Purnima day in honor of the Guru. What an auspicious day to have this. It's just so magical. And I am so glad that Michael went before me. I was supposed to go before him, but I'm so glad that we switched because I was just weeping through Pujya Swamiji's blessings. And I had to go put my makeup back on. So I had that time. And I do remember it was, it had to be right around the year 2000 when we first met, almost 2 decades ago. And I remember coming to the ashram with my daughter. Remember Pujya Swamiji called Diana Little Bird. And he just loved my daughter. And I remember you coming out and speaking, and you probably had only been there for a few years at the time, I guess 25 years. So maybe you'd been there for maybe 5 years. And the depth of your knowledge was mind-blowing to me. And since the time I was 18, I've been with some of the greatest spiritual masters, and I just sat there mesmerized by you. And I quote you in my own teachings all the time. My favorite is one of the things you said: when you're expecting to get fulfillment from material gain, it's like milking a cow and expecting to get orange juice. I just love that. And now you've put your knowledge into a book, and the book is so exquisite. And I just want to thank you for taking the time to write it. Hopefully I could comment on it later on, but I just wanted to say thank you for putting that knowledge. I mean, I devour your Wisdom Wednesdays. I devour everything I could find on YouTube. You're just such a profound teacher, and what a blessing to now have this in a book. So thank you, Sadhvi.
Thank you.
So everyone today has been talking so profoundly about universal love and inner freedom and the presence of God. And it's been breathtaking. And as you said, I've been a meditation teacher for almost 50 years, just a few years after you were born, 1971. I became a TM teacher. And so I could talk forever about my, being a wild and crazy teenager and doing drugs and this, and then finding meditation. And I do believe, absolutely, without a doubt, that contacting that transcendental silence again and again and again through our daily practice until the silence never leaves is the true basis to freedom. That's it. It's doing our spiritual practices. But today, I'm going to talk about something completely different from what anybody else has talked about. And I'm going to talk about my 2 marriages and my business partnership. And the moment I realized how we are the ones completely responsible for keeping ourselves free. So, husband number 1, Mark was a lovely man. He still is. But after about, I'd say 4 years of marriage, we separated because there was just something off about our marriage. And after being apart for about 6 months, we missed each other and got back together. But I knew from day one of our reconciliation that I'd made a mistake. But it took me more than 3 years to get the courage to ask for a divorce, because I remember how hard it was on him the first time. And my story was that I had to stay because I couldn't hurt him again. Fast forward to my second husband, who was even more lovely. He was handsome. He was smart. He was a Harvard MBA. He was a millionaire. He was one of the kindest and most loving human beings on the planet. I mean, he was a catch. And about 2 years into that marriage, I knew I wanted out. I knew I would be happier by myself. And we had 2 children. So we tried counseling and couples retreats and asking the advice of our guru. And, but nothing changed in my heart. I loved him, but I didn't want to be in the institution called marriage. And I stayed for another 17 years because I couldn't get the courage, or so I thought, to hurt him. And finally, for 5 years, I was in business with the most incredible woman and business partner on the planet, our own amazing Marcy Shimoff. We loved working together. We were a match made in heaven. We laughed, we cried, we get so excited about what we were teaching that we would jump up and down. We had incredible respect for each other as teachers. She had strengths where I had weaknesses, and I had strengths where she had weaknesses, and we made an incredible team. And yet I woke up one morning and I knew it was time for me to move on. Like so many of your guests have said, it wasn't a conscious decision as much as it was just God spoke to me and said, it's time for you to move on. It was a stillness. And from that stillness came that voice. And there was nothing wrong with our business, or people wanted dirt, oh, what happened to you and Marcy? Nothing happened. We love each other. We loved each other then. We love each other now. And I loved your year of miracles with all my heart. But I couldn't get up the courage to tell Marcy because I thought she would be sad or upset or disappointed. Or so I told myself. This time I only dragged my feet for a few months. So in all 3 cases, I truly believed that I couldn't leave because I didn't want to hurt them. Even though intellectually I knew, and it's what I teach in Yes to Success, and it's what Marcy and I teach in your Year of Miracles, that when you do what's best for yourself, it will always be what's best for everybody else, but only 100% of the time. But the story I told myself was I couldn't bear hurting Mark. I couldn't bear hurting Fred. I couldn't bear hurting Marcy. And then one day, after I continually gave myself the award for being, Miss Altruism USA, kind and caring, I can't hurt those I love, I realized that I was so lying to myself. I was not free because, yes, I cared about them, but I stayed for 17 years in the case of husband number 2 because I didn't want to feel the emotional discomfort from their reaction. The reaction that I projected that they would have. There was nothing altruistic about it. I wasn't free because I couldn't do confrontation. I wasn't free because I was petrified to speak my truth. I hated the pain that I felt in my body when I did it. I mean, I couldn't fire my housekeeper, even though she hurt her knee and couldn't clean anymore. I couldn't fire the employee who stole money from our company because she had 2 kids, and how else was she going to make money? So how could I tell my husbands or my beloved Marcy that I want to move on? But now I recognize how I create my own lack of freedom. I can choose to be free whenever I want by just putting on my big girl pants and living my truth and breathing through the emotional discomfort. instead of staying in a place without freedom. And by the way, in all three cases, the results for each of them were glorious. Both my exes are now so happily married to wonderful women who are much better wives than I was, by the way. And we all know that our Marcy partnered with the incredible Sue Morter and the amazing Lisa Garr in Your Year of Miracles, and their success has been meteoric. So I realize that every moment, my freedom is up to me. And there might be a little bit of pain or a little bit of discomfort, but is it worth it? Is it worth it to stay in a marriage for 17 extra years and not have the freedom that I know my life would have had I not been afraid? Feel a moment of discomfort. So what do people sacrifice? A moment of discomfort for their freedom. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, it's such an inspiring story, such a beautiful story. And thank you so much for sharing it with us. And you found in each of those three cases, sometimes sooner than others, but ultimately in all three cases, you found something that shifted inside, that took you from knowing you should leave to actually leaving. And for all of those who are watching, who may be sort of teetering on that, I should do it, whether it's leave, whether it's join, whether it's go, whether it's come, whatever they're teetering on, knowing that inner voice is telling them, that inner guidance is telling them, but they're just teetering, whether it's because they're worried about what they project someone else is going to think, whether they're worried about failure, whatever they may be pulled back by. If you had one magic, not a magic wand, but like a magic taser that could kind of taser them off that brink into freedom, what would that be?
Okay. There are several things, but I'm going to go here. In the Jewish mystical text called the Kabbalah or Kabbalah, there is a concept called tikkun. And a tikkun in Hebrew, it means repair. And there is a concept in Kabbalah that each of us comes into this lifetime with things that we need to, so to speak, repair that we didn't get right the last time around, and we're getting another chance. So for one person, it might be speaking their truth or being able to handle emotional pain. For another, it might be lack of self-love, or it might be, but it also could be things like never getting a grip on money, or, continually marrying the same man, only in a different body, because there's something you're not getting right about relationships, okay? Another, it might be a battle around food, whatever, or impulsive behavior, or treating people poorly, but it's just like you're gripped by it. Well, in Kabbalah, it says, when we become aware of our tikkuns, and there isn't just one, by the way, and we face that tikkun, freedom is waiting on the other side. So what I say is this, a few things. Number one, remember when you were a little kid and you jumped off the high dive for the first time and you went to the end, you're like, oh no, and then you went back, okay? And then you went to the end of the diving board again, I can't do it. I say, facing your tikkun, like I did when I had to tell my husbands, or I had to tell our Marcy, that I had to move on. I would say, when you see that opportunity, it's like jumping off the diving board for the first time. Just run to the end of the board, hold your nose and jump. And it's not that big of a deal. It never is. Remember? Then you went back again and again and again and again. Okay. So the first thing is, just when you see one of those opportunities, just see it, freedom, see freedom in that person's face, because on the other side of facing your tikkun is your freedom. There's another way that they express this in Kabbalah. They say that there is a light that shines on all of us, a light of grace that's brighter than 1,000 suns. And it shines on all of us the same. Okay, it's just like the physical sun. It doesn't shine on Black people more than white people or old people more than young people. The sun doesn't discriminate, but we can decide if we put up an umbrella and block the sun. We could even go into a bunker and die of vitamin D deficiency, but that's our choice to have no sun. Well, what it says in Kabbalah is that this light of grace shines on all of us. But what blocks the light of grace are our cocoons. And every time we face one, we remove a veil between us and the light of grace. And the more we face our cocoons, the more and more that grace is allowed to shine on us. And it also says in Kabbalah that everything we desire is it's there. It's hovering around us. The perfect relationship, the wonderful job, the guru, maybe we're searching for guru, they're all right there. If you have the desire, the fulfillment of your desire is just right there. But because there's darkness, we can't see it. But when we face our cocoons and remove them one after the other, the light is able to shine. And we say, oh, there's my soulmate. We bump into them at a cafe. There's my ideal job. We run into somebody at a party. They say, oh, you've got to talk to that. You are perfect for this job. And all we have to do is face whatever it is we came here for, remove those veils and the light of grace. And it's also the light of freedom. We have complete freedom of choice because when the cocoons are gone, we see all of our choices. And one of the things they say in Kabbalah, there's a little story. This isn't a Kabbalah, but a rabbi tells a story that people say, but I can't do it. I can't face it. It's just too hard. I can't leave my husband. I can't. Yeah, you can. Because if I said to you, okay, I will give you $1 million every time you face a cocoon, you'd wake up in the morning saying, let me out of it. You would like run after those cocoons. So don't tell me you can't do it. Of course you can do it. And I'll tell you, when you face your cocoons and you come out on the other side, it is worth so much more than any material dollars, because every time you do it, you will get $1 million spiritual dollars. And that's the currency in this lifetime. It is the spiritual flow of grace that you will get by facing your cocoons. And there are many paths to freedom, but something you could do right now at this moment is write down your cocoons. What is it? Okay. What is it that you freeze with fear? For me, it used to be speaking my truth. I couldn't even, when I would be at a restaurant and the waitress or waiter would bring me lukewarm soup, and I like my soup really hot, I was afraid to send my soup back. That's how afraid I was of like my discomfort at maybe they might react. Okay. I used to say their discomfort. Now I know it's my discomfort, but the way you'll recognize them when they show up is if you write them down and you become really aware of them. And then you'll know, this is a cocoon, and you could face it and choose the path to freedom.
Thank you so much, Deborah, for such wisdom, such beautiful guidance, and such wonderfully implementable tools from right now that everyone can actually start with right now to move into freedom. I love you so much, and I am so, so grateful for you here on this planet, sharing your wisdom, sharing your beautiful light with everyone, and leading people to greater and greater success on the highest and deepest levels. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Can I just say one other thing about your book? Just one more thing about your book. I mean, I hardly know what to add to all the others have already said, except that when people read this and they read the stories of, you look at Sadhvi, who is just the embodiment of peace, the embodiment of wisdom. But when you read the book, you hear about her life, you know, early childhood abuse and abandonment and eating disorders. You look at this angel, this saint, and you think, no, it can't be. But it is. And when you read that book, you will see how she moved beyond it. And you could see how you can move beyond what you're dealing with and you could be free. I mean, your life story itself, Sadhvi, is so compelling that it's worth the read. And I think the bonus is just that you give us so much talk about practical, deeply profound spiritual wisdom and utterly practical wisdom that we could take and create lives of freedom. So thank you for writing it for all of us. And I love you. And I'll see you in India in March.
Yay.
Oh, and in
Chicago before then. Yes.
And Chicago in August. So we'll send out an email and everybody could come and see Sadhvi in August.
Wonderful.
And before you leave, Deborah, everybody at home, leave some messages as far as what your big takeaways were from the conversation just now with Deborah. Let's see, one is here, courage yet grace to be yourself, knowing your truth and honoring it. Embrace my power not to be afraid of success, be that author, speaker, healer, and it's okay to want to be a multimillionaire. I know I can be paralyzed by fear of making the wrong choice. It's freeing not to judge oneself for whatever choice one makes. Thank you. I absolutely needed this message. I'm so grateful for the spiritual abundance. A suspicious day. I sense an aha connection emerging. Love you, Deborah. Just on and on. So thanks, Deborah. Thank you for being here and sharing with us.
Thank you, Pete. Love you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So, Sadhvi, I have to admit something to you. That when you sent me the book, I was a little bit afraid to read it because so many people send me books and so many of them are not very good, or that they're the rehash of the same old thing. But when I read that early draft of your book, I fell in love with it. It was everything that I'd hoped it to be and a whole lot more. It's refreshing, it's unbelievably funny. That aspect of you just comes through, and that even that sweetness, that vast universe of sweetness within you just pours from the book. And so I think that anybody who's been with us all day, and if you've been with us for the hours, that means you're going to love the book and it's going to speak to you. It's going to help bring you into freedom. And the webinar is going to speak to you. You're going to love, if you've been enjoying Sadhvi now, you're going to really enjoy the webinar. It's going to be with Marcy and Sadhvi. So do get the book. And you're not only going to be having a great read, and you're not only going to be thoroughly enjoying it, but you're going to be supporting Sadhvi's foundation, because 100% of the royalties from the book, they go to her foundation, which runs free schools, vocational training, empowerment programs. It's a phenomenal foundation, and it's all, when you buy the book, it's all to help support everything that she's doing. So go ahead, get the book. You can get it, go to Amazon. There's a link in your email right now, so you can just click on that, or you can click on one of the links in the chat. Buy the book, then go to the website, learningstrategies.com/webinar, and then you can sign up for the webinar, and then you can join us in a couple of weeks for the special Freedom webinar that she's doing. And Sadhvi, it looks like our next guest is ready. Shall we, anything to say, or should we just move right into John Robbins?
I would love to move into John Robbins. There's always a lot to say, but I would be so happy to just listen to John right now.
Fantastic. There he is. So, John, before we get started, let me do a brief introduction for you. And this way, everybody will know who you are in case they don't know who you are. And I just had, here it is. So, John is a recipient of the Rachel Carson Award, the Albert Schweitzer Humanitarian Award, the Peace Abbey's Courage and Conscience Award, and the Green Americans Lifetime Award. He's a 3 million copy best-selling author. That's 3 million books. That's a lot of books. He's a social activist, humanitarian. His work goes back into the 1980s. He's also co-founder and president of the 500,000 plus member Food Revolution Network. So John, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Sadhvi, for having me.
Oh, John, I'm going to start to cry. It's such an honor. Before I ask you anything, I want to just let everyone know, Pete gave a beautiful bio of John, but I want to just let everyone know that he's really a hero of freedom and of truth. The work that John has done in the world for truth, and this is what we've been speaking about all day. You've heard it from the perspective of science into spirituality. You've heard it from pure spiritual transmission. You've heard it when talking about success. But that concept that when we are free, we live in truth and we live in expansion. And John's life has been really a testament to this. And I want to just give one piece of your bio that Pete didn't give, because I think it's a really important piece of your bio, which is that John is the son of the Robbins, of the Baskin Robbins fame. And as a young man, John was seen to be the one who was going to inherit the multi-billion-dollar corporation. And he was taken on a tour of the dairy farms where their ice cream, the milk for the ice cream, was being produced. And he saw the violence that was being wrought upon the cows, the violence of the industry to the milk-giving cows, to their babies. And he, in full freedom, I mean, just a full embodiment of the freedom of truth, said, I don't want it, keep your money. And he ended up becoming this extraordinary pioneer of truth in action, what we would say spirituality in action, yoga in action, meditation in action, how what we eat, what we buy, what we wear, how we live in the world impacts the world, and how if we are committed to truth, that we will eat and shop and consume in alignment with truth. And this is going back, as Pete said, into the early 80s. And I remember the first time I met John, he came to speak at Stanford University when I was a student there. And there was this big line in front of you after you spoke, and everybody else had brought their Diet for New America for you to sign. And I, of course, had not had the foresight to bring my book with me to the lecture for you to sign. But I got in line anyway. And when I got to the front of the line, all I could think of to say to you was, can I give you a hug? And you said, sure. And I gave you a hug. And I remember saying to you, I want to be part of whatever you do. And you said, well, come volunteer this summer. And I did. And it was 9 years ago. I was a junior at Stanford. And it was such a turning point in my life. And so I just want to give deep gratitude to you, and also to just let all of our listeners into that other piece of his bio. He's super famous these days for the food revolution that he and his son Ocean founded and run. But there were decades of revolutions of truth and freedom that John has been at the forefront of. So thank you, John, for all of that. And I wanted to ask you to share with us. I remember hearing you speak so long ago, decades ago. And you said something that has stuck with me since. And you said, I knew what to say no to, but I didn't know what to say yes to. And today, as we talk about freedom in this extravaganza, when we know in our lives that something isn't right, that something isn't working, that it is suffocating us, that it's metaphorically the wrong size shoe, the wrong box, or any box rather, we know that we should be free, but we don't know what to say yes to instead. How do we find that yes? How did you find it first? First, share with us how you found it, and then share with us how we can find it.
Well, thank you, Sadhvi. I remember meeting you for that first time at that talk at Stanford, and I still appreciate that you came and volunteered with us for those months. And we've had a bond ever since, I felt, and I treasure it and I appreciate it very much. It's easy to today. It's frankly easier always to know what we don't like, what we oppose, what we find counter to spirit, to love, to light, to life. There's abundant examples of that sort of thing going on, and it's easy to feel even bitter or angry or disgusted or just appalled or disappointed or grieved in various ways about the state of the world today, about how our environment is faring, how our system of life, our way of life is harming other people and the environment and the future of life on Earth. And knowing in a circumstance like that, how to find our yes, our true yes, because the capitalist society, the commercialism, will say. I remember having a friend say, everybody's got to believe in something. I believe I'll have another beer. That's what he said, and people laughed. And this is when I was in college, and I think I probably laughed too, but inside I wasn't laughing at all because it felt like a desperate thing to believe in. If that's all you believe in, you don't believe in anything, and you don't believe in yourself. And if you don't believe in yourself, nobody else will believe in you either. They'll agree with you about your vision of yourself. And if it's a truncated vision, if it's a partial vision, if it's a vision that's really built in shame or grief or anguish of some kind, and that anguish hasn't been blended with compassion so that it can transform into connection with life, and so that the pain becomes a connection and it's not in vain anymore, then we don't know where our yes is. Then we don't know how we can be vehicles of service to others and to the world, and how we can alleviate some of the suffering that disappoints us so much, that in fact appalls us so much. And how we find that yes is so important. And I don't know how other people do it, actually. I don't even know how I did it, really. It came to me, it happened to me. But I suppose I made choices and did some things that brought me into an alignment, into an inner space in which I could receive, in which I could hear the guidance that was coming from my inner wisdom, coming from God, coming from my destiny, coming from my higher self. There's so many ways to talk about it or think about it. And none of them are adequate, really, because it's so much bigger than any of that. But in my case, I knew I didn't want to be in the ice cream business. You alluded to who my father was, and he had started and founded with my uncle what became the world's largest ice cream company. It was a multi-billion-dollar company, and I was an only son. And my dad believed that women shouldn't work. He was an old-fashioned guy, and so all the responsibility, all the weight of his expectations for the future of the company was on me. And he did expect me to eventually run it with him and then take it over. And he groomed me for that. He planned for that, and I loved it. I grew up eating in Southern California, where it's really hot, eating a lot of ice cream as a kid. What kid doesn't like that? I invented flavors. One of them became a bestseller, Jamocha almond fudge. I mean, I just had fun. But then it slowly dawned on me that this wasn't a health food. And my uncle, Bert Baskin, my dad's partner and brother-in-law, died of a heart attack at the age of 54. And he was a really big guy, ate a lot of ice cream, ate the family product. And when he died, I asked my dad, do you think there could be a connection at all between the amount of ice cream that he would eat, which was a lot, and his fatal heart attack in his early 50s? And my dad said, no. His ticker just got tired and stopped working. And those were his words to me. But there was another message coming across through his eyes, through his voice, tone, through his body language, through his energy, which was, don't you ever ask that question again. Because in our family, it was kind of a taboo against connecting health and food, or certainly ice cream and heart disease. And I really understood. My father couldn't bear to ask that question, to consider that possibility, that there might be that connection, because he, by that time, had manufactured and sold more ice cream than any human being that had ever lived on the planet. He didn't want to think, he couldn't bear to think that the family product was harming anybody, much less that it could have contributed to the death of his beloved partner and brother-in-law. So he couldn't consider the possibility. I got that. He couldn't. And I felt then that I should. I needed to. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized, ice cream is connected to heart disease. And when I saw, you mentioned this, how the cows were treated, from which Baskin-Robbins got its dairy products, it was horrible. You don't have to be an animal rights activist. You don't have to be a vegetarian or a vegan. You don't have to be a particularly empathic person, actually. If you see how animals are treated in modern factory farms for industrial production of meat and dairy products and eggs, if the veil is lifted, if you actually see it, to be appalled. You don't have to be a vegetarian. You don't, it's like, you just have to actually see it and see it with your heart and realize, oh my God, we're causing so much pain and misery to innocent animals. And we're cutting down the rainforests so that people whose cholesterol levels are already too high, who are at serious risk of heart disease, can have burgers that are a quarter-cent cheaper. It's so wrong. And then what can we do? Where's the yes, though? That's wrong. I don't want to do that. I can walk away from Baskin-Robbins. I can tell my dad I don't want a trust fund. I don't want any access or dependence on your wealth. And I did do that, and I have lived by that. But how do you find your yes? That's the question you asked me, and I'm living with it even right now, trying to understand it more deeply, because I think it's such an important question. And for me, I just had to meditate and do yoga and do other practices that were trying to quiet my mind and open my heart and allow me to be as present as I could be with the pain and the promise, with all of it, of life, the brutality and the beauty that's all around us and that's inside us, and ask to be of use. My prayer then was, here I am, Lord, use me. And I didn't feel it was up to me to determine or dictate how that I was to be used, because I wasn't smart enough or wise enough or didn't know enough. But I did know that there was a force active in me, in life, in the world, that we can trust, that we can get into coherence with, that we can find our grounding in, and let live through us. And when we do that in service and in integrity and truth, we learn how to respect life. We learn how to respect ourselves. We learn how to bring more love and light and laughter into the world, and more healing and more compassion and more kindness and less pain. Not no pain, less pain, more love and less pain. And I was one day actually sitting in meditation, feeling rather despondent because I didn't have a yes. I didn't know what I was to do. I had walked away from Baskin Robbins years before. I'd lived very simply, very, very austerely, really, for a long time, because we didn't have much money. So that's, you live austerely when you don't have money, whether you like it or not. We actually liked it because it was a choice that we made. And it helped me find the simplicity again. And then I felt asked to write a book on behalf of life, on behalf of all of our health, on behalf of the future of life, on behalf of all of the animals, on behalf of the web of life, the living web, the earth community itself that we were and have still continued to eviscerate, to prey on, to exploit. You know, the mindset that looks at a forest and just starts measuring how many board feet you can get out of it. The mindset that looks at animals and thinks, okay, well, we can cultivate meat from them. We can kill them and eat their flesh. The mindset that is really harming all of us. You know, how do we transcend that in our actions and in our lives and in our psyches and our consciousness? You know, if a great guru were to suddenly show up on earth, some avatar, God himself, and were to wave a magic wand and had this sort of magic wand they could wave and everything was fixed, the world was pristine again, no pollution. There were no species that had gone extinct that we need on the earth today. There would be no pollution in the water, in the air, the climate would be stable, the atmosphere would not be filled with greenhouse gases that we had emitted. Everything was back to pristine beauty. Let's say that happened. We'd all rejoice. But I tell you, I really tell you, Sadhviji, it wouldn't be very long. If we hadn't gone through a change in consciousness before we'd screw it all up again, we'd be right back to where we are now. Remarkably quickly, if we hadn't learned what we are here to learn from the mess we've created. And we need to learn what our addictions have caused, what our shame has caused, what our sense of division and separation from life has caused. It's caused us great pain, and it's caused us to be an animal in the world that is feared by other animals and should be feared, because we are responsible for the deaths of so many and cruelty to so many for no good reason, for no necessary reason. And so I've dedicated my life to helping people make food choices that are in alignment with their hearts, with their compassion for other animals, with their caring for the future of life, and for their highest possible and optimal health. And it turns out, and this is the beautiful thing, and this is what I say yes to so easily, the same food choices that are healthiest for you, that are healthiest for me, the healthiest for really for all of us. This is the data. This is the scientific research is coherent, it's compelling, it's overwhelmingly convincing that a whole foods, plant-based diet, plant-forward diet, plant-centric diet is the optimum for almost everyone's health. And it spares the animals so much suffering because we don't have to put them into factory farms and in order to produce the spectacular amounts of meat that we're eating today. And we don't have to use up all the land to grow grains to feed them in these feedlots. We can grow food for people, healthier food. And so that the food choices that are healthiest for each of us actually are healthiest for the world. They produce far fewer greenhouse gas emissions. They are responsible for far less water pollution, far less air pollution. They are responsible for far less soil erosion. They are a path to a healthier world and a healthier body and a healthier, greater body, so we can participate in the healing of life on earth instead of participating and making choices that cause harm. And I don't know that we're going to be able to create utopia here. I don't think so. But it could be a lot better. It could be a place where a lot of people feel more loved, more welcome, more accepted, more healthy, more connected to the living web of life, part of it, and more able to celebrate those connections in ways that feed their spirits and feed the spirits of life. So that's my yes, and it's a big one for me.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. There's so much there. I have two questions or two directions that I'd love you to go in. And I'm going to give them to you both together just in the interest of time. And the first is, when you first wrote Diet for a New America in the 80s, I mean, I was a teenager, I was a mid-teenager at the time, but nonetheless, it seemed to me, and I certainly believe in retrospect that this is true, that information was new, that what you unearthed and what you shared, people didn't know. Before Diet for a New America, people were not aware of what was happening in factory farms. They were not aware of this intricate and yet incredibly direct and powerful relationship between animal agriculture and world hunger, water shortages, environmental destruction. So you bring this book out in the mid-80s, it becomes this massive, massive, groundbreaking success. It wins all kinds of awards, gets standing ovations in all kinds of prestigious places. Fast forward now, many decades, we're 35 years-ish after that publication. We're at a time now where that information is available. People know. And if they don't know, it's just because their eyes haven't been open. They know that impact, and yet continue to make choices that are out of alignment. And as you said so beautifully, if we were handed this pristine, perfect planet with no climate change, no extinction, no loss of biodiversity, no pollution, it would only be a short while before we brought it back to the current state, until and unless we actually raise our consciousness. And so question one is, given that that information is all there now, why do you think we continue to make the same choice? And how can we step into a freedom that enables us to make choices of compassion, of love, that not only are better for ourselves, our bodies, our hearts, our minds, our spirit, our karmic packages, but also are better for the planet? So that's question one. And question two, and I apologize, I know it's kind of unrelated, but I would love you to speak to it as well, because I'm a deep believer in the perfection of the wisdom of the universe, and the perfection of the divine plan, and the perfection of us following our dharma. And I know that although at the beginning, when you told your father that you didn't want to have anything to do with this, there was a lot of separation and a lot of conflict, I know that took a turn. And I would love you to speak to that, because Deborah shared just before this how she was so afraid to step into her freedom based on what she feared would be the reaction of others she loved. And you made a similar choice, and yet it ended up leading into such love and such freedom, even on that family level. And I'd love you to speak to that as well.
Okay, I'll try to blend those two.
I apologize. I know that they're not obviously the same topic. They're just two things I would love you to touch upon.
Okay. Well, thank you. I loved what Deborah said about that in both of her marriages, she stayed longer than she really wanted to, and was best in a way, because she was afraid, she thought, of hurting the guy. And then she came to realize that she was actually afraid of what she would feel if they were in pain or distress about her choice. And yet, in fact, they both remarried in ways that are, she thinks they're with women who are better suited than she was for them. So they're happy. It's ended up well. Actually, when I told my dad I wasn't going to do what he had planned for me, and didn't want to depend on or have any access on his money, he was really hurt. He was angry. And it was bitter. We didn't talk for years. Really, there wasn't anything to say because the die was cast and I'd made a choice, and he didn't like it. He didn't like it at all. He was used to getting his way. He owned an enormous business, and he was just used to getting his way. He was the boss. And he didn't get his way with me. And he was really unhappy about it, really angry. But in time, here's what happened. Some years later, he was eating the standard American diet with even more ice cream than anybody probably. And he developed heart disease, and he developed diabetes, and he developed high blood pressure, and he was overweight, and his doctors were really worried about him. In fact, he went to his cardiologist one day, and this happened to be about a year after Diet for a New America had been written. And I'd sent him a copy when I wrote it, an autographed one, but I knew he wouldn't read it because he just didn't want to have much to do with me then. And so we went to his cardiologist, and the cardiologist said, "Mr. Robbins, you're pretty sick. You're a really sick guy, and you've got some really big problems now. And you're on all these drugs that you're going to have to take for the rest of your life. And really all we can do now is juggle your medications, try to control some of the side effects that are bothering you so much, and try to make your few remaining years a little more comfortable." And those were sobering words for my father to hear from an eminent cardiologist. But then something happened unexpectedly. The doctor reached back and said, "There's this book. If you're interested in making really major changes in the way you eat and live, there's a chance that you might have a different prognosis. And there's a chance that you might have a different outcome than what we're forecasting as the likely scenario for you here." And my father said, "Well, what kinds of changes are you talking about?" And he reached back and handed him a book that he'd recently gotten and said, "I think you should read this book." And it was a copy of Diet for a New America. And what's stunning is that this cardiologist knew who his patient was and knew what my last name was, knew what the author of the book's last name was, the same last name, but he didn't make the connection. I didn't talk about it in the book. I didn't mention who my dad was. I didn't think that was the point I was making in my writing that book. And he didn't know, but my dad sure knew. He'd already had a copy of the autographed one I'd sent him. I wish I could have been a fly on the wall and seen my dad's face at that moment, because it was almost a karmic collision. Here was the man who in my father's world was probably the high priest of Western medicine, the preeminent cardiologist in California. And he was telling him he should read a book written by his maverick son who'd rejected his life work. And I mean, I don't know what went through my father at that moment, but he did take the copy. He thanked him. He didn't tell him that he knew the author, that the author was his son. He didn't tell him that he already had a copy that he had never read. He just took it and he went home and he started to read. I think he was really scared by what he was facing in terms of his own health. And he started to read it and he started to make little changes, pretty small at first, but he got some results. And so he made more changes, got more results, more changes, got more results. Didn't tell me any of this was happening. 2 years later, he called me. And this is the first I'd heard of any of this. And he said, Johnny, you won't believe what's happened. And I said, okay, Dad, what's happened? Tell me. And he said, it's unbelievable. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's amazing. And I said, okay, Dad, what's incredible? What's amazing? He said, you won't believe it. I said, all right, I won't believe it. What is it? And he said, well, it turns out you were right. And I said, about what? And he then told me that for 2 years, he'd been gradually changing his diet and getting more results. And now his diabetes was in remission. He didn't need any diabetic pills. He didn't need insulin anymore. Now his high blood pressure had come down, normalized without medication. So he didn't need to take the medication he'd been told he'd have to take for the rest of his life that had such serious side effects. His cholesterol levels had dropped. His weight was where it needed to be. All of his blood markers had improved dramatically. And now they were telling him he could look forward to many more years of healthy life unmedicated. And what a different prognosis than he'd been told 2 years previous. And the only change was in what he was eating. And the irony that it had actually been my book that had helped him to make those changes that were so good for him. You know, I admire him in many ways. He's passed on many years now, but I admire him still, and I love him for many reasons, and for no reason. But the fact that he was able to make those changes, a man as identified with the ice cream business as any human being that had ever lived on the planet, whose enormous wealth was all derived from the manufacture and selling of ice cream, couldn't stop eating ice cream, stop eating sugar, stop eating animal products, and make those changes. I mean, I admire his inner strength that he could do that, the courage with which he did that, more than I do his prodigious business achievements, as spectacular as they were, because it was of the heart. It was something that he did for himself, and it was an honoring of our connection that was pretty strained, but still had a thread of love in it. And that thread then could grow and weave us together again. And he and I, after that, became closer than we ever had. I was there when he died. It was a beautiful moment. We shared many beautiful moments. There were still a few things we couldn't talk about easily, but there were a lot of things we could. And to me, he was living testimony to the power of food to heal. And in our case, not just heal his body, his diabetes, his high blood pressure, his heart disease, his obesity, all of that, which it did do, but it healed our connection too. It held our relationship too. And that's the power when you act on behalf of life, the life within you, the life within others, and make your life into an instrument of service on behalf of that life, that greater life, the possibility. Live in terms of possibility rather than in terms of fear. Live in terms of what is this opportunity being presented to me here, even when it looks dark, even when it feels like pain, even when it feels like death. What could be born anew from this? What could we learn in this that would make us clearer in our minds and freer in our spirits and more open in our hearts to each other? That's the blessing I received, and that's what I said yes to. So I think I'm answering. Did I get to both your questions?
You did actually,
Kind
in
of.
a very beautiful way. That magic of the way that the universe works when we open our hearts in freedom to love and to truth, and how we then become a magnet. And it may not be immediate. It may not even be something that we see in this lifetime. John was lucky enough to see it in this lifetime. I've been lucky enough to see it in this lifetime. Deborah was lucky enough to see it in this lifetime, but you may not. Because sometimes those ripples have a different type of frequency. But to realize that us living in freedom is not only better for our lives, but it is actually better for all of those around us and for the entire planet. And John, I could talk to you all day, or rather listen to you all day. I know we have to move on in the logistics of the time-bound way that we find ourselves. And yet this has been such a joy, such a gift. And thank you once again for being with us today, of course, but also for what you've dedicated your life to and the light that you've shown to so many of how to live and how to choose truth and freedom and love over all that glitters and looks like gold and that actually is a cage of gold. So thank you for your life.
Well, thank you, Sadhvi.
And John, I'd like to read some comments that have been coming in. I'm loving this story. What an inspirational story. I'm so proud of the choices John Robbins made to find a more loving way to live. What a compassionate man. What an amazing journey. And again, another inspirational talk that one can connect to and admire the courage to walk away from luxury. He's really inspiring. I've observed what you are sharing is coming from the bottom of your heart. I definitely want to read his book. Thank you, John, for sharing your enlightening story, your life of choices, your courage that's led to real wealth that no money can buy and no one can rob you of. On and on and on. There are a couple dozen here for you. So thank you.
Thank you. Blessings on your book. Blessings on all lives.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was a beautiful conversation. Sadhvi, so much of our conversation has been focused on freedom from our luminaries that they've experienced, and so that all of our viewers, everyone here today, can give a life with more freedom. The question is, what about humanity as a whole? How does our inner work help humanity? And does this come out in the book?
Beautiful question. And absolutely it helps. Look, Pete, we can only share with others what we have. If you have an air conditioner, let's say, not one of the fancy kinds, but one of the more simple kind, it only gives you cold air. And that's why I say the simple kinds, because the fancy kinds can do anything. Yeah. But one of the more simple air conditioners, it'll only give you cold air. Doesn't matter if it's July and hot and it's lovely, or it's January and freezing and it's going to give you pneumonia. That air conditioner can only give cold air. The heater can only give you hot air, simply because that's what they have. And if you stand too close to an air conditioner that's on in the winter time and you catch pneumonia, well, it's not that the air conditioner was somehow trying to make you sick or woke up in the morning and said, I know, I'm going to get that nice Pete guy and I'm going to give him pneumonia. It's that's all it has. And so many of us live in anxiety, in stress, in fear, in anger, in contraction, in stuckness. And that's what we share with the world. And so not only do we suffer, but we actually bring suffering onto the world, both in terms of what we speak, in terms of what we do, in terms of energetically. Bruce Lipton was speaking today so beautifully about the way that our thoughts literally emanate into the world. We are literally giving vibrations. And Lynn shared all the science around that. If I'm living in anger, in pain, in grudges, in ego, in grabbing and grasping or pushing away, I'm literally emanating that into the world, which means I am co-creating a world of separation, of conflict, of violence. And yet, if inside I'm living in love and truth and peace and joy, well, that's what I'm sharing with the world. That's what I'm emanating. That is what I am co-creating in the world around me. So our own freedom not only benefits us, but it actually benefits all of those with whom we interact, either directly or indirectly. And it also, coming right after John's beautiful talk, it also has a huge ripple impact on the planet itself. And one of the reasons for that, Pete, is that when we are miserable, when we feel or just bored or frustrated, we turn to something to numb us. And so whether it's alcohol, whether it's food, whether it's shopping therapy, we eat things, drink things, buy things for one reason and one reason only, to numb us of the present moment. That if I could just somehow eat enough cheesecake or cookies or whatever it may be, I'm not going to feel angry, sad, lonely, bored, frustrated in this moment. If I drink enough alcohol, if I go out and buy enough things or buy enough things online, I'm going to have a temporary reprieve from that inner situation. And the dilemma with that on a personal level, of course, is it doesn't work. But on a planetary level is we are literally gobbling up the planet to make ourselves feel better. And so whether it's grain that could be used to feed people but's being turned into alcohol, whether it's the excessive consumption of food that isn't good for us, that's harming our planet because it's numbing us, whether it's compulsive shopping of things, as everything is, that are being produced in factories that are spewing their waste into the air, into the water, into the soil, that are being run by women and children in sweatshops because we need more, cheaper, in order to feel okay about ourselves. And so if I can find that experience of rightness in the universe, of fullness in myself, of freedom, then I don't need to drink or eat or buy something to make me feel better. So people who are free, who are living in that space of freedom, not only are a lot happier, more peaceful in themselves and with better relationships and communities and exuders of love and peace in the world, but they're actually greater assets to Mother Earth, to our planet. And so our freedom, our awakening has this incredible ripple effect. And lastly, if just on a quick, easy example, think about being at work or anywhere where a friend of yours or a colleague shows up and is just beaming. And everybody knows, oh, so-and-so had a beautiful weekend. So-and-so is in love. We see it, we feel it. Now, that person isn't in love with us. And their loved one isn't even in the room. They've now shown up at the office. And yet, that being in loveness radiates out. you go out for lunch, that one who's newly in love is going to buy everybody lunch. They're better tippers. They're more likely to, help somebody across the street. They're more likely to say, oh, yeah, I'll do your work. Don't worry about it. People who are in love are generally nicer people. And so people who are living in freedom to live and love and be the truth of who they are going to share and spread joy and peace and love and freedom with everyone.
That's a beautiful explanation. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you for that. Now this is just an example. The question I just asked you, Sadhviji, that's an example of the questions that have been piling up that we'd like to ask you in the next session. So right now, in a couple minutes, we're going to be on with Janet Atwood. Then after that, we have questions and answers. So I can't wait to see how you're going to be responding to some of those. And before we go to Janet, let's, for the last time, during the session, because Janet's our last interview, let's bring up the slide to make sure that you know that Sadhviji's book is available now. Hollywood to the Himalayas. You can get it on Amazon. You can order it at any bookstore. And when you order, then come to learningstrategies.com/webinar and sign up for the webinar that's coming up in a couple of weeks. It's going to be on the 3 mistakes that keep us from freedom. And so Sadhviji's going to help us with that. It's going to be a 90-minute experience. Marcy's going to be with Sadhviji too on that. So it should be really, really fun. So get your book, come to the webinar, and we'll all be together again in a couple of weeks. So with that, Janet, I see that you're on now. If you want to make yourself seen and beautiful, we'd very much appreciate that. There she is. And, and she's in all capital letters too. That kind of matches her personality.
I know, ta-da,
it really does, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to read your bio. How's that sound? I don't have to read it, but it's better to make sure I don't miss any of the words. Now, from your own remarkable experiences, Janet created the profoundly impactful passion test process. This simple yet effective process has transformed millions of lives all over the world and is the basis of the New York Times bestseller she co-authored with Chris Atwood, The Passion Test, the effortless path to discovering your life purpose. Now, the passion test helps you align with your passions and discover your unique purpose. It's a beautiful process. Now, she's a celebrated transformational leader. She shared the stage with His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Sir Richard Branson, Nobel Prize winner F.W. de Klerk, Stephen Covey, Lisa Nichols, and so many others. She's received the highest award for service from the President of the United States for her work with homeless and kids in lockdown detention centers. So Janet, that's you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I can't wait to hear what the two of you have to say. And Sadhviji, take it away.
Thank you. And Petey, I love you.
I love you too.
Sadhviji, I've just been loving listening to you, and also John Robbins, who, has been like one of my heroes, because he walked it, he walked it early. He was really one of those in the forefront, just saying, hey, let's be the teacher living the teaching.
Absolutely. He inspired me. He and Jane Goodall were my 2 heroes growing up, both of whom really were. And of course, at the time, I wouldn't have said, oh, they're embodiments of freedom. That would have never occurred to me. But in retrospect, looking at them and realizing how each of them in very different ways really were an incredible embodiment of freedom and the power that comes on the planet when we choose freedom. And Janet, you have been such an extraordinary leader and teacher of the freedom that comes when we find and live our passion. Your passion test book, your passion test courses, all of that has brought so many people all over the world into really the freedom of living their own passion. And it's been such a joy to be together with you in Rishikesh at our International Yoga Festival at Parmarth Nikathon, and in so many other beautiful places in the world. Now, I know that you didn't always find yourself living your passion. I know that there were moments in which you discovered that freedom. And I'd love if you could share with us today. Take us back to the time when you were not living in freedom. What was that like? How did that feel? And then how did you find freedom?
That's such a good question. Well, I remember, Sadhvi, when I was little, I came in as love. I mean, I was like, I loved everybody. I really did. My mother would have to go look for me because I was in love with everyone. And if she let me out the front door when I was really, I would say 7 years old, 5, 6, 7, until I was 7. I would be riding on the baker's truck or the ice cream man's truck because everybody was my buddy. Everybody was my friend. I mean, I just loved everybody. And I'd be a couple of blocks over and my mom would have to ask everybody, has anyone seen Janet Lisa? And I really just, I did. I came in as just, wow, this is a great world. And then at 7 years old, and on top of that, why it was such a great world, I want to share, was because my mom was my best friend. And she was that kind of mom that all of us wish we had, and I did. You know, she was just so in love with me. I was her little Janet angel. And really, she loved me so much that I remember her taking me out of kindergarten, writing notes. Janet has to go to the dentist. And she'd come to school, she'd pick me up, and then we'd go home and we'd plant flowers together and we'd sing in the garden. Or I remember, and darn it, to this day, I still like sitting in bed having something, you know, an apple or something, because we'd sit on the bed and we'd sing. And I remember us eating crackers and, you know, just laughing. And it was just that kind of a life with just full love. Just I remember just that, her holding me, and it couldn't get fuller. So I knew that love. And then at about 7.5, one day, all of a sudden I hear the car coming, and it sounded like the car was going to crash into our house. And it was my mother, and she opens the door, and her eyes were different. Everything about her was different. And I looked up at her, and she was out of her mind, drunk on alcohol. And that, I would really say, that was the moment I became unfree, truly unfree, because in that moment, at that early age, I thought, oh my God, what did I do to my mom? What did I do? And what happened, nobody could help her. And she became this alcoholic, full blown, ended up in alcoholics' homes for many years. And, you know, my whole family fell apart. I remember after that, and I have a brother and sister. My brother, John, is 2 years older than me. My sister, Mickey's 5 years older. And my father, my sister, my brother, all of us were crazy. My mother was the one who was the organizing power in the house. She was the love of the house. She was our heart chakra, and our heart chakra had blown apart. And no one was paying attention to me because everybody was in their own trajectory. They were trying to handle just surviving, because all of a sudden our idyllic life was torn apart, ripped to shreds. And I remember one day walking to school and going like this, and there was so much dirt in my hair that all my nails were dirty because no one had even noticed. And I became the weird kid on the block. I used to do these like awful things. You know, I'd like walk into the middle of the street and just do weird things like little kids would do to try to get attention. You know, I'd just be like a crazy person. And this actually followed me. You know, that was like I always ask everybody, because as you know, I teach self-love, you know, where was your first crack? Where was that first crack? And that was when I forgot my nature. That's when I became separate. I forgot that I was love. I had known until then that all I was love. And I forgot. And this went on and on and on. My dad remarried my stepmother, Margie. And I remember the day when my father met her and brought her home, and we were all excited. I thought, oh my God, she's going to be just like my mom, and replacement, you know, instant mother, and it'll be the same. And she hated me. She just hated me. And for some reason, it was a total disconnect. And because of the trauma with my mom, I think this is why I wet the bed until I was 12 years old. And I was so ashamed of wetting my bed. I was just so deeply ashamed that, and I was one of the reasons why I was ashamed was because my stepmother made sure that I knew that nobody at that age ever wet the bed, and what was wrong with me and how could I be so awful. And so, I also thought that. And so when she went to work, I would hide my sheet underneath my bed. And I had been the most unpopular little kid in school in all my years. You know, like I remember elementary school, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. And then around fifth grade, we moved to a new town. And I all of a sudden, just something happened, and I became like, I started getting cuter, and I started, you know, I washed my hair, and people started paying attention to me, and I thought, oh my God, this is good. And then Dougie Myers, who was the most popular little kid in the school, in his grade, he liked me, and he became my boyfriend. And I thought, oh my God, maybe my world will be okay. Even though with my stepmother, life at home was hell. And so I invited Dougie and my best friend Melissa over to my house one day, and I was about 12 years old, and I remember just thinking, doesn't get any better than this. We're all in my library. I think, okay, finally I'm going to be happy. I have my friends. It's okay. I have my friends. And my stepmother comes running in our library, and she's holding my wet sheet that I had hid under my bed, and screaming at the top of her lungs. And you know how little kids, they don't know what to do, right? We were only 12. And so Dougie looks at me like, and Melissa looks at me like, and they just kind of backed up and walked out of the room. And that was that. Yeah, Sadhvi, that was that. That was crack, probably number 2, big one, right? And from then on, it was major war. It was war. And talk about not being free, because when all you are doing is hating, because I hated my stepmother, I resented my father for marrying my stepmother. I mean, it was just, you know, I remember at 17, all my choices were from, I'm not good enough. Because in those moments, right, with my mom, with my stepmom, that all that said was, I'm not good enough, I'm not okay. We're made with these limiting beliefs that, you know, who you are will never be good enough. So this was many years of this going on. And I mean, when you asked about what's a story, it just feels like it was one long story until I fast forward. I'm lying to my father. I'm 17. I'm telling him I'm going to college at San Jose State. I'm strung out on LSD and other non-recreational drugs big time. And I'm lying to my father so he'll send me enough money so I can continue to order all the drugs from this chemist's book that we had. So I can stay, as you were talking about to John, so I can totally numb out and not feel all the pain that I had felt. And I remember going upstairs. I had a boyfriend named Walt at the time. Walt was a Christian. Walt didn't take drugs. Don't ask me how Walt and I got together, but I go upstairs and I'm talking to Walt and I said, Walt, you know what I think? And Walt goes, you don't think? You don't even have a brain. And again, bam, and it was like someone took a sledgehammer and hit me over the head so hard. It was like, and I ran downstairs and I am sobbing. I mean, it was just like my heart just, it just like tore my heart open, ran downstairs. And I called my brother up. My brother was always my buddy, my brother, John. When I wet the bed, Jenny, it's okay, I'll move over. He was always there for me, always there for me. And so this time I call him up and I said, Johnny, and I said, he's right, Walt's right, I'm nothing, I'm no one, my life is over. And he's just so sweet and he's just listening, Sadhviji. I can hardly tell this without crying. And he says, Jenny, it's okay, Jenny. He said, don't worry, everything's gonna be okay. I learned something that I think you'll really love, Jenny. And he said, just don't worry and know I love you. Just know I love you. Huh? And I'll talk to you really soon, way soon. Johnny was living at Dana Point at the time. I was in San Jose, that's about 9 hours away. About 4 days later, Sadhviji, I hear this. And I go to my door and I open it up. Oh, I'm not going to make it through this story. And my brother, John is standing there. And he says, come on, honey, let's pack your bags. You're going to be okay. I'm going to take care of you. And he walks in and he gets all my stuff. He had packed all of his stuff. It was all in the back of his Volvo and he moved his stuff over and he put mine in there. And I remember us doing tarot at the time because we didn't know where we were going to go. We were just going to go live together until I was off drugs. And we said it had to be a Santa something. It had to go Santa something, and not Santa Monica, Santa Barbara, Santa somewhere. And it turned out to be Santa Barbara. And so we drove to Santa Barbara, and on the way we're driving, he says, Jenny, I learned how to meditate. And it's so easy. And as I'm listening to him, I don't say anything, and I'm listening. And I'm thinking, I've taken over 200 LSD trips, sniffed a million times of this, that, and the other thing, dropped everything you possibly can to go sideways, upside down, and vertical. And I thought, oh, it won't work for me. I know it won't work for me, but I didn't want to tell him. I didn't want to disappoint my brother. And we got to Santa Barbara, and I remember at the time, it was over 50 years ago, Sadhviji. I didn't have any money. I got a job at Foster's Freeze. That was as good as it could be. The Foster's Freeze, where's John Robbins, right? Yeah. Cranking ice cream. Yeah. And that was the best I could do at the time. And I earned my money. And one of the ways I did it was I picked up beer cans from empty lots where painters were, and they paid me. And I got my $35 to learn how to meditate. And I learned transcendental meditation. So that was the beginning of, the being free. And you understand meditation, you're a little yogi, transcending and realizing, coming back home to self all of a sudden. And it was so beautiful because I remember from the very first meditation, I went, oh my God, I'm home. I'm home. And so that was the, you didn't even ask me what I knew to be free, but you know, I figured I had to get there because the story is so depressing on the way, you know, that I wanted to get to some end game. But you know, it's been a long journey. It's not just been one thing that does it, as you know. Huh? But that was my story about my days of not being free. And I would really say it was most of my life. Huh? Really, the most half of my life, there was no freedom at all. And it was just hating and hating myself. It had nothing to do with anyone else. It was just so much hatred for what a mistake that I thought I was.
Thank you for sharing that story with such openness and such heart and such vulnerability and authenticity. I know there's so many people listening to this who, while their particular circumstance may be slightly different, nonetheless feel like it's not going to work for me, or I'm a mistake, or I've made too many mistakes already. It's too late. And if you had one piece of the strongest, most powerful advice, teaching you could give them, what would that be? To really find, to know that freedom exists for them, and then to be able to find and realize and live in that.
Oh God, that's such a beautiful question. You know, these last days, I've been spending a lot of time with a dear friend of mine named Nadine Cohen. I'm in Fairfield, Iowa, your very favorite vacation spot. And as you know, it's a big meditation community. Nadine has lived here for over 40 years, and she's in hospice. And I went to see her a few days ago. I've actually been every day since, but the first time was right when I heard. I went to see her, and she hadn't let anyone know. Finally, when she was told there is no hope, this is it, she finally said, okay, tell a few people, and I was told. And I went to see her, and she's laying on her bed, and she just, when I walk in, she just starts crying her eyes out. And all she's saying was, Janet, you know, I've blown it. I've blown my whole life. And I said, why are you saying that? And she goes, well, I got my astrology from a Jyotishi in Kerala or somewhere. And she said, and he told me that I'd use 300% of my life because I overworked. And and she said, and she's bawling her eyes out, Sadhvi, and she says, I made a mistake. You know, I didn't do enough, and I don't know what to do. And all of a sudden I looked at her and I said, Nadine, there are no mistakes. How can you, and if I would tell anyone anything, it's there are no mistakes in the universe, that if you look at nature's so perfect. There's this perfection in nature. An orange seed grows an orange tree, an apple seed grows an apple tree, that all of us, every single moment had to happen. How do you know it happened? You know, not only did I learn transcendental meditation, I wish that were enough, Sadhvi. That was the first part of freedom, but the next part of freedom was learning how to undo my limiting beliefs. I'm not good enough, smart enough, rich enough, and really, really zooming into the ones that were blocking me from knowing my nature and knowing that every moment has to happen, just like every breath has to happen. So for any of you that are feeling like Nadine, honestly, if you know, I teach people how to live a passionate life. And one of the things that I tell everyone is never, ever, ever think you're too old to live your passion, because every single moment has to happen. How do you know? It happens. God is good. I love this quote from my mentor, one of my great mentors, Byron Katie. God is good. God is everything, and there are no mistakes in the universe. God is good. God is everything. There are no mistakes in the universe. So if there are no mistakes in the universe, Nadine, and everyone else who's thinking that you've made too many mistakes, or you're not this, or you're not that, and you should have done that, the most important thing you can understand is that every moment has to happen. Otherwise, you wouldn't be, all of you right now, how many of you? 96 of you on this call right now, you wouldn't be here. Every single breath had to lead you to here. And what is really important is that when you start to get really super clear, you'll start to realize that the worst things that ever happen to you when you're clear, they're the best. They're the best things. They're what give you the strength to carry on. They're what really truly make you the resolve that you are to really be the best that you can be. So how could anything be a mistake? I look at every single thing that happened to me, and there were a lot worse than wetting the bed, but I thought I'd spare all of you. And I look at all those moments and I think, well, here's one. When I was 17, I was physically abused, sexually abused. And I woke up the next morning after being given a pill by one of my brother's best friends, because I didn't have enough self-esteem to say, no, thank you, I don't want to take that pill. And I was a different person. And now I look back on that moment and I think, God, thank you for that moment. Because if there are any of you that have ever had sexual abuse, well, I can walk you through it. I can help you to see it and help you to reframe that moment, to see how that moment had to happen. How do you know it happened? God is good. God is everything. There are no mistakes in the universe. And when you start to be clear, you realize that your power, your inner power, comes from starting to realize that and starting to see, how can I use what's happened to me to be of service to humanity? How can I be of service from my life? How do you know it was supposed to happen? It did. If it did, and God is good, God is everything, there are no mistakes, then how can you reframe it so that you can take that, whatever it was that happened to you, and be of service to others? And that's when you really start to become happy. It's not in having. Living a passionate life isn't about getting, it's about being in tune with what God wants, nature wants, higher power wants, getting so clear that you're listening. And then living that thing and being so full, becoming so full that you're overflowing like our dear Sadhviji. And that all you want to do after that is give. That's why her book. And if you haven't yet bought her book, buy that book, because I have been with Sadhviji. And I've got to say this, Sadhviji. I have walked with Sadhviji for over 20 years now. Hasn't it been that we've been buddies? I have seen her from the beginning of being in the Himalayas to becoming one of the big gurus in all of India. Do you know this about Sadhviji? That she walks and hangs out with the top masters in the world, and they treat Sadhviji like a master. And they don't treat Sadhviji like a master because of anything other than the fact that she's a teacher living the teaching, that her whole life is in service, that when you're with her, you feel like that no one else is in the room, that you're the only one that's there. She's pure, unadulterated love, and she is respected as a top master all over India. She's a leader of the Transformational Leadership Council. She just gave the talk. Congratulations, Sadhviji. every single one of the top transformational leaders of Jack Canfield's Transformational Leadership Council said you blew it out of the water and you touched their soul. So if you want to read a book that's filled with real life stories, that's filled with someone's journey that walked it, that chose from, you know, she could have had that big car, big house, big everything. But what she wanted to do was to know herself deeply. So she just surrendered her life to that, surrendered her life to be in service. And if you hang out with her in India and you're walking down the street and there's a piece of plastic in the street, she'll be the one that goes to pick it up. If there's someone who needs to be helped, she's the one that's the first one there. I don't know about you guys, but the book I want to read is by the person who's really living that, who every atom in their body, who every cell in their body is being that. And you can feel it. You can feel the consciousness. And so please, if you want to learn different tools and tips and exercises, well, she's learned from the greatest. She's learned from the greatest for years and years and years. She's become a mother to India, to all of the people in India. I don't know if she shared, but she's fluent in Hindi, not easy language to learn. I mean, she has really done her inner work. And Sadhvi, you know, I cannot say enough about the love that I have in my heart for you, about the pride I have in you, that I sit there at the International Yoga Festival and watch how you elegantly have the top leaders in the world on that stage of yours. And you're the one who's just now being the organizing power of all of that. I would say, I already bought my book. I'm reading it. I'm going to get whatever is in there because I know from hanging out with you, every moment is a lesson, and it's a pure lesson of love. So you guys, if for any other reason than just the fact that you want to just feel what pure love feels like, please buy Sadhviji's book. And if you're someone who feels like, God, you know, I've read all those books and I never got anything, I promise you from her book, you will get exactly what it is that you will need to feed your soul. And to if you're one of those people that can hardly get out of bed in the morning and you're wondering, God, you know, is my life ever going to be okay? I know Sadhvi well enough to know she delivered the goods, she delivers the goods, and she always gives maximum. So if you want to give yourself maximum, then I know that her book would be a great gift of self-love to yourself. So there you go, Sadhviji. That's what I really wanted to say when I got on. Huh? I really held back though, because I knew you were going to ask me some things, but that's really what I wanted to say, because I really feel that's so important for everyone. This new book that you've got, I'm so proud of you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. You were certainly one of those over the years who pushed me to write it. We were speaking earlier about the why and the how of the writing, and I had mentioned being really pushed into writing it because my life is dedicated to service, and writing a book is not a small feat. And it wasn't until I realized fully from you and Marcy and Ariel and so many others that this book was the service that I was meant to give to the world. And that, yes, all of the programs and projects and humanitarian work that we do, yes, of course, that's all there. And that is essential. But in terms of something that I uniquely could give, that it was this story and the possibility of healing and transformation, regardless of what's happened to us and regardless of what we've been through or done. And so thank you for pushing me to write it. Thank you for being such a an amazing friend and sister and co-traveler on this path that doesn't actually go anywhere and leads us even deeper into where we started. And I love you so, so deeply. And I'm so grateful that you were with us today.
I love you. Have a really great rest of the program, and love you to pieces. And Petey, I love you to pieces too. I'm just so honored to be a part of this today.
Janet, after hearing you, there's absolutely nothing more I can say about the book. I mean, you just said it all so beautifully, so eloquently. What a wonderful way to finish the day of the Freedom Extravaganza. And all the comments that have been coming in chat about you and your way of being, and thank you for being so vulnerable and transparent. I know you've done a lot of work in yourself to get to where you are today. This is so moving. I'm grateful for your honesty, your vulnerability. I'm getting really important, helpful insights from you. You just tell the story so beautifully. I'm in tears. I could listen to you forever. You're a great storyteller. I love listening to your story of transformation, and on and on. So thank you for sharing all of that at the beginning of the conversation. And then just the way that you talked about Sadhviji and her book, it just put a whole beautiful new perspective on everything. So thank you for that.
You're welcome, my lovely. Love you. Love you, Sadhviji.
Love you. Thank you.
Wow. That was beautiful.
So, so beautiful. And I loved hearing her stories because, of course, that's what this is all about, is whatever it is we've experienced, whatever it is that have been the cracks in our ability to live as love, in love, as freedom and in freedom. Whatever our stories may be. Janet has her stories. Everybody listening has their stories. I have my stories that I share in my book. But whatever our stories may be, how freedom is ultimately possible, regardless of the story. The tiniest, littlest one to the biggest, deepest, traumatic one. Freedom is possible.
Yeah.
And today we've heard it from so many amazing experts.
Sadhviji, a bunch of people have been asking what your daily practice is. Can you share that?
Sure. So my daily practice is one that includes a morning practice of a seated practice that begins with pranayam, and then it moves into what we call japa, which is the recitation of a mantra on a mala. So I don't have my jap mala with me, but imagine that this were that. And you recite your mantra on your mala. And I have a practice of that. It's a very sacred mantra that was given to me by my guru. And I recite the mantra, and then I flow into meditation. And the pranayam into the japa, into the meditation is a very seamless flow. And I then have a seated practice of meditation. And I specifically use the word seated here because for me, what has been such a core teaching and core aspect of the transformation has been how every minute and every moment, Pete, is actually the spiritual practice. And yes, we do our seated practice in the morning. I also have one in the evening. I don't do the pranayam in the evening, but I do the japa and the meditation in the evening before sleep. How the seated practice is that, which recharges our batteries, like your mobile phone gets very staticky and kind of out of range and you can't hear very well when it's not charged. So we recharge our batteries, we reconnect ourselves to that power source. But our practice becomes every minute of the day. that which we experience in our meditation of the truth of who we are, that fullness, that completeness, that connection between us and the universe, well, that stays with us. And so as we stand up from our meditation, service becomes actually the most natural byproduct of that. In the same way that, if my cheek itches and I scratch it, or, I feel hot and I do something like this, or whatever it may be, I do it instinctively because I understand this is all self. If I hurt my arm, I would go, ow, like this. If I tripped and I fell and I injured my right leg, my left leg would pick up the extra weight. We call that limping. But it happens so automatically because this is all self. And the dilemma that most of us experience is we forget as we move through the world that the world is self. But the most powerful outcome of that spiritual practice, of that seated practice, is the ability to then stand up and to know that the world is self. And what that does is twofold. Number one is it makes my whole day be able to be a spiritual practice. And so wherever I am, whoever I'm interacting with, for me, my goal is always, how can I see the divine in this being? How can I see my capital S self in that being? And whether it's someone checking you out at the grocery store, whether it's an employee, an employer, a friend, a neighbor, a guy who cuts you off in traffic, to experience that oneness and to see the self in that other one. So there is no other. And it then enables literally every moment to be a spiritual practice. Otherwise, I forget who it was who was speaking about, I think it was Reverend Michael, speaking about how we trample on flowers to rush to get to meditation. And otherwise life becomes like that. I can't tell you how many people I've seen, and I've also experienced in my own life, that sense of, get out of my way, I'm going to be late for my meditation, right? Like I'm going to miss the beginning of my yoga class, honk, 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 get out of the way. And when you stop, you realize, hey, wait, aren't the people in their cars on the freeway part of that same creation that I'm connecting with in my yoga, in my union? Aren't my loved ones who made me late, or a neighbor who made me late, or somebody at the grocery store who made me late, aren't they part of that divine creator with whom I connect in my meditation? And so it enables every minute to actually become meditation and yoga and spiritual practice. And yeah, so my life is, my daily practice is seated practice in the morning and the night, a very robust practice of gratitude. I find myself, when it's not my mantra being chanted in my mind, my other mantra is just, thank you, God. Thank you, God. Every moment. Thank you, God. And sometimes it's thank you, God, for something. And sometimes it's just thank you, God. So I have a very, very robust gratitude practice.
And it's not just when you're in meditation, but it's when you're out and about through your days. Thank you, God. Thank you, God.
Absolutely. In fact, it's much more not in my meditation. In my meditation, there's the chanting of my mantra, there's the practice with the breath. There isn't the verbalization so much. That verbalization internally and even externally is much more throughout the day. I mean, I don't get out of bed in the morning until I've done my gratitude practice. It's just lying in bed before I even get up.
Is it like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes?
It's short. It's short. Yeah, I'd say somewhere around 5-ish minutes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's 3. And it's just, thank you, God. Oh my God, this morning.
Yeah.
And thank you for this beautiful body that I can actually still feel. And I can still wiggle every part of it at will.
Yeah.
I mean, how amazing.
Then what about your meditation? How long typically is your morning meditation and then your evening meditation?
So morning meditation approximately is about an hour. Now, I have days in which it's much longer.
Mm-hmm.
And there are days in which it's a lot shorter. And one of the things for me when I first came to India and I first embarked on this unfolding, which, as you know, was neither something I was expecting nor something I was looking for. As you mentioned earlier, I ended up in India because I had a husband who was on a spiritual path. I was not. And it became really obvious to me from the beginning that this was not going to be about either an academic learning and memorization of Hinduism or Vedic tradition or mantras or things like that, which actually came very easily to me. I was an academic by nature,
Mm-hmm.
and I could have done that in the San Francisco Bay Area. I didn't have to go to India to get that, but that this was not going to be that. And it also wasn't going to be a rote ritual of a spiritual practice, but that it was going to be an experience, and it was going to be in flow with the presence of God. And so there are days where my meditative practice is literally something where, as Marianne Williamson was saying, I literally set an alarm across the room for 60 minutes, and I'm not budging until that alarm goes. And then there are days, much more frequently, the alarm one is an occasional thing that I actually do much more to train my physical body not to move. So I'm not going to budge this body until that alarm goes off. But when I sit for meditation, I stay with it as long as it is happening. And there are days it takes a while to get deeply in, but it has a path of its own. And what I would say to everybody listening who is embarking on a meditative practice or who's meditating but feels like their practice may be kind of at a standstill is integrate both. Have days in which until that alarm goes off, you don't stand up. And then have days in which you are just listening, not to the ego that's saying, oh my God, you've got way too much to do, like get off your rear end and do something. Not to that, but to the true inner voice that you can just keep returning back to if you don't hook the awareness into the voice of the ego. And if you don't allow yourself to get caught up in the drama. So a thought comes, a sensation comes, and what most of us do is we hook our awareness into that. And then the meditation is over. But if instead of hooking our awareness into that, we just return back to the breath, back to the mantra, then the meditation takes on a renewed energy. And you'll find the right amount of time to sit.
So Sadhviji, on Thursday, we did a meditation for the Transformational Leadership Council, and it was a silence meditation into the breath. I was really surprised at how deep it was for me. And I do, I meditate. And in talking with other people afterwards, they all said the same thing. So why was that meditation so good?
I don't have a logistic answer to it.
Mm-hmm.
All I can say is that when I lead meditations, I share that which works for me. And the meditation that I led for me is one that's very, very powerful because it gives us an experience, albeit short. I remember when we were going into the meditation in the TLC gathering thinking, oh my God, we have only half the time.
It was short, but boy, it was good. It was good.
Much shorter than I had anticipated.
Yeah.
And yet, even in a short time, that opportunity to touch an experience of truly being one with all, which is our highest truth. The word yoga, as I was saying earlier, means union. A union with the creator and the creation.
Yeah.
And the meditation brought us into that in a way that I'm so glad to hear so many people were able to access.
Yeah. Are we going to do that meditation in the webinar?
Absolutely.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Okay.
Sure.
Webinars come up in a couple of weeks, August 8th, January 8th, August 8th. And the teaching that everybody's been experiencing today from Sadhviji, that's going to be part of the process in the webinar. You've had an experience with her, and now we get to go into 90 minutes of just her. And I'm so much looking forward to it. The cost of admission is only her book. Buy the book and come to the webinar for free. You're going to absolutely adore the book. I got it right here. It's a phenomenal book. And I'm also buying copies for my nieces and nephews and my brothers and sisters. That's how good it is. And so get the book and then come to the webinar and participate. And if you can't come to the webinar live, we'll figure out how to get a recording too, but it's definitely going to be something that you want to experience. Sadhviji, we've been here for a long time today. And when we finish, we're going to go back and replay the interview, the conversation you had with Marianne Williamson, because we had an audio issue earlier. But before that, let's bring this session to the close. And if you can give any final parting words to people, to everybody, and say goodbye, then after that, we'll just play the conversation with Marianne and you, and then we'll all get together again in a couple of weeks at the Freedom Webinar. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here, for this huge commitment that you've made, and for sharing everything that you have.
Well, first of all, Pete, such deep gratitude to you and your entire team at Learning Strategies who have worked so beautifully behind the scenes to make this happen. There's a beautiful saying in Hindi that says, "Karta kaam koi hai, naam kisi ka hota hai. Jalte tel aur batti, naam diya ka hota hai." And what it means is, when we have an oil lamp that gives such light to the world, it's actually the oil and the wick that are giving the light. But we use the word, the name, lamp. And that the lamp sort of gets the credit for it, but it's ultimately the oil and the wick that's burning that gives the light. And your team, under your leadership and your guidance and your direction, has just been such amazing oil and wick that have burned with such light and such love and such efficiency and expertise and amazingness for not just today, but all of the weeks and weeks and weeks leading up to today. So infinite gratitude to you, infinite gratitude to Marcy and all of the speakers who have come on today with such wisdom, yes, but also with such love. Those of you who have been with us throughout this entire day, we're coming upon 6 hours. It's been a love fest. It's been not just wisdom, but it's been love. And so such deep gratitude to all of the amazing speakers and leaders who have shown up with brilliance of mind, brilliance of word, and infinite love of their hearts. And such deep gratitude to all of you, the participants, who have been with us today, who have just joined us in such love and connected with us. And such deep gratitude to our Parmarth team of Sevaks who at all hours of the day and night have been working with Pete's team to get this happening, to bring the speakers, to make you all know about it. So I'm just full of such gratitude and such love. And lastly, to everyone watching this, I know that by now you know that freedom is, number one, your highest truth. It's not something you need from outside. It's not something you need to find or become or create. It is who you are. It is in you. It is you. Number two, to live it is your birthright, and it is your highest, deepest dharma and purpose. Number three, that you, regardless of whatever has happened to you, whatever you've done, that you can be free. So those are the three key takeaways that I know you are going away with. And just lastly, before we conclude and restream Marianne's amazingly inspiring interview, let us all just close our eyes for a moment. And I want to offer a prayer, a Sanskrit prayer from our scriptures that says, Asatoma sadgamaya tamsoma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritam gamaya. Oh God, lead us from the falsehood of separation into the truth of oneness and connection. Lead us from the darkness of ignorance in which we suffer and bring suffering to others, into the light of wisdom in which we are healed and transformed, and bring that healing and transformation and light to others. Lead us from the false identification with this physical body that is born in a size, in a shape, in a color that is ever changing. Lead us from identifying as that to identifying as the truth of who we are, which is the soul, the spirit, the consciousness, the love and truth that has no beginning and no end. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om peace, Om peace, Om peace. May we all know and experience our freedom in us, as us, through us, at this very moment. And may we carry that knowing into the next moment and the next moment. Om peace. Om peace. Om peace. And I look so forward to seeing all of you at the webinar on the 8th of August, not January, August 8th. It's a Sunday, just a couple weeks from now. And we'll dive together for 90 minutes into those 3 mistakes that most of us make that keep us from living in freedom and as freedom. And until then, so much love to all of you. Such an honor and such a joy to introduce our next speaker, who really needs absolutely no introduction. Marianne Williamson is an internationally known, internationally beloved author, activist, transformational leader. She's written 14 books, out of which 7 of them are on the New York Times best-selling list. She truly is bringing such wisdom, such inspiration to people across the world, across all walks of life. She also, as most of you know, ran for president of the United States in the recent election for the Democratic Party, which is just such an embodiment of the way that she translates, channels her own spiritual awareness, experience, wisdom into action, into service, to really bring equality, justice to people not only of America, but to people of the entire world. And of course, all of that is rooted in her deep philosophy, her deep practice, and her deep sharing of love. She's the founder of Project Angel Food, which brings love in the form of food to people who are homebound, who are ill, who are ailing. To date, they've delivered over 13 million meals. So there's so much more to tell you about her, but I want to actually invite her to come on. The only last piece to share is that I have had the very personal joy and honor of being with her at the Parliament of World Religions, in which we shared together about the power and importance of the divine feminine in the creation and the sustenance and the protection and preservation of Mother Nature and Mother Earth. And Marianne is just such a great leader, mentor, inspirer, teacher. And I'm so glad and so honored to have her with us today. Marianne, welcome.
Well, thank you. That was such a generous introduction. I appreciate it. And it's an honor to be here. Thank you, Tavi.
As you know, today we are here speaking about freedom, liberation. And I would love it if you could share a personal experience in which you found yourself awakening into experiencing freedom, liberation.
I don't subscribe to the eureka theory of personal transformation. One moment, like Paul on the road, and then all of a sudden you get it. What I've experienced is what I think most people experience, which is a spiritual and personal maturation process by which you come to understand that this world is not it. And that, much like Buddha said, our attachment to the things of this world, our grasping for the things of this world, are in fact the source of our suffering. And that as we free ourselves from thinking that anything in this world can ultimately satisfy us, then we are freed of those false attachments. And we can live in a different realm of emotional, psychological, and spiritual understanding. And that is the only place where there's peace. And it does feel like we have been liberated and freed from a certain level of anxiety and emotion-backed lust for people and things that doesn't serve us. Now, a lot of people hear that and get nervous because they think that that means that you will no longer enjoy ice cream, or you'll no longer get to have something pretty in your apartment or something like that. And of course, it's the opposite. We actually have a much healthier relationship to this plane, the mortal, the material plane, including a healthier ability to attract that which would serve us on our journey and enjoy what's there when we actually know that this ain't it. So my personal experience is that when I meditate, I'm a student of A Course in Miracles. I also do transcendental meditation. When I do my meditation and practice the principles, I am there enough. There have been very few times in my life when I felt, in this moment, I've completely transcended. But I have enough of a operational ground of being that gives me peace more often than not, which derives from my freedom, from the freedom from my false belief that this world is what's really going on. Once you know, of course, I'm a student of the Course in Miracles, so that's the main contextualization, although I believe there's one truth spoken in many different ways. I think all the great religious and spiritual teachings point to that same truth. The Course is based on that those universal spiritual themes, that beyond this world, there is a world I want. That this world is like a veil of illusion, that beyond the three dimensions, there is love and love only. And to be freed from the thought that the guilt is real, the material things matter as much as I think they do, to be freed from the belief that we're separate from God, to be freed from the belief that we're separate from each other, to be freed from the belief that this mortal bodily experience is all there is, to be freed from the belief that my guilt or anyone else's defines who we are, to be freed from the belief that I need to go make it happen rather than be the person who naturally attracts and can receive what happens. These are the dynamics of freedom that give me the life that works.
Thank you. Thank you. That was so, so beautiful. And as people everywhere are suffering in so many different ways, from that illusion, from so much of that which you spoke about, finding some degree of freedom from, how would you suggest that others can find this maturation process that you spoke about, that you've been through? How would you suggest that others can blossom on that maturation process in such a way that they too can find some degree of freedom, of liberation from that which binds them, from that which is causing suffering for them?
If you ask in your heart, books will fall at your feet. You didn't think you were looking for it, and you found yourself in India and you had that experience. I saw the Course in Miracles. Most people either have a path, they know it's the one, they're just not walking it, or they just know that it's kind of in general. I mean, they're here, they're listening to us, but they don't know where to go or what to do. There's your book, there's my book, there are a million other people's books. There's the original source material of the great religious and spiritual traditions, especially in today's world. Especially in today's world. If you want to find a path, and it's the path of love, it's the path of forgiveness, it's the path of meditation, it's the path of prayer. And if you're looking for it and you're clear about that in your heart, that path, that teacher, whether it's an external teacher or an internal teacher, will appear in your life.
You mentioned so beautifully and so aptly that people have a path, they're just not walking it. What would you suggest to those who have the books? They have fallen at their feet or have the path, but they just aren't walking it. For whatever reason, they cannot bring themselves to just put one foot in front of each other on the path that they know they're supposed to walk.
There's no cannot there. There's a do not choose to there. And the only mature response at this point is enjoy your pain. I mean, come on, we all need to stop coddling that in ourselves, or to you poor thing, you can't. No, you chose not to. There's a difference. When you look at what the great systems are asking of your time, Course in Miracles or any other, very few of them in the modern sort of iterations are asking for what? Maybe 20 minutes in the morning, maybe 20 minutes in the afternoon. And even there, it's building up to that. There is no can't here. Okay, so that's the first thing we need to do. And that is because the anxiety of the world is a perverse comfort zone. It's what we're used to. The freneticism. I mean, you sit down to meditate for 10 minutes and you find yourself opening your eyes and checking your phone. Well, you simply realize instead of that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set my alarm clock on my phone. And if it's a 10-minute meditation or a 15-minute meditation or a 20-minute meditation, I'm going to put it on the other side of the room. And I'm not going to open my eyes until that alarm goes off. Now, you find some very interesting things there because you have to sit with, why is this so difficult? Why am I so attached to the hysteria? But then it burns away. It burns away. But we do need to get over, I can't. No, you can't. You've done a lot harder things for a lot more money. This costs no money. All it's asking is 20 minutes of silence and you can't. So that shows us the level of resistance that the mind has. And I think that's what we need to be with each other. So I would never show the disrespect to someone to say, oh, poor darling, you can't. To me, it shows respect to people to say, it's your choice. It's like physical exercise. If you do it, it works. If you don't, it doesn't. It's like going to AA, the 12 steps of AA. If you do it, it works. If you don't, it doesn't. If you do the workbook of the Course in Miracles, it works. If you don't, it doesn't. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and the world has gone too far for us to be anything less than taking this very, very seriously now. And there is a level on which when you meditate and when you practice these things, you literally become an instrument for global transformation in a way and at a time at which, if we don't, there are questions about whether or not the world as we know it will survive. So I think we all need to say to each other, step it up.
Yes, yes, beautiful. Really, really beautiful. Thank you. Lastly, you spoke about the situation of the world today. And
I'm sorry, the situation?
Of the world. You spoke about the situation of the world today.
Yes, yes.
And the need for people to step it up.
Right.
And we've spoken, you and I together at other times, about the environmental situation. Yeah. And I'm wondering if just in closing, you could share some thoughts on here we are in this pandemic, now entering the second year, well into our second year of it. And as we have been locked down, shut down in this environment, in this situation, in this fear, what deeper understandings with regard to freedom and liberation and the way for us to find and embrace that have come to you?
I heard our colleague, Carolyn Mace, say, COVID is not just the disease, COVID is also the medicine. Someone else said, it's like Mother Nature saying to humanity, go to your room and think about what you've done. It's a forced quieting, which is probably our only salvation. Because as Gandhi said, humanity is not in its right mind. The problem with the world is that we're not in our right mind. Blaise Pascal said, every problem in the world is rooted in mankind's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. So even though nothing makes us more hysterical than that quiet room, just like we were talking about before, you can't get yourself to close your eyes for 10 minutes without wanting to open your eyes and check your emails, right? That activity of the mind, which does not know how to be quiet within itself, is the problem, because it is separation from self. It is deviation from self. It is a fractured consciousness. I think that for the entire world to be reminded that we aren't in control. This virus has been in control. We have not been in control. That, like other issues, such as the environmental crisis, we're not as smart as we apparently thought we were. And if we don't humble ourselves and rather quickly, then forces of chaos that we had previously been distracted from, ignoring, minimizing, or in whatever other way, turning away from, will make themselves heard in ways that are possibly catastrophic globally. I think that just as during the AIDS crisis many years ago, it was an experience unlike any other to be that up close with issues of life and death. And COVID has done that. I think a lot of people have matured. And I know in the United States, we've had a crisis of post-adolescence. People, too many women who behave like little girls, too many men who behave like little boys. And I think as difficult as this period has been, a lot of people are growing up in ways that perhaps you can't register externally, but which I think will have external ramifications in the years to come. I think that there is a great, I don't want to say battle, because while fear does battle, love doesn't fight back. But there is a great simultaneous phenomenon. The forces of fear are intensifying, the forces of disintegration and devolution are intensifying, and the forces of love and evolution and enlightenment and liberation are also intensifying, because they're resonating more powerfully because more people are opening to them. So this great blossoming is occurring at the same time. And I don't think any of us individually can see the whole plan. But what we can do is surrender ourselves. What we can do is say, use me, and go where, as you and I were talking about before, where does love lead me today? Where would love have me be? You want me to go to India, God? I'll go to India. You want me to go to Los Angeles? I'll go to Los Angeles. Where do you want me to go? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say, and to whom? And there's some central intelligence, just like in the body, every cell is assigned. I think we're all cells in the larger body, and we're assigned. And faith means to me knowing. Love will prevail. love will prevail. The Course in Miracles says God's will has never not been done. What that means in terms of how much human suffering or other species suffering will have to occur before love prevails, that's completely up to us. That's where free will comes in. We can go wisely, or we can go because we're so dangerous and reckless that we call upon ourselves the great pain and the great sorrows that will force us to awaken. All that really matters is that we, in our own way, preparing ourselves every morning with prayer, with meditation, with whatever our work is, that enables us to be aligned with the thoughts, with the feelings, with the energies, to show up for this great birth. And I do believe one of two things will happen if you do this. You will either live to see it, or you'll die knowing you did what you could while you were here. Either way, it's a win.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
such a depth of wisdom, of presence, of clarity, and of love.
Well,
that
thank you.
infuse
Thank you.
it all.
And thank you for your wonderful book. And I hope it finds its way into the hands of many, many, many people whose life I know will be blessed from reading it. So good luck to you with that.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you so much for
You're so welcome.
your beautiful support.
God bless you, honey.
Mm.